Do your own research and due diligence before investing in any company. The information I provide is in no way or manner a professional suggestion to purchase shares in any publicly traded company. I am not licensed to provide financial advice, and this should be considered entertainment. These stock profiles are intended to be trading ideas, a starting point for research. Any individual who chooses to invest in any securities should do so with caution. Investing in securities is speculative and carries a high degree of risk. You may lose some or all the money that is invested. Always research your own investments and consider consulting with a registered investment advisor or a licensed stockbroker before investing. Yes. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Soundman. I'm in the building. I'm so happy, man. I'm just so happy. So many great stocks that we've been talking about on this show are running, and you guys are making money. Yes, indeed, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. P-Bank, Astrid, Stockefeller. Who else is in here right now? Louis Verdon, Craig G. Who else? CBR. Money Stay Woke, John Krelko, Q-Tech. Yes, indeed, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Let me see how I sound. I sound good? Who else? CBR. All right, good. Yes, everything is good. All right, so let's go ahead and get the show started here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, where do I start? Let's go ahead and cover the NASDAQ a little bit. Big gainers on the NASDAQ. They were kind of hard to catch, though. I saw it for a little bit. Primarily stayed with the pennies today, but I did see a couple things on the NASDAQ that some of you guys picked up on, but not much. Kind of hard to jump on though. SORL was a pre-market runner. I see here SORL. They had something I think pre-market early this morning. I think it came out like 6 a.m. or something like that. They had a little deal. What is that? IDN. I saw some of you guys trade this stock. Very nice. Very nice. If you had some moves to be able to make that on IDN. 646, you're the first caller. You're on the air. What's up?
Yes, my name is Ken. I'm a first-time caller of your show. I love your show.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you for calling.
I've been doing plenty stock trading for 20 years. I'm 50 years old. A couple of stocks that I really like right now are, especially USRM. It made a comeback today. Today was a real test.
Let me see here.
What did you think?
Yeah, USRM. Yeah, I mentioned that on my Twitter account that USRM, we've been looking at that stock for almost, 4 or 5 days in a row now. And I was a little bit worried after what the stock did yesterday. But sure enough, the market opened up and you had buyers pretty much from the beginning of the morning. I mean, there did come a time, I see that at 1 o'clock hour, it started to kind of pull back into a little bit of a fade, but it held up pretty nicely toward the end of the day.
There was a Form 4 filed at 4:01 p.m. for the insider Murphy bought 1.9 million shares of it on March 29th.
Okay.
That's a good sign, I would think.
Oh, of course. I mean, obviously, if they're buying more on the open market, that's a very good sign because many times ownership, especially with a lot of OTC stocks, they tend to want to sell into a lot of buying pressure. So that's good that they're actually going into the open market and getting shares the right way instead of creating new ones and diluting shareholders. So, oh, yes, you definitely want to see that.
Thank you. Great. The other one, MFST, there's supposed to be some kind of announcement next week. I don't know if you follow that one, where the company is going to announce a potential sale, some sales that they're making. It's a decent chart.
Now, are you talking about MedFirst Solutions?
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Okay.
You're familiar with that one?
I'm not off the top of my head, but I do know people have brought the stock up. I've seen it run before. In fact, let me spread the chart out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. It ran back this summer in July. I remember when I started the show back in June, or actually May. Right. So, yeah, it was one of the stocks we talked about at that time. I haven't kept up with it recently. What's the news right now going through this company?
Not that familiar. I just like the chart, and there's a person that I follow on iHub, who's Gary ST from the Newbies Board on iHub, and he said that quite a few people, there's a lot of chatter going on, I just playing the chart. I got in at 0.7 of a cent, and I try to have a rule where I sell 30% my position when I'm up 30%, another 30% when it's 60%, and then decide what I want to do with the remaining 40%. The only way to survive in this crazy game.
Okay, cool. All right, MFST and the previous stock as
One
well.
more,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I think it's AMLH. That's my last one I want to bring up to you. AMLH. That thing did tremendous volume today.
Yeah, that's a stock we talked about yesterday on the show too. I'll be addressing that in just a moment, man.
Oh, great. Thank you. Like I said, I'm a new fan to your show. I love it. I'm spreading the word that you're out there. You're a real help. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. 646. Yeah, I did notice his call had a lot of static. I didn't want to hang up on the guy. He's a first-time caller. Probably could have had him call back, but I just wanted to knock it out. First call of the day, so he was obviously waiting, to call into the show. So, but yeah, you guys know, obviously, typically in that situation, I would hang up on the person and then have them call back. You said you really couldn't understand him? Yeah, I know it was a little staticky. Come on, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, we'll definitely, you guys know, typically if the call doesn't sound right, I would hang up. All right. But I must commend that guy who called up yesterday on AMLH. Thank you for bringing this up, 646. Who called about this yesterday? I want to say it was Jay Bino, but I'm not surprised, man. This was like a bat. I mean, just like a bat out of hell, man. AMLH. 704, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, Sal, what's going on, man?
Hey, Alex, what's up, man?
Not much, man. Hey, listen, so I went long on USRM.
Okay.
And I couldn't hear the other part because it was very static. What was that? What did you say about USRM that got you so excited?
Oh, yes. This the fact that a lot of people who had missed out on the run on USRM, and they saw an opportunity yesterday on that pullback to get in. So a lot of these buyers that came in on USRM today were new people who were looking for an opportunity to get in on the run but missed out. So I'm really looking forward to see USRM retest, what was that? I want to say Wednesday's high. So I'm really looking forward to that in USRM.
Yeah, I bought and I invested like $700 on USRM today.
Okay.
But listen, I kind of have a learning question to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So before I was using Charles Schwab, and now I'm using my E-Trade account. But it's rather, I don't like it. I don't really like E-Trade, but I'm stuck. I invested my money on that E-Trade.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I don't know how do you sell on E-Trade? Or how do you do a stop loss on E-Trade? Because there is stop quote. You have some options: stop quote, trailing by price by percentage, but there's not a stop loss option.
Man, it's so funny because I actually left E-Trade to go to Charles Schwab. So I did the complete opposite of what you did because Charles Schwab right now.
No. And I still have Charles Schwab.
Okay.
And I love love Charles Schwab.
Yeah, I've loved them too. Now, when it comes to E-Trade though, I was using the E-Trade Pro platform. So I wasn't using the website to set my buys and sells. Are you using the E-Trade Pro platform?
No.
Okay. I would go ahead and download that. Even if you don't think you get access to it, you probably do, and you can call them and they'll give you access over the phone. It's just simply
I did ask them, and they were like, no, you got to pay $100 a month for that.
Oh shit! Okay, wow.
Yeah, so $100, and I'm kind of stuck on the trade because I don't really know how to do a stop loss. I want to protect my gains, and it's kind of hard to do it on E-Trade.
Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, man. I never used. Yeah, I honestly couldn't help you with that, man, because I never used the website to do it. So I would, call back and speak to the trading team, man, and have them walk you through that. But
And the other thing that they mentioned is that they said something about since the stock that you're trading is over the counter, you can't do you're not allowed to do stop loss or something like that. I just couldn't, because I was in such a desperation trying to put a stop loss. Luckily I didn't lose anything. I mean, the thing is going up, and the stock is going up. So
now, what stock are we talking about here?
USRM.
Okay.
Yeah, I bought it on 9 cents, and then I averaged up at 10.1. Yeah, 10.1.
Okay.
So I'm in a good position.
Right.
And I know I can, but I still want to, protect my gains. I don't want to jeopardize my gains. If the thing goes down, protect my investment.
Yeah.
So I don't really know. And what else? PIP. PIP is looking good.
Yeah.
I'm happy for PIP. It's looking much better than before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing action now.
Mm-hmm.
And what else? That's it, man. You had questions in regards to real estate investment.
Yeah. We're gonna wrap up the week and talk about the stocks we've been talking about all week and what the future looks like for them, and then we'll go ahead into real estate.
Okay, well, just let me know.
All right, appreciate it, Alex. Thanks a lot, man.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
All right, so Alex doing really good on USRM. I like his entry there at 9 cents. I think he I kind of wish he went heavy at 9 cents instead of averaged up, but it's okay. It's all good though. It's all good. You wanted confirmation of the bullish momentum. You wanted that confirmation, so it's okay. All right, and I'm looking forward to USRM to see how it could break through that recent high. 704, you're on the air.
Hey, this is the other 704.
Hey,
Charlotte.
Astrid, what's
up? Not much. How you doing?
Doing good. I'm happy for you. I mean, you didn't end up selling on USRM, did you?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I held on. I was patient, and I know we spoke about the dip, and I learned that was a healthy dip, and that happens sometimes. Yeah. So I just stayed the course. I actually bought an additional 500 shares, and I think I got that at at 10 cents.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm happy with that. And then I purchased some AMLH today. Mm-hmm. Mainly because the CEO, he's fine. Yeah. I mean, he's gorgeous.
Yeah. That now is that all right? So that guy who's the CEO, is he really the CEO, or is he just like spokesperson for the company?
So there's a merger. There was a merger with GG Media Network.
Okay.
So he is now the CEO of AMLH. Mm-hmm. He was on Facebook. He's connecting with people. He was actually a contestant on The Bachelorette.
Okay.
He's actually also an executive producer for a movie called Huntsville. It's coming out this year. I've never heard of it, but I think with the little due diligence that I did quickly this afternoon, I think there's going to be some big things happening. Esports, audience of over 200 million viewers. On online platforms and on TBS, which is a major network. Mm-hmm. So I got in at 0027, like 20,000 shares. Mm-hmm. So I'm happy about that, and I'm still with USRM. I'm not thinking about BMXC right now until next week. And then I was thinking about SWET. I did a lot of due diligence on that as well. Mm-hmm. Learned some more about that company and some projects that they have going on. They have a project going on in Arizona, possibly Mexico, if they can get another site. The site that they were looking at initially, the guy died. So the CEO apparently goes out there and stays connected pretty often, and they're working on getting another site. And then another project they have out in Kenya. So if those projects end up going forward, that may do some things for SWET. I didn't buy into it, but I did some due diligence, and for a friend of mine, so that he could purchase some. So, yep, I'm happy with what I have going on right now.
All right, I'm looking forward to USRM continue to go higher. So we'll definitely be watching this into next week.
Yes, yeah, me too. All right, I'll be back in the room. Bye.
Thank you, Astrid. Appreciate it. So yeah, I mean that AMLH. Right now it's doing well. I mean, 175% gain. That's a lot. That's a lot. And I'm curious to know, if it was a little bit too much too soon. But I mean, look, investors are excited about it. I do figure that might come down a little bit. Because she did mention about the movie coming out. I'm just kind of curious if the momentum will be able to sustain itself, and for so many stocks that break out this aggressively, that you got to come back a little bit sometimes. So we'll see what happens on AMLH. But I do remember putting that link in the chat room for you guys, and you said she's going to be my first millionaire student. That's hilarious, Woody, right? All right, yeah, Astrid's sitting in the money. All right, so shout out to Astrid for that one. And appreciate all the calls so far. And I'm really excited about those three. I'm really excited about those three stocks. I saw somebody bring up BTUUQ. BTUUQ. That one, if for those of you guys who have been following this stock, BTUUQ was going up because there was a chance that the investors' petition against the company's bankruptcy could get approved. Well, sure enough, they failed, like most bankruptcy petitions against the companies will fail. And now the stock is falling to zero, and it will eventually hit zero because these shares will be canceled out. All right. And I've been trying like hell to get a hold of more of the 50-cent January 2018 puts, because I think the volume is like 2,000 or 3,000 daily right now on those, and it's almost impossible to get a hold of because they're almost guaranteed to go to zero. It's almost pretty much guaranteed to go to zero. All right. But BTUUQ is going all the way to zero, man. All right. You said USRM has a huge lawsuit. Well, yeah, we're not going heavy in USRM. No, I'm never telling anybody to put their mortgage money or anything like that. But hey, look, guys, in order to win, you got to risk losing. And what many of us believe is that was a healthy pullback on USRM. You got individuals who bought this pullback today, and we're looking to see if it can retest this previous high. And if it does, great. If it doesn't, trust me, the people who bought very much understand the possibility that they could lose in the trade. But that's the risk. That's very much the risk. I remember in this room, when was that OWCP? When OWCP, I remember this day, it pulled back. Remember OWCP? We had the pullback on OWCP. Everybody said, oh, it was over. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Sure enough, after that, you had buyers coming on the dips. It retested, broke through the high with a gap up the next day. Then it crashed. So I can't say that USRM is done. I can't say it's done, because we have examples to show you that the first dip isn't always the last. Isn't always the last. Yeah. I saw you guys bringing that up as well. MMEX, this just tore through, where I was in at 0.0224. And I added up, and I'm just like, oh my God, kept going. It just kept going. And it was kind of scary. I mean, if we could look at the 10-minute chart, actually, this is the 5-minute. It was kind of scary because it made a morning high. And that morning high for almost an hour and a half, it was a resistance for a while. Right? We tried to break it, didn't really get strong enough. Tried to break it again, and you really didn't get that big, powerful move until the last hour of the day. All right? So we had big, buying into the close. All right? Look at all this buying momentum. That's why I love this colored volume bars indicator. Look at all the buying momentum here in the morning. And then it shows back up all of a sudden, at the last hour of the day. "561, you're on the air. What's up?"
Hey, Sal, good evening. It's Chris McKinney, West Palm Beach.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
I'm doing all right. I just want to throw something at you. I was still on the MEMP, still messing with that.
Okay.
I got 3,000 shares in there. I want you to give me some hints on that and what I should do, because I know about the bankruptcy thing you were telling me about. I did a little research. I've been on StockTwits trying to look around. Just tell me what you think, please. I need some help.
Yeah, I think you called about the stock yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I think, my feelings are the same, man. I think if you're in the stock now, just hold and see what happens, man.
Okay.
Right now, you really haven't had too much movement. There's no downside as of right now. So I would continue to hold this. I mean, because you've got a lot of upside potential, not much downside risk, because you've got a lot of support here, unless some kind of devastating news comes out. But other than that, go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Wouldn't the bankruptcy be devastating?
Well, of course, the bankruptcy would be devastating, but it's already out. So, I mean, that
Right.
information is kind of already out there. So people already know, and that's well in already, in the stock's price as of right now, trading at 12 cents a share. My biggest fear right now for you in the stock would be, a talk of the stock possibly being delisted. That would probably be my only fear, for MEMP right now, which, the company got a notice of that. I think it was, when was this? I do see here they got that notice almost 2 months ago now. They got that.
Now, I'm new to that. What is delisting? What does that mean?
Well, that means that they're no longer going to be trading on the NASDAQ, and they'll have to trade over the counter, which is considered a lot less sophisticated than the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. So there are certain investors who don't want to trade stocks that trade over the counter. And, for people who follow stocks from the bank's perspective, or investment banks and whatnot, they don't follow stocks that trade over the counter. So it means different things to different people. So, but MEMP right now, at this price, I think there's really little downside. And right now, I think just hold, especially if you're in at these low prices.
Okay, I got one more for you before I cut you off. INNL, I'm messing with that still. Tell me what you think. I've been trying to research it a little bit. I really want to hold and buy some more, but tell me what you think when you look at it.
Yeah, this is another one too, man. Where are you in at on this one? I'm curious. Are you in below $1 at least?
Yes.
Okay.
I got 3,000 shares in that, 3,050 shares in that also.
Yeah.
And I've been looking at the different people, what they say, and they're saying that something's going to happen soon, and it's going to happen Monday, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen on Monday. I'm kind of curious to know, what did they say was going to happen on Monday?
I was just reading at the StockTwits not too long ago. I'm on here right now.
Okay.
Hold on one second. I lost it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was researching it earlier. I can't even find it now. I was researching it earlier, and I just go in the little chat rooms and kind of see what everybody's saying about it. And they were saying something's going to happen Monday, just to kind of hold out and see.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to happen today, but
Mm-hmm.
didn't anything happen? So they said just try to hold out till Monday. So I'm seeing a lot of people are saying it, so I'm thinking maybe they know what they're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm
You
really,
know, once again, I'm new.
yeah, no, I understand. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens here. I'll write down the stock myself. You can't always
Hmm.
believe everything on StockTwits because I mean it is a social media site like Twitter and or like any other stock trading social media site like a chat room or a blog. But you know,
Yeah.
you know sometimes some things end up developing out of those out of that conversation. So we'll see what happens with INNL. But yeah, if you're in below $1 in this stock. Yeah, just hold it right now, man. I mean, there's not much going on. Again, very little downside risk because you're above the support. You're actually sitting at support if you're below $1. So, and you're up a little bit in the stock. So just see what happens out of this, man. It's been very bearish for a long period of time. Here on the 1-day chart, you're showing you're in the middle of the RSI, so not much going on here. So we'll see. Some news is probably just exactly what this stock needs right now.
Like this guy saying right now, one of the people I was watching, he says, any good news, 175 Monday. I'm assuming he's saying that it might shoot up to 175. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah.
It's at 110 now. It closed at 110.
Let me see here.
So I don't know how is that possible.
Well, I mean, if the stock has got low float like that, where it could do that. Let me see here. I'm just curious. What is the float on INNL?
This guy's saying it's undervalued, low float, very possible soon. Strong buy accumulating all week. Soon, very bullish.
All right. One thing I can tell you is don't take everybody's word for it, man, especially on StockTwits. But
Okay.
let me see what the float. Okay, so he's right about the float though. 19.1 million shares. That's.
They said it was $13 last summer.
Oh, all right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but 19 million shares on the float. Yeah, some good news would overwhelm shareholders. I mean, some sellers on that. It's a
Right.
relatively low float, so a significant amount of buyers would overwhelm any kind of selling pressure with a float that low. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Sal. I'm doing some more studying, man. I'm trying.
Appreciate it. Not a problem, man. Thank you for the call, 561. Yeah, I mean, just I always say this very, take everything with a grain of salt, man. Everything with a grain of salt. It's your money, it's your hard-earned money. Research everything, especially people on Twitter and StockTwits. These guys who have, they don't even want to put a picture of themselves, and they hide behind like cartoon characters and shit like that. And I understand some people just don't want their face out there. But but when you see somebody who's just got a history of, just pumping shares and random stocks, you got to understand that person has a motive, and that motive is for you to pad their position. For you to pad their position. I can't tell you the amount of emails and solicitations I get from people who want to get in front of you guys and offer you all kind of bullshit stocks. That I just say, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because I know you ain't right, And you've got to understand that a lot of people who are offering you, so-called advice on these social media sites, they don't have your best interest at heart. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can be taken advantage of. If you don't know how to do just basic research, you'll fall into a stock that could possibly be halted. A stock that is halted, a stock with just horrible financials that again, not always a bad thing, but it is just a 1-day pump and dump. What's going on, Africa Emporium? Hey, Miss Farley, how are you? Hope all is well. All right. What's up, Trading Jedi? Yeah, Trading Jedi knows what's up. Alex Montez. Let me see here. He's talking about HMPQ. HMPQ. All right, down 1%. All right, you're settling a little bit. You're settling a little bit in HMPQ. Hopefully, and the bands are getting a little tight there. So hopefully you're going to use this to turn around. on HMPQ. Let me see here. What's that other? Oh no, I'm typing a little too fast here for my own good. Let me see here. HEMP. I was really upset with my hemp. My hemp pulled back like 1% today. Hemp pulled back 1% today, so we'll see. Hopefully, we'll get another green day on hemp. Get another green day on hemp. Great, good. That's what's up, Miss Farley. Okay. CBR, last minute action. What's going on, Nita Life? CBR up 11%. Yeah. Man, CBR, man. This is a stock that I think, you really got to watch this one on the daily chart to really test this one. If you get a good day to, a good pullback on CBR, you get in nice and low, a 4 or 5 cent move, that's a lot of money, but you got to go in a little heavy to really make it work for you, on a stock that cheap. ISBG, if you guys remember, I tweeted about ISBG last night. ISBG came out and said, oh yeah, we're going to submit all this kind of news and blah, blah, blah. And sure enough, the stock really didn't do shit. This is a company that is just diluting shares like crazy. I can't stand ISBG. And honestly, I don't believe that people are buying that liquor as much as they say they are. I really don't believe them. I've requested that people from ISBG come on my show. Let's talk about the company. Because I love a stock that's gone from, 0002 all the way to, 0028. There's a lot of potential there. But since this time in February, as you can see, somebody's dumping shares. A lot of shares on the open market, and they're not done. But a stock that's going up 700%, yeah, I want to know what's popping, because I want in on the next potential run. But they don't answer, so it is what it is. But there's an open invitation. Open invitation. Until then, I'm gonna continue to call y'all a piece of shit. GRNH, Green Grow Technologies, 2% gained on the stock today, 0.016. That one I'm still not convinced just yet on GRNH. I think you could probably get a little lower. As much as I hate to say it, this is another stock that did very, very well over 2016. Going from 2 cents to a high of almost 16 cents, from 2 cents to 16 cents in a matter of, 4 months? But you're cooling off now in GRNH and just slowly working its way lower and lower. All right, you're very low on the RSI here on the daily chart on GRNH, but it just, hasn't been able to really get any momentum as you can see here. Over the last 90 days, haven't really gotten any real moves. You're still, for the most part, using that 20-day moving average. As you can see my cursor there, the 20-day moving average is acting like a wall, and the stock has been unable to break that. The 8 exponential moving average is still the top line. So you're still, got confirmation to stay out of the position, as of right now. Someone say CBR is close to bankruptcy. Let me know why. Tops. We had a lady call yesterday about Tops. And I told her to stay in the trade, but she's got to risk maybe going a little bit lower. And sure enough, today she got a nice little almost 3% gain in the stock. So I'm hoping she didn't sell and took advantage of that, and we'll see what happens over the next several days. You didn't really get a strong, and that's for Tops, that's pretty much a sideways day for a stock with such low volume. But right now, as I said, TOPS is a DC freight transportation company predominantly shipping oil. So they're affected by that. And in fact, if you pull up the chart of some of these oil ETFs and you put TOPS on top, they look very similar. Oh, Q-Tech is talking about UPZS, that pizza company. I have a large position in the stock in UPZS. I don't want to bring it up on here. I'll probably take some digging around, but I said 2017 was going to be a very, very good year for UPZS. And I'm in UPZS going long. And I wish there was a way I can go through my tweets, because I can go back and find out when I said that. But I think it was sometime late January or something like that. But UPZS, very nice stock. But again, this is another stock that's got, I want to say, pretty high float, unfortunately. But again, that's not always a bad thing. It just requires that a lot of people, accumulate the shares and hold on to it. Let me see here. Well, this is right, 152 million. Okay, it's actually not that bad, unless they had some changes to it. But yeah, Unique Pizza, kind of like GIGL. They're based out, I want to say, in Pennsylvania. And it's like a pizza / burger bar, kind of place. But they also have a thing where they have a frozen pizza division. A frozen pizza division where they use their name to sell frozen pizza in stores. So UPZS on the move. All right. UPZS on the move. Doing really well right now. I'd love to see them break that 200-day moving average. As you can see here, that 200-day, we got some resistance at the 200-day moving average. That's what's going to bring some money into this stock when we crash through that here on the daily chart. On the hourly or probably on the lower time frame, we might be above that, but the daily is where investors are going to say, okay, shit is really live right now. It's really live right now. You said, Sal, is the purple line. Yeah, the purple line is the RSI. Purple line is the RSI, and right now on UPZS is really hot. All right, it's a little hot right now on UPZS, so we might get a healthy pullback here. But then again, that's also just another way of saying that there's a lot of bullish momentum, so you can't always trust the RSI. But yeah, these blue lines right here, that's the Bollinger Band. All right, those are the Bollinger Bands. All right, those are the Bollinger Bands. But yeah, UPZS is not, it's kind of one of those ones you're going to be sitting on for a little bit. Yeah, Craig G, you got to sit on it for a little bit, man. You got to sit on it for a little bit. All right. Yeah, I don't like being late to everything. A lot of guys want to wait till a whole ton of people are moving and in the stock. Sometimes I don't mind being a little early. I don't mind being a little early. Hold on, USMJ. All right. This is another one. I mean, as you can see here, not much going on over the last 60 days in the stock. All right, but today you went down almost 12%. You kind of been funneling between, 0.0005 to like a high of 0009 over that last 90 days. Actually last 33, 34 days. So USMJ, if you're looking to take a position here at a relatively, low risk point, entry point, and see what happens in the stock. And see what happens. But other than that, I mean, I have nothing much to say on this, because obviously the company's still putting out news, but I don't follow USMJ enough to know about it. But Patrick Roberts, if you're in it, you're just going to have to wait for something to really pop off here. But if you've been in the stock, you're sitting not bad. Yeah, I that's what I'm saying. I like UPZS. I've been in it for almost since December. I like UPZS. I'm not, it's not doing everything every day, and you just kind of sit in it. Again, some of those stocks where you just kind of put $300 at 0010 or 0020 and just, it is what it is. That's what's great about penny stocks is you can kind of do that. IMLFF. Yeah, we talked about this one yesterday. IMLFF. And we talked a little bit about this one. Again, the caller called up. I don't know anything that's going on with this company. But he called and he mentioned about how he was in at 23 cents a share. And, it's been doing really well. And they're putting together another drug or whatnot. I don't know anything about what's going on here. So you tell me what's going on with this one. That's hilarious, Kyle. Yeah. Well, Forex sucks though. Forex is the worst. You can make money in Forex, as I've said previously. You can make money in Forex, but Forex is the only game in town where you can put an order for $25 and watch it literally go against you, literally hundreds, thousands of dollars if you let it. I can't stand Forex. I just think it's a rip-off game. Again, my opinion only. 251, you're on the air.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Hey, Anthony, what's up, man?
Nothing much, man. Had a question. I was talking to you about TDCP, 3D Icon.
Yes.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And first of all, I owe you an apology for blowing up your damn line, and you didn't have your show started like you need to.
Oh, no,
to
man.
Call out everybody
and nothing wrong with that, man. I appreciate you wanting to get on the show that bad, man. I honestly do.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, because I know you got a certain way that you run your show, and I like I say, I appreciate you, man, for everything you're doing and everybody that you're touching.
Much respect.
But 3D Icon, I sent you a tweet because I was trying to get an email and send to you of the form that they actually sent TD Ameritrade, and TD Ameritrade sent to me through an email.
Mm-hmm.
And they was saying that they was changing the name.
Okay.
And they was splitting. And the shares that I have, and I got those at like 0001.
Mm-hmm.
They want to give me 0002. But I think when they do the split, I'm gonna have less shares than what I already started with.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really trying to get an idea about how the split is going to affect me, in that way, or would I have to buy more shares later on because they're doing the split and they're giving me ain't even a tenth of a cent or whatever more.
Yeah,
versus
definitely, Anthony. You answered your own question there. They're going to give you less shares. I don't see what the current float is, but that's actually what they're trying to do is to remove some outstanding shares there. If this is right, I'm seeing outstanding shares of almost 1.4 billion on the stock right now. So it looks like they're trying to get some of that out the system. And if I were you, if you're in at 0001, you're at 0010 now. Why don't you just go ahead and sell your shares?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just go ahead and sell out. All right, let them do whatever they want to do, and then if you like the stock afterwards, then go ahead and jump back in. But take what you got now with the profits you're sitting on, and revisit 3D Icon as soon as they're done with all that.
Okay. Okay.
You know, because right now it
All
sounds
right,
like
well-
you'll be in a losing position if you hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, Sal, man. I appreciate everything you're doing. I appreciate that advice. And that Discord room, I was trying to get into that Discord room last night, and I was trying to figure out what the hell I need to do.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, once you go to the link, if you're a first timer, I think it gives you the right. I mean, you should go through like the sign up process, right? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you signed up. You created a username, all that.
It never let me actually, it asks for my email,
Mm-hmm.
but then when it goes to the username, it's like it gives me an error message or whatever. So I was trying to figure out, do they need to send me one? Do I need to wait for them to send me one? Or
No. You should definitely sign up and you choose your own username and all that, from what I remember. And then I believe you get an email to confirm signing up to the service. But I haven't heard of that problem before. And the Discord room is not that complicated. But I think if you haven't already signed up, so you don't even remember if you went through the entire process, right?
No.
Okay. Go
and
ahead.
then it may be on my tablet. It may be different. So I might
Sure,
have to do it
yes.
from a computer.
Yeah, in fact, I would do it at a computer, and then once you're finished signing up, then go ahead and log in through a tablet. Yes, I absolutely believe that probably could be an issue. It's a little different on that.
Okay. Appreciate it, Sam, man.
All right, appreciate it, Anthony. Yeah, I 100% believe that signing up for the Discord room is a lot easier if you're on a computer, and then you go ahead and then get the app later. And you get the app later. You know? Let me see here. Anybody see GIGL Skyping? GIGL going to 50 cents? Yeah, GIGL today with the pullback today. But again, right now the 4 and the 8 the 4 is still above. So, what you saw today was confirmed by the doji yesterday in GIGL here on the daily chart. So I think you still stay in the trade on GIGL and see what happens. For the most part, people who are in GIGL now, you're in it for the long term. Yeah, you go long on GIGL. This isn't something that, you're looking to get in and try to pick off 2-3 cents. You're going to be in it for a while. Explain in a few sentences why penny stocks are far better than Forex. Because Forex sucks, because you can lose more than your original investment. You can lose more than, Forex, people fail significantly, more in Forex than they do in penny stocks. I honestly believe that. Because in penny stocks, you can choose a stock that's not doing shit and still 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, still have your original investment. Your original investment can never go negative in penny stocks. Forex, as I said, you can start a Forex account with $100 and you can literally go into the red with your broker. And if your broker is one of those foreign brokers who could give a crap about your financial condition, they can let your negative run to the thousands if they want to. You said Barack Obama opened up a new marijuana company. Parker Mills, are you serious? I want to know. I thought I would probably hear about that. You said, but it takes a long time to grow capital in penny stocks? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Yeah, absolutely not. We got people in the chat room who've turned, $3,000 into $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 over the course of 6 to 7 months. Some even less than that. I've shown you here on my show, stocks that have gone from 000 nothing to 2-3 cents, equating, anywhere between 3 to as high as 7,000% in a matter of 90 days. Yes, I am, Alex. Yes, I am, Alex. USRM and MMEX. Yeah. Because I'm in on USRM because I'm waiting for this Fed announcement. 904, you're on the air. What's up?
What's up, Sal? I just want to give my 2 cents on CBR. I don't want that said they going to bankruptcy. I talked to that guy from an investment relation
Okay.
a few weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Even though I was in the position, I made a little money off it. But I talked to him, and they was talking about they had to pay Wells Fargo back for or they supposed to pay Wells Fargo back today. But they didn't come out with earnings. They supposed to came out with earnings and everything today. They didn't come out with nothing. So that's a scary sight right there. If you look on the news, they're supposed to be coming out with earnings today. They didn't come out with nothing. They just, I don't know what's going on. That company going to bankruptcy. Because I talked to the guy. I said, well, are y'all going for bankruptcy? He said everything is on the table right now.
Oh.
Because if they default because if Wells Fargo, if they don't pay Wells Fargo, I think it's called default on their loan.
Mm-hmm.
Wells Fargo, they can default on that loan, and Wells Fargo, and they through. They through.
Wow.
So that's why they've been liquidating all their assets and all that there. You can see they've been selling stuff overseas and things like that.
Yeah. In
Because
fact,
I was going to get
that was actually one of the reasons responsible for a lot of the bearish momentum in CBR over the last several months, year and a half, is because they have been failing to meet some of their financial obligations, and they were selling divisions in the company. So yeah, man, this is kind of scary. So, but people for whatever reason bought up, today maybe, bought up some of the stock here, but we'll see what happens moving forward.
Yeah, they thought they was going to come out with earnings today and thought it was going to be that they paid like Wells Fargo and all that. They ain't come out with nothing. They ain't said nothing. So anybody looking for news, you might get that bankruptcy on Monday, and you might be through. So just be careful if you're in that right now, because I'm in INNL and I'm getting crushed.
Yeah.
I'm a bag holder right now. So
where are you in on INNL at?
I'm at 133.
Damn.
I posted so yeah. I'm getting. I'm a truck driver, so I couldn't.
You know what though? 133. Okay, so the top of the band is at 173. So I mean, now I don't know what the financial condition for INNL is. How many shares you got in this stock right now?
I ain't got about 500.
I would hold. So man.
I'm just holding I'm holding this. I just hate holding the bag, but
yeah, I understand.
I'm also in. I want to ask you about ICLD. I'm loaded up in that one, so I'm really loaded up in that one.
Okay, ICLD. Now ICLD is a stock that can run. Now, I remember we had a lady call up about it. I actually told her to sell this one, but I don't think she listened to me because she hasn't called back since. She would call in, every green day and gloat, but since the stock's been bearish, she hasn't called in. I think some of you guys in the chat room may remember. Where are you in on this one?
Oh, I'm in at 3 cents.
Oh, okay.
303 6.
Okay, all right.
I ain't down about a few dollars. Mr. Lord been giving me hell in the Discord room. He treat me so bad in there. I'm glad he ain't on here tonight. But yeah, that's all I want to say, man. Tell them be careful with that CBR, man. If y'all look on their news feed, they supposed to came out with earnings today. They didn't come out with nothing.
Yeah.
So that's a red flag right there.
Right.
It's a red flag. And I talked to the guy, and he said everything is on the table.
Okay.
Even because also they're supposed to be in some company was trying to buy them out at 75 cents.
And what did he say to that?
Looking over the offer. He said they're looking over the offer.
Okay.
Looking over the offer. Well, that's about the best they're gonna do. That's about the best they can do.
Well, that's a very interesting development. I mean, that's a very interesting development if they there's a potential for them to be bought out at 75 cents a share. I mean, if that's the case, man, I mean that's a reason to hold this, and that probably justifies why we're still seeing a lot of buying in the stock. So although you have that news to be cautious about the bankruptcy, being that he confirmed that there's as a possible buyout being considered, I would probably hold that, man.
Yeah, I talked to him for about before I made that little spike, because I was kind of mad because I told man, y'all supposed to came out with earnings. They supposed to came out with earnings a few weeks before the 31st. Mm-hmm. And he finally called me back. He talked to me, explained things, and tell me they've been going through a rough patch and this and that. And and he say they supposed to pay Wells Fargo back the day the 31st.
Yeah,
was no news. No news. I think that would have shot it up if they would have said they Wells Fargo didn't give them no extension. The deadline was today.
Yeah.
The deadline was today. So yeah, it might sell for 75 cents Monday. So I was gonna get back in it, but when he said bankruptcy on the table, I was like, I ain't getting back in that.
Man, that'd be some great news. I mean, if they drop that pre-market that they're they've gone ahead and agreed to be bought out, because that automatically have the stock typically would just gap up to that buyout price, and you'd be sitting in the money. You go ahead and just sell right at the open and just cash out with a real good return.
But that was the gap up a few weeks ago. That's when it went up to 60-something cents.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I made my little profit.
Okay.
When they came out with the first speculative news, there was somebody was trying to buy them out at 75 cents.
Oh, okay.
But since then,
Yeah.
they even went down to like 25 cents.
Yeah.
Since then.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I want to say, Sal. Y'all enjoy. I'm still on the show, and I've been this will be.
There it is, man. Stay in it, man. Appreciate the call, man. All right, so shout out to 646, or excuse me, that was 904. 646, call me back. I accidentally hung up on you, man. Yeah, I mean, stay in it, man. He said he was in NNL at $1.33, so he's somewhere over here. But I mean, he's right in the middle of sitting on the 20-day moving average. So some good news. The top of the band is at 173. So he's got, stay in it. You're not out of it yet. 646, you're on the air. What's up?
How you doing? Parker Mills.
Hey, Parker Mills. What's up, man?
Hi. First of all, I kicked 11 G's on MMEX. You still in it?
Ooh. You said you made $11,000 on this?
Yeah.
Oh,
I bought it
man.
I bought it at 0044. And I think I bought like 500,000 shares, 500,000, yeah, 500,000 shares, and then I kept selling it like little by little.
Shit.
But yeah, I got that. You sold?
Well, no, I'm still in MMEX, but I know that time is coming when I'm going to have to make up my mind here. But right now, it's going really well, and I'm just kind of watching it, 5 minutes at a time, man. That's really the only thing you can do right now. Been caking for the last 2 days, but looking to see maybe if I can get one more day out of this until we get that that eventually is going to be due to the stock.
Where you looking to sell at?
Well, I'd love to sell at 3. My goal is 3, so I'm not even too far from that, honestly, man.
That's on Monday,
right? Exactly. That's what I thought this morning was going to be a wrap, but when we started really, when on the level 2, there was still very strong buying going on level 2. So I was like, okay, let me stay in this and see what happens. So, in fact, I decided to add up. So I added up more on 0.0224, which I was right there on the screen.
Man,
so I'm looking, So I'm looking to get out at 3, and we'll see what happens, man. I think I'll definitely get that on Monday. But again, I'm going to check level 2, see where the strength is. And if people are hitting that bid, and I'm seeing the market makers increasing their bids, I'm going to stay in.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I have another one that's going to follow MMEX. Maybe you're not. I want you to check it out if you want. CEGX. That one is buzzing.
CEGX. All right, oil and gas. Now, tell me why you think this is gonna go higher.
A very, very small structure.
Yeah.
Only 100 million shares authorized.
Mm-hmm.
And still at 0021. I mean, you tell me your opinion.
I'm looking at. Okay, right now. So OTC Markets is giving this probably the skull and crossbones. It's probably being promoted right now, which isn't that, it's not. Let me see here. It is current though. Decent volume today. 94 million shares traded.
I was told it's just waiting for MMEX to finish, and this one's supposed to be next. I was told that. I mean, I'm not trying to promote it. I'm just letting you know.
Sure. I understand. Okay, who said that though? Is the promoter saying that's going to be his next thing?
Between us, I have a connection that works in Wall Street, right? He usually sends me some picks, and every pick that he sends me, they good.
Yeah.
But that's what he said. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like pump it or anything. I'm just letting you know to put it in your watch list.
Okay, all right, we'll definitely be watching. Who am I speaking with?
Parker Mills.
All right, Parker, man. I'll.
Oh, one more thing, Sal. Sorry. So, like I was telling you, Barack Obama opened up a new marijuana business. I sent you an email on the link.
Yeah. Tell me about that. Like, what do you mean by he started a marijuana business? What do you mean by that?
He just opened up a marijuana business. He said he couldn't wait to get out of the White House. I sent you the link with the news on your email.
Okay, hold on. I'm seeing this. Barack Obama to launch Berry Buds marijuana brand. Berry Buds. Let me see here. Is this? Because I'm thinking, man, news like this would be everywhere if Barack Obama was to get into the MJ business.
Even holding up a sign 420.
Let me see here. Yeah. Well, let me see that. Is that him? Yeah, I guess that is him. All right, let me put this link in the chat room so other people can look at it.
Yeah, they go analyze it. Let me know if it's real or not.
Let me know if, ladies and gentlemen, if that's fake news or not. But we'll see what happens with that, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, Parker Mills.
All right, thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, so shout out to Parker Mills, man. Dude said he made 11 racks on MMEX. Again, that's not out of the realm of impossibility. That's not out of the realm of impossibility. You guys know this is a stock that, again, just go back to late February. We can go to March 1st. And I'm seeing MMEX trading at 0001. If I'm not correct. All right. Yeah, you guys let me know if that unless that's fake news or not. So yeah, I absolutely believe him. People have no reason to call up and lie. And again, this was at 0001, right? March 1st. What is that? 0001? And right now we're at 0.0280. All right. So in a span of 31 days, again, not including weekends, because, stocks don't trade on weekends. That's a gain of 27,900%. That's a gain of 27,900%. Now, it's going to take a lot of balls for you to hold a position that long. All right. But a $500 position would be worth about, oh shit, okay, now that's kind of crazy. So he must have only put like pennies in this, because a $500 position on March 1st would now be worth about $139,000. Oh, Money Stay Woke, you said 0002? Okay. All right, so I had a $500 position on March 1st is now worth $139,000. Am I right? Oh, shit, man. How the fuck? Don't you hate it when you miss this shit? Don't you hate it when you miss this shit? Damn. Oh, man. He's been a regular. Yeah. Parker Mills. Yeah. Parker Mills has been in here. I think he's called up before. Need a life soon. He says Wells Fargo extended CBR's credit line last week. CBR had to repay them back by today. Why would Wells Fargo extend their credit line? Ooh, now need a life soon. Here's the thing. I'm glad you said that because, yeah, I mean, why would you extend the credit line of a failing company unless you believed that there was a possible buyout and that you were going to get paid back relatively soon, right? I mean, that's kind of how, these, again, we're going to go talk a little bit in real estate. When people get these hard money loans, some of you guys, people who are in real estate, you know what I'm talking about, these hard money loans where they're like bridge loans. So, it's a hard money loan to acquire the property, fix it up, and then sure enough, somebody's going to buy it in a span of 6 months or less, right? And you pay the little high interest on in the meantime, with the satisfaction that the hard money lender is going to get their money back relatively soon. So are you saying that CBR probably got a hard money loan from Wells Fargo? Obviously not a crazy rate, but you know what I'm trying to say. That's a very interesting conclusion, sir. Is it too late to get into MMEX? I wouldn't get in until I see some red in this. If you're not in MMEX now, until you get a red day, I wouldn't jump into this. You got to remember, MMEX is probably a pump. And I'm going to admit that here. Because if you guys remember, we were laughing about this stock 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we were laughing about this stock. Wasn't this the same stock that came out and said they were going to build a $400 million refinery? You remember that? And we laughed at them. And they're like, oh, because they only had like $3,000 in cash. 772, you're on the air. What's up?
What's happening, Sal? What's happening?
Hey, Treasure Hunter. It's been a minute, man.
Yeah, man. I just sitting back, hanging low, checking the show out.
Okay.
Yeah, man. It's killing me hearing, the boy Anthony sitting in that one stock. When I hear, I learned from you, I had to learn the hard way about the reverse stock split. When you hear reverse stock split, you're right. Run. Yeah. Somehow the market don't like hearing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
And they hear reverse stock split, bro, and the stock go down. I would cash out and see what it does, and then maybe re-enter,
Right.
Because reverse stock splits, like you said, you're going to have little shares, and it ain't going to work shit. It's just going to keep going down until eventually, it settles in that one little number,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
So, Treasure Hunter, man, talk to me. What you been looking at, man?
Oh, shit, yeah. I've been day trading my ass off, bro. Let me see. I'm in some stocks right now. Actually, let me see. ESNC.
ESMC.
No. ESNC.
Oh, ESNC. All right.
Yes.
In sync. All right. All right. So this one, pretty nice day today. Again, this is a good one this went below the 200-day moving average. Now fighting to get back up there. You had a nice day today. Love that. Let me see here. That doji you got yesterday in the stock. 61,000 shares traded. So not a big volume mover. What do you see out of this, or is this pretty much a short-term day trade here?
A little short-term, a little flip. But
okay.
you know me. It said, keep gaining, and I want to stay in. If it goes below what I paid for it, I'm out. I ain't holding the bag, for shit.
Yeah, very spotty buying activity in this one. But I know you kind of like these kind of weird, irregular, kind of plays like this.
Yeah. It excites me to see my account kind of, up and down kind of. Another one is PWE.
All right. This is the Penn West Petroleum. This is the petroleum company Very familiar with this one. This was a stock that, man, you go back like a couple years, they were in the double digits now, struggling to stay above $1. What do you like about this one here? I'm guessing this is a swing for you?
Another little day swing, make a little profit. Another one is URRE.
All right. Now, URRE. Now, out of all the ones you showed us, this is the one I like. Out of all the ones so far you showed us, although I do like that PWE if oil starts to really turn around. But URRE, I do like this one here. Just looking at the chart alone, looks like you've had a couple. Let me see here. Today was a very nice day for the stock, before lunch anyway. Where are you at? Let me see here. Let me get out of this. Let's see where you at on the daily chart. All right, so yeah, actually on the daily, you've got a lot of support at these levels. Bands are tightening. Okay. Right.
And another one. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I love the way it's using that 200-day moving average as the support line here on the daily chart. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. And what's your next stock?
I bought on a dip was CBLI.
CB.
You know what I mean? I love them dip too. Get it for the low and watch it climb kind of.
Okay. CBLI, Cleveland Biolabs. Don't know anything about this one. This one looks like this is one too. It looks like last week and a half has been struggling to break its 20-day moving average here. So this one going bearish right now. What do you like about this?
Just the dip, baby.
Okay, all right. So you're
but then again, if it goes, I might sell out on morning. Was it opening or whatever?
Yeah,
let's see what it does. See some of these stocks I buy like in the red, and it'd be like in the open, it'd be like, damn, what? Shit's already in the green. You know what I'm saying? And it'd be like stock. And
yeah, man, I see. Yeah, I see what you're doing here. I mean, this was it broke the bands here, and that's a buy right here. I mean, for the fact that it broke the bands there on the 21st, 10 days ago. And yeah, if you would have bought this at the low, 146, 145, you're at 160 now. That would have a very nice return. So that definitely was a technical buy signal there. And
you know how we do it. We mess around. Yeah, we try all kind of different little flip flops. But like a lot of times, I mean, like people do a lot of reading to see what a company do. I mean, I lost a lot of bugs on several stocks because I tried to do something that I usually don't do. Read the technicals and all this and that, and I crap my ass off.
Yeah.
So I said, man, I'm just do something plain and simple. Just read the charts and just throw a little cash in and boom, boom. But like you said, for the new traders, man, just watch your South show, and you'll find your little technique. What's better for you in trading style,
There it is, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, Treasure Hunter.
Anytime, man. Keep up the good job, Sal.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. So Treasure Hunter, who I haven't heard from in a while. So good to see that he's still watching the show. We've had a lot of new people, a lot of old people. Some people just kind of disappear after losing one trade. It is what it is. That's kind of life sometimes. ENZN, I saw somebody bring this up in the chat room a lot earlier on ENZN. Don't know much about this one, but I love that sell-off there. And I love how it's well below now on this daily chart. I got to figure out what's going on with the company. Looks like it's a biotech play. Biotech that may have kind of failed, probably a drug or gotten something wrong here recently. I see here you had a gap down back in December, and right now it's selling off like crazy. Love to catch that bottom. So this is one I'll watch. ENZN. I don't mind catching a falling knife. You can earn, a good 7, 8, 9, 10 cents on a stock like this once you can catch it at the bottom. ENZN, nice play. Yeah, great call. Definitely Sinclair. A lot of good tickers he brought up. The most one I liked is that URRE play. Oh no, this is U.S. Rare Earths, which I don't follow. URRE. Yeah, he brought up URRE. Probably out of all his plays that he talked about, I like this one a lot. Band super tight on this. This looks like it's about to do something. You're still relatively low on the RSI, like you're sitting right at 50. All right, got a lot of support here. You're just above support. Tight on the bands, looking to make a big move here. Decent volume today too. 1.9 million shares traded today. 5% gain. So looks like it's running on some technical things right now. Yeah. Looking to see what happens on that one. JPEX. Let me see here. JPEX. JPEX at 0020. Yeah, I don't know anything about this one. Waste Management Company, Disposal Recyclable Services. JPEX. Yeah, looks like not much going on here, man. Parker Mills, you said you're in JPEX at 0020? All right, very spotty. Looks like it's been promoted before, so you can see here it's got some one-day moves here where you had that huge move in the morning, and then all of a sudden it all came crashing down. So it looks like there was a one-day promo in the past. Here's just a basic 10-minute chart, and over the last five to 7 days, and very spotty buying in this in JPEX, down 23% today. You know, is this the low? You know, looks like it has been recently. Looks like you could get it as far back. Yeah, looks like this might be the low, man. So Parker Mills, you might have something here at 0020. But again, I don't know how soon you're going to get some money out of this. I don't know how soon you're going to get some money out of this. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. AMD go long. I had guys told you that retest of 14. AMD go long. I'm still a believer in AMD. If you guys remember, we talked about AMD as it made its climb to $10 a share, and it's gone now beyond. We watched it from about, what was that? From about 6.50 all the way to 10, and then we watched it make 11 and 12. And every time it kind of gets to that round number, there's a little bit of hesitation. And AMD. So AMD, sure enough, now looking like it's getting back to its winning levels again. You know, probably won't see it get to where NVIDIA is. That'd probably be a dream. But we'll see what happens. All right. You can say, somebody saying, what I like about Charles Schwab, 24-hour customer service. The platform is great. You've got an OTC screener that works beautifully after OTC Markets. They got rid of their own screener. I mean, they got rid of the one that was really good. Charles Schwab, I like them. The platform is clean. You know, it's a decent look. 495 trades. No DTC, bans or anything like that, or chill list denials that you might get with TD Ameritrade or Scottrade. Yeah, AMD's got the new CPUs coming out on April 11th. Absolutely. Absolutely. Tim Smith, you said, what do I think about American Green, ERBB? Here's the thing about ERBB. I've talked about this multiple times. I'm still trying to figure out if they actually got those cannabis or CBD, what was that, machines? Because if you remember, they were going to put the little CBD stuff in the machines to actually have them in places like malls and stores and stuff like that? Did they even ever do it? I can't get any confirmation on that. I don't know if they ever did it. Go ahead and press like on this video if you can right now. Press like on this video if you can right now. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. ORRV, appreciate that money. Stay woke. ORRV. Okay, ORRV. Oceanic. Now, this is a stock that I haven't been able to, again, get any clarity on what exactly they do. What exactly they do, because if you remember, they changed their name. Their name now is like McCuster Holding Company or whatever. And I remember talking shit about this company on Twitter, and there's this one fake-ass Twitter account using a brother's face that will come after you if you start talking shit about this stock. It's the same account with this brother's face on it, and I don't believe that's really him. Some kind of troll account. If you start talking shit about the company, it comes after you. You know, just talk shit back or whatever. But I don't know exactly what they do. All right, because again, the name says Oceanic Research and Recovery, but then it's really now called McCuster Holding Corp, which is a company that which they state here is the leading national provider of help desk and warranty insurance administration services for a wide variety of industries. So they got to get the name together. They got to get the name. I see they did the recent merger here a month ago, but they still trading under the ticker ORRV. So they got to get that changed ASAP. They got to get that changed ASAP. All right. But I personally still think the company's a piece of shit. You know. MJNA. Let's see here. Let's see what's going on. MJNA. MJNA recovering from, you know, that March pullback. That's what MJNA is doing. All right. That's what MJNA is doing. But, you know, 1% gain. MJNA is not the fastest growing stock in the world. You know, cannabis right now, you know, we got April 20th coming up, but I thought maybe some of these MJ plays will really start heating up a little bit more aggressively. Are we still really that far away from 420? I mean, I thought maybe marijuana would start heating up right now. You know? All right, man. Got to get you out of here, bro. Got to get you out of here. When you start getting to the personal insults, bro, I don't even know where you're from, bro. But I'm going to get you out of here, dude. Take care, man. Take care, dude. Got to get you out of here, man. Yeah, I'm getting him out. I got him out of here. You're blocked, bro. All right? When we start getting into personal insults in the chat room, getting people off the topic of making some money and all that stuff, you're out of here, bro. You're out of here. All right? Go troll somewhere else. At 0007 CCTL, 40% gain. 40% gain, CCTL. CCTL Coin Citadel. This is a Bitcoin stock. CCTL, if you guys remember, it was running a couple weeks ago. Here it is right here in March. If you guys remember, it was running with that other stock, BTCS or BT, I think it was BTS, yeah, BT or BTCS or something like that. Hold on. BTCS. BTCS, which actually did really good today. Ooh, look at that. BTCS, another Bitcoin stock. BTCS. And do we still have that Mike Tyson Bitcoin, which I believe was CNBX? If I'm right. No, I think CNBX. Here's another MJ play. I forgot what's the ticker for that Mike Tyson Bitcoin stock. 818, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's up? It's Mike.
Hey, what's up, man?
Ain't no much, man. Hey, I like your show. You're doing a great job, bro.
Appreciate it.
I have a question for this one. ECIGQ.
All right. Go ahead and lower me in the background if you can, man. I'm hearing a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
All right. So, Electronic Cigarette International Group. Is this kind of like one of those kind of vapor companies where they sell like a vapor product?
Yeah, exactly. Because you were mentioning about marijuana just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I wanted to run this by you and then see what you think of.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those companies that's in that group of MSig and Vapor and all of them.
Right.
This one is currently bankrupt, though.
Yeah.
I mean, with that being said, I mean, obviously they will restructure the company. I don't. Let me see here. You're kind of taking a little bit of risk. I mean, an OTC stock that's in bankruptcy below a penny. I've never even seen that. You know, let me see here. ECI, GQ, and I don't even think they had the greatest financials to begin with. Let me just take a quick. So I'm just curious, what is there even to
buy, right? I mean, I haven't bought it or anything. I don't have any positions on it.
Yeah.
I just was researching and I don't know. I mean, it's regulated, like really strictly. So I don't feel it's a good buy, but I don't know. They might restructure.
I mean, you've got multiple day support in March at these prices. I think you might be able to get in a little cheaper. My only thing is with bankruptcy, man. I don't. You know, again, you always run the risk of your shares getting deleted. And reissued and being canceled, just canceled outright. So that's the only risk. I mean, that's, if you buy an OTCQ stock. So I think you can get in a little bit cheaper than this. So I would probably hold out a little bit. Find out a little bit more about the bankruptcy. What stage are they in? Where are they at in the process? Is more bad news to come. I mean, but I think you can be able to get in a little bit cheaper. This is a lottery play, if you jump in.
Yeah. And for some reason, MKAU. I know you went over this one before with a couple of folks.
Yeah, man. MKAU. I mean, the stock went live the other day. We haven't gotten any indication from the company how many people actually signed up on the day the company went live. But they finally did go live. I believe that was Monday. So
March 27th.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been able to speak with anybody who's actually gone ahead and made the purchase on it.
I actually bought some a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, I bought some when it was at 1 cent.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, you're sitting nice in it. Now, have you actually subscribed to the product or no?
No.
Okay.
I've been trying to do that, but I've been hard in that. And that's something I was going to ask you. So, you know how you mentioned some companies are shady and they're just not real companies.
Uh-huh.
Is that kind of an indication that once you try to find something out more about a company, you are successful? Is it like just like a scam waiting to happen, or even investing a couple of $100 into it? Like, is it even worth it? See this dip?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that could just be something that you might be having an issue with signing up, but I haven't heard any indication that people can't sign up for the service yet. I probably would have heard that by now.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll I mean, time will tell. But so far, this last couple of days, it looks like people like what's going on in the stock so far since Monday.
Yeah. No. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's pretty much true. I mean, I bought like $150 worth of shares. So
okay.
At 1 cent. So I mean, I'm just gonna hold off for a bit.
All right.
And see what happens.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
All right. So somebody said MKAU is a hustle. SC Trucker, you believe that? Oh, Money Stay Woke. MKAU is trash. All right. So we got some people pump and dump. MKAU pump and dump. Good night, Woody Wright. All right. Yeah, scam. Oh, of course, Stockefeller. Yeah, scams run too. You know, I've said it here on the show. You know, MMEX. You know, I have no doubt in my mind MEX is a complete scam. I have no doubt in my mind MMEX, again, a stock that's, you know, had a beautiful run. Beautiful run. And we just showed you 27,900%. 27,900%. All right, let's go to let's zoom here on the daily chart. There it is. From March 1st, 27,900% since March 1st is a complete scam. Absolutely. But it's going to continue to run. Not much longer though. Not much longer. You know, this company doesn't have anything, you know, in terms of operations or whatnot. It's running completely on hype. Running completely on hype. But I mean, look at the money, man. You know, got people fooling. You know, as I said earlier to start the show, a $500, or actually no, just not even 20 minutes ago, a $500 investment would be worth $139,000, man. Now, we said you probably wouldn't wait till it got to 139,000. You probably saw a G and would have ran with that. And nobody in this chat room would blame you. But yes, a $500 investment on March 1st is now worth over $139,000. Scams are the hardest, right? BTCS is the Mike Tyson company? Or BTSC. Okay, BTSC. Bitcoin Services. All right. Bitcoin Services, BTSC. Yeah, I see somebody said the Mike Tyson Bitcoin went broke or something like that. Yeah, man. I mean, look at the chart. MMEX. I'm not lying. Look at the chart, man. Again, I don't want to beat it by a dead horse, but on March 1st, it was, somebody said 0002. So it went from 0002 to 0.028. That's right. That's right. You know, I don't want to do the math all over again, but that's right. Yeah, man. You know, you got people in here who think you can't make no money trading penny stocks, man. What's going on, Michael 91, SGMO? Sangamo Therapeutics up 10% on 1 million, almost 100%. On the volume, looks like you broke a 6-month support level, or a 6-month resistance level in SGMO. Not the cheapest stock in the world, trading at $5.20. So, you know, if you're looking to make some money on it, you're gonna have to go a little heavy. All right, you're gonna have to go a little heavy. SGMO, not bad, man. It looks like it's trying to fill that gap. Yeah, this was a gap down back in August of 2016. Trying to fill that gap now. Trying to fill that gap from August. And it's been doing a very good job of that. Look at this beautiful chart setup here, the higher lows here. Look at that, man. That's beautiful. You could just go ahead and put a line right through that. You had earnings. What was earnings? Okay. Weren't even that great. But beautiful higher lows here. I mean, this is using the 20-day moving average on the daily chart. Not bad. Now you finally crossed the 200 as the 200 kind of came down, adjusting to these lower prices. All right. XF talking about ELED. All right, at 0037 for 4% ELED. 7 million shares traded. 7 million shares traded. ELED is calling Lighting equipment and consumer. Okay, lighting equipment. So do they make LED lights? Is my guessing. They're in the LED lighting business. Again, probably we don't really care what the underlying business is. So far, it looks like, you've had a pretty good mid-March. A lot of hesitation now developing in the stock. Here's the 20-day moving average, which it's hugging now these last several days. 4% gain today alone. I'd like to see what this does, because it looks like it's now starting to consolidate here. These bands will start coming together here, so you might actually start flagging here. That might be a good thing to see. So I'd actually write that down, ELED at 0037. Watch that. Do some research on it. 7 million shares traded on. I'm curious as to know how many trades were there here. Let me pull out my equity feed. And let's do a little bit of research here real quick. ELED. And I'm just kind of curious as to, all right, where the stock is. Actually, I can't even. ELED. All right, so yeah, a lot of hesitation here on the level 2s, man, and on the time and sales sheets. A lot of hesitation here, but I can't pull up the number of trades today for whatever reason. All right. QTM, Patrick. All right, what's going on with all this crazy talk in the chat room, man? Yeah, Alex Montez, I love scams too. I love scams too. QTM, let me see here. Tyson Batch, you saying peoples? What do you mean? Let me see here. What's QTM? And in a moment, we're going to switch and go into some real estate. I want you people who know something about real estate to call up, man. I want to just go through some properties, and you tell me different ways you can acquire the properties, man. I want to know how to acquire a property with no money down. All right. I want somebody to tell me how to acquire a property with no money down. I want somebody to tell me how to acquire a property with horrible credit. Tell me how to acquire a property with great credit. So we'll go over the traditional way to buy a house. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that. QTM up 1%. QTM, not much going on right now, although it looks like it's been a good buy and hold for somebody. But over the course of this month, QTM hasn't necessarily been the greatest stock in the world. As you can see here, this is the 20-day moving average, and it's underperformed it. As you can see here on the daily chart, when it was on these lower end of the bands, this is probably your buy signal right there on the 27th. So if you're considering QTM, you're probably a little late, but it's nothing wrong with buying on the low end of the band too, by the way, man. There's a good book by the guy John Bollinger. It's called Bollinger on Bollinger Bands, and he talks about how, these are great opportunities for you to buy at the lower end of the Bollinger Band when you have a confirmation. So one candlestick confirmation of the canceling of the bearish momentum. So this could have been an entry for you. Obviously, it canceled out. So it's not perfect. It's not perfect because, as you can see here, it violated the lower end of the band. That's a buy signal. So you got some people jumping in, but it wasn't confirmed over the course of the very next day. So not the most perfect signal, but sometimes it works, as you see here. All right, let me zoom in a little bit closer. Here violated the band. You had some bullish momentum since then. From the low end of the band to the top. All right, but as you can see, it's not a perfect signal here as it broke the band All right, bottom feeders jumped in based on this technical sign, but they didn't get the confirmation they need over the next couple days. All right. You said you had 10 contracts on TSLA today? Yeah, I don't buy Tesla. I don't buy Tesla options, but I do know that they are money makers. All right, I do know that they're money makers. I mean, Tesla right now is a hot one to play right now. That guy's got his feet in everything. He's got his feet in everything. ICLD or USRM for Monday. Let's talk money making. Yeah, man. If I had to choose, I'll go with USRM. I think the momentum is still there. ICLD, I think you're still a little young on it, man. It had a really, really great, what was that, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago now. You're still a little young there. Still trying to bleed those sellers out, man. It's still trying to bleed that late money out. Here's ICLD. All right. Here was that run from, what was that, the 9th until the 14th. So I think you're still bleeding those people out, man. You're still bleeding those people out. All right. 404, you on the air. What's up?
Yeah, I can help you with any property information that you need.
Cool. Now, who am I speaking with?
This is Ray.
Okay, Ray. All right, let's go ahead and get that started. Let's go ahead and get that part of the show started then.
Go ahead.
With that being said, let's jump into it. Let me go ahead and bring that up. Let me see here. All right, so I was just going by and I saw that Houston, Texas is a really good real estate market because you got your high end, you've got great jobs for tenants, but you also can go and find like war zone properties, right? I mean, these tore up war zone properties, and I'm looking at some of them, and I'm curious, like something like a war zone property, what makes it valuable to even want to buy a property like this? I'm just kind of curious to an investor.
Well, I mean, you have to look at it different ways. I mean, it depends on, if you're going to buy and hold. Mm-hmm. You want to look at comps in the area. Good way to do that is through Zillow or Trulia or Redfin. Mm-hmm. You don't have to contact a realtor because you're basically doing the same, homework that a realtor would do. Mm-hmm. So you could probably get that information out there. And these sites have gotten so much better over the last couple of years than they have in the past. Mm-hmm. So they're real accurate. I don't know if that answers your question, but
No. It's definitely a start. Now, when it comes to some of these homes, because the thing about I've been reading about quote unquote war zone properties is that many times mm-hmm. they still go out and rent for what's going on here? They still go out and rent for what most of you can get on regular what's the word for it? They still traditionally rent for what a decent property rent for. So for example, you get them really dirt cheap, but you can still rent them out for the going rent for the area, which is like 600, 700, wherever that area is. Is that the case?
Sal, if you're going to do that, I mean, you got to. My motto is if I have to go collect rent with a handgun, it's not for me. But I mean, if you're gonna, if you're gonna go buy in war zone areas, then you got to run your numbers in such a way where you're gonna have a property manager do the rent collecting.
So tell me, what do you think is a preferred? So for a first time investor, what do you think is a preferred play? Like what price level or what kind of property would you look for as a preferred property?
I mean, a rule of thumb would be a 1%. So if you're looking in a war zone area, I don't know, Houston's market, mm-hmm. But Houston's market, I mean, let's just say if you're looking for a dumpy property, maybe $50,000 or something, then you should yield at least a $500 rent. Okay. When you're making your offers.
Okay.
But there's all kinds of ways that you can structure offers, with no money down.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on, what the seller needs, because, there's houses out there that you can buy now. We're buying houses left and right here in my market in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
But, there's houses out there you can buy, at full retail and make money, because there's there's a huge need now for tenants. Tenants are loving houses that are pretty, that don't need any work.
Right.
But you can make huge cash flows on war zone areas. The question is, there's an ass for every chair, right?
Yeah,
but you have to.
No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense what you're saying. Now, when it comes to Atlanta, what area is your preferred part of the city? Just curious.
I work mostly in Fulton County area,
okay.
But north of Atlanta is where all the growth is, and south of Atlanta too. Because you got the you got all these movie guys coming into Atlanta because of the tax breaks, so they're all looking for housing and stuff. And then it's a huge market down here. It's got 5-6 million people.
Mm-hmm.
So people need housing, and they're but it's scary now because they're building so much now. It kind of reminds me of the time back in 2007, 2008 when the market crashed.
Mm-hmm.
Because last man standing. That's what's going on. They're building so much so quickly, and they're sticking signs out there for several $100,000 for townhouses.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't believe that they're filling them. They're buying and getting them completed, and then they're filling them pretty quickly. But
sure.
I don't know.
Okay.
Things could change, because we're in a bubble right now, I think.
Okay. Oh, wow. So you actually think that prices right now are actually too high?
Too high. Interest rates have to go up, Sal. So, as interest rates go up, what's going to happen, I think, is people are not going to be able to buy as much as they could in the past.
Okay.
So that's going to create, a stagnant market. Real estate can't, people can't afford, let's just say, in any eco class, a $100,000 guy that's looking for a first time home, might not be able to afford more than 100. But if interest rates go up to, 5, 6, 7% like they did several years ago, it's going to create more. It's going to create less opportunity for them to buy. So it's not going to be able. They're not going to be able to buy. Because the mortgage is going to be too high for them. Such as like even $1 million home. Someone won't be able to do $1 million. They'll be able to do 700 or something.
Now, when it comes to the price of the home, or actually say to the ownership, what is your preferred as an investor? Do you prefer a house that has a current owner who owns it outright, maybe somebody with a note? Do you prefer foreclosures? What would you say for the person who's starting out? What preferred buyer or seller would they be looking for?
Yeah, sure. The easiest way to buy homes right now is directly from sellers that are motivated, and motivation come from different things. Job relocation, divorce, probate. We're doing a lot of deals through probate. The problem is not that many people are dying. So, but there's anywhere where there's a motivation, it creates huge opportunity to buy property. We just picked up a property last week where someone passed away, and all they wanted was, they wanted a fair price, and in their eyes, a fair price was X, and we were able to give that to them. But if for somebody that's totally broke, that is looking to buy a house, a great way to buy. We just closed on a home today, for instance, where the seller literally all they wanted was debt relief. So we took over the mortgage, which is called subject to.
Okay.
Yeah, and we just we closed with our attorney, and we got into the property with literally no money down. For the balance of the debt, and picked up $28,000 in equity.
Wow!
And,
now
and
when
that's how
this
you can buy your first house.
I'm curious because when this happens, right, and you get into these properties, no money down, and then the house already's got equity built in. Do these people not do these people just not know about this equity that's in the property, or are they just in situations where they just want out?
They want out. You can't read somebody why they're selling. You know, I mean, you know, they just want peace of mind, so they're willing to trade equity for peace of mind. They just want to be done. You know, they need to get on with whatever they're doing. In this case, the couple had split up, and the woman moved down to, you know, Florida. So, you know, they couldn't no longer afford the property. So they wanted out. They didn't, you know, I mean, to sell it with a realtor, you know, I mean, because that's the option. Sure. Let's just say you do have equity and you call a realtor. A realtor wants a home in perfect shape most of the time.
Sure.
And a realtor lists homes, you know, we buy them. So there's a huge difference. I mean, they have to have them, you know, inspected, I mean, put on MLS, and then it takes, you know, a certain amount of time to sell the property. And these people, you know, we offer a quick solution.
Sure.
We give them a few bucks. I mean, you know, in this case, we paid closing costs. That was it.
Wow.
Matter of fact, you know, we got the seller to pay for the next 2 months' mortgage payments. Woo! So, I mean, yeah.
That's hilarious.
It's crazy. I mean, but, yeah, you know, but at the end of the day, you know, pick up a no money down deal.
Yeah.
Pick up equity, but equity doesn't pay bills. You know, it happens over time.
Okay.
But you can buy easily. You can buy several of these a year, and then, as you know, that's how you build up your rental portfolio.
Sure, sure. Now, when you acquire these properties, obviously, I'm guessing they're not all in the best of condition. What have you typically accepted as an amount that you're willing to go into a property and put in to get it to rental shape?
Well, see, I mean, we buy properties, if they're total dumps, you know, we can easily tie up that property, easily. I mean, we've tied up properties for as little as $10, okay, and then we can put ads out, handyman specials, work for equity programs, and we find people that have cash, and we use their cash to acquire the property before our contract has to be executed. And, you know, you just wedge yourself in either an assignment fee or you buy the property and then you know, assign it or sell it with owner financing to that person that has the ability and the skills to fix up the property. Because the toughest way to make money in real estate is to rehab a property.
Okay.
You know, I mean, let those guys go to Home Depot and Lowe's and, you know, overspend on a property.
Sure.
You know, I mean, you know, I like buying homes where carpet and paint, cosmetic stuff, you know, all you know, needs to be done. Anytime the house needs a ton of work, you know, sure, you can lock up the property, you know, build out some kind of spreadsheet of what you think the house needs and try to find that rehabber that is going to give you, you know, 5, 10, 15 grand on an assignment and just sell it to them.
Sure.
Because you could get suckered into a house and spend a lot, you know, months fixing it and be over budget. And I mean, there's so many easier ways to make money in real estate than that.
Wow. Now, I got a question from a listener here. What is the best way to find motivated sellers?
The best way to find them, right, it used to be postcards and letters, but we've had so much success, you know, running ads on Facebook. It's huge, but we you know, we bring them to a single squeeze page, and we get that information. So you take like your postcard or letter and you literally stick the ad, and you know, that's literally hours I could talk about that, but it's you know, you get those people to click that and you send them into a squeeze page, and you easily get, you know, several leads a day that way. Now you have to sift and sort, and you have to know how to construct you have to learn how to speak to the sellers, you know, and solve their problem. If you can solve their problem, then you'll be able to lock up the property for, you know, tens of thousands. So, you know, over time.
All right. Now,
I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that does. No, I mean, the idea of using Facebook to find motivated sellers, that's completely new to me, you know, because I think sometimes when you go on Facebook, you see so many of these guys who want to sell your real estate course. So the idea of now being able to find people who are saying, hey, are you looking to sell your home? I'm, you know, happy to allow you to do it. Now, I'm guessing, though, you've had uncovered situations where you can't help the person or you guys can't come to a deal. Have you ever came across a motivated seller who's looking or who's who's just not willing to make a deal or just looking to sell at retail?
Yeah, and that's, it's a good question. I mean, we come across that. You got to understand the deals I'm talking about, 98% of those deals out there they want full retail for their house. It's the 2 or 3% that I'm putting deals together. But listen, guys, you don't need to be wealthy. I'm sorry, you don't need to do many deals to become very wealthy at this business. I mean, we do a couple dozen deals a year, and we make several $100,000 a year. I mean, it's not that difficult. I mean, to do that, and long term, you're buying and holding, so you create huge equities over time. But to answer your question, I mean, when you come across a deal that's full retail, let's just say the house is $200,000, they want $200,000, and they're not willing to. I'm sorry, if they want what they want for their property and you can't work a deal, they want full retail for the property.
Okay.
Then what I do is I have 2 realtors that we work with directly that we'll give the lead to, and if they make a sale, then they'll hit us back with a small commission.
Oh wow!
But
great.
You got to be careful too, because you have to be a realtor to receive a realtor's commission. But my partner's a realtor, and we're able to do that. But but that's how you do it. So you're maximizing every single appointment, basically.
Okay.
Because it's easy to sell the seller on saying, look, you want full retail. I can't help you. Your numbers don't they don't work for us. However, we can get your home sold for full retail. We can put it up on MLS. We can have some open houses, and we sign them up. We do a listing agreement with them, and the house hopefully will sell. If not, then they'll come back to planet Earth and they'll renegotiate on a better price.
Sure.
To sell their property, because it usually comes down to math.
Right. Now, I'm guessing when it comes to when you acquire these properties, some of them may have back taxes or unpaid water bills. Are you willing? I mean, are those things you deal with? They kind of come with the territory?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can buy property, with liens in place. So I mean, and we have, many times. So I mean, if there's a lien there, we'll buy the property subject to those liens.
Okay.
So you can buy a property like that. A lot of people don't think you can, but you can. You just have to fully disclose what you're doing. But in some situations, in Georgia, I mean, water is a big issue. I mean, if there's a lien on the water, you can't close until that gets paid unless you're going to buy it with the water lien.
Okay.
In writing. But you just, you negotiate those things out. Now, water, they're not going to negotiate, but if you can, there's mechanic liens on property, those are easily negotiated. Even IRS, I mean, we would negotiate an IRS lien, almost like, 40-something percent or something like that, 42%. I can't remember, but it was negotiated down and we just paid him cash.
Oh, wow.
At the end of the day, you just write down all the liens and you try to give haircuts as much as you can to make the deal work for you.
Okay. All right. So now you got a lot of people in my chat room excited here. Now, when it comes to being able to get started, they want to get started. They want to go out there. They want to, put a house under contract. What's the fastest way to do that? I mean, where do you get the documentation, the forms and all that stuff in order for them to go out there? Because from what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like wholesaling, which I know a little bit about, but is that the fastest way to get out there and get a property?
Wholesaling is one way, but I will tell you, we hotel, okay? We like to wholesale retail, okay? So I mean, wholesaling is, I prefer not to do wholesaling. I like to buy up, I'd like to tie up a property. Let's just say you're totally broke.
Okay.
I mean, so many different ways, even with options with stocks. I mean, you can buy options. I did an option a few years ago where, we had a house on Lake, on the Chattahoochee River, where we tied it up. I mean, literally they, was given to an heir. They wanted $850,000 for the property. We wind up getting an option because we didn't have $850,000 cash, but we wound up negotiating him down to $785 for the property. okay, all cash. We tied up the property on an option, and we used our buyers list and our marketing, and we wound up finding someone to give us 8.25, I think it was 8.30 something.
Wow.
So we wound up netting a nice little profit on that one. For literally, it was $100 option.
Wow.
So I mean, so if you're totally broke, you can do options all day long in real estate, and literally the $100 didn't even go to the seller. It went to the attorney, and our attorney doesn't even ask for it, until the deal consummates. But but to do a wholesale deal, what we do typically is we'll tie up those deals. It could be a $50,000 total war zone piece of crap all the way up to $1 million home. If the numbers work, we'll tie it up. We'll try to do a 45 or 60-day close, and then we'll throw it up on MLS during that period while we're doing our inspections and stuff, and we'll find buyers. I mean, right now the market is unbelievable. Obviously, I mean, it's a seller's market, so. All we're looking for is motivation in the seller. We can get that property under contract and then try to, retail that property for full retail. So it's like before we have to actually close with the seller, we'll use the buyer's money to close with the seller. It's basically either an assignment, or you can do what's called transactional funding, where you can get funding for one day. Right. And you can do that if you have totally horrible credit.
Wow.
All they care about is the property and not your credit. So,
okay.
But you can't teach this in minutes on the phone.
Right, obviously, I understand.
I've been doing this for 15 years.
Right. I so appreciate you answering this question. Let me ask one more from you. And again, I'm so grateful that all the information you put out already. With that being said, though, like how soon, okay, you've tied up the property. How soon is that individual expecting you to come back to them with a check, alleviating them of this issue? Obviously, if you haven't given them any money, they're expecting some money soon. How soon do you typically you get it all, wrapped up for them?
Well, see, and that's a good question. I mean, because not all deals close. I mean, we have a pretty extensive buyer's list. Mm-hmm. So if we tie up a deal with the seller and we put it out there to the market and we don't get a good response, and the seller's thinking, God, I want my money, and the deal is just too tight, doesn't make sense. We're showing the property because within our contract we have the ability to have our business partner, our funding partner, our contractor, and these could be all people that are interested in buying the property, in and out of the property. So I mean, what happens is we learn a lot about that property. We learn all the benefit, all the pros and all the cons. Mm-hmm. So if we're not getting hits on our price that we want to sell the property for, to them if we buy it from our seller, then we have to renegotiate, and that happens a lot. So we go back to the seller, we renegotiate, we show all the negatives, with the property and why we can't pay that much, and whether it's us buying it or someone else. I mean, that's what's going to happen. They have to come back down to earth and renegotiate a little bit. And then we're able to go back to that particular buyer and sell them or assign our contract to them. And you can do that, being totally broke. I mean, literally, with no money. But you have to be able to understand how, all that works. But it's easy to do. I mean, for us, but you got to get the education. Obviously, that's what you guys do on this show, is to educate.
Wow. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Who am I speaking to one more time?
My name is Ray.
Ray. Okay, Ray. Thank you so much for the call, man. I really appreciate you calling and giving us all this information.
Yeah, not a problem. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ray, 404 from Atlanta. Thank you so much. I mean, we to have this on this call again. I want to talk to you, real estate investors, and again, he's right. I mean, we can't, I can't extract 15 years of experience from him. I tried to do as much as that as I could, but I could have kept him on the line forever. But I know he's probably got family and things to get to and listening to the show. So I want to get to some other people. If you guys if you're a real estate investor, I saw Cute Tech. You said you got some properties. Give me a call. I want to know how you acquired your properties. All right. So investors only, please. Let me get these investors on here to teach us how to get some properties. Okay. All right. Who am I speaking with?
Yo, what's up? What's up, Sal?
Sinclair, what's up, man?
You, man, you.
Oh,
it's all about you, baby.
Thank
What's
you,
going
man.
on?
Appreciate the call. Now, Sinclair, I do remember telling me that you're in real estate.
Absolutely.
So, if I can ask, what area, are you? What city are you calling from?
Ohio.
Now, what city in Ohio?
Yeah. We right now we're in Akron.
Akron. Okay. I just want to kind of pull up some properties out there.
LeBron James. Yep. Right where LeBron James was born at.
All right.
James Harrison from the Pittsburgh Steelers went to school with him.
Damn.
The home of Akron, Ohio. Yep. So just so anybody want to do their research, James Harrison, Pittsburgh Steelers, and LeBron James both came out of Akron, Ohio.
There it is, man.
So if you want to pull them comps or whatever, you can see exactly what I'm talking about as far as the area over here. But we still deal like in Cleveland and, things like Youngstown and things like that. But Akron is the home.
Okay. Now tell me a little bit, Sinclair. Obviously, how's the real estate market right now in your area? Because it looks like you guys got a lot of nice-looking properties out there, relatively cheap. I got this on the screen right here. 3-bedroom, 1 bath, 1,400 square feet, $52,000 cash. Now, Sinclair, I want to know from you, when you buy homes, are you looking to get from motivated sellers? Do you deal with banks? How do you acquire your properties if you're looking to get some?
Who's ever sweating the most? And the way that we do it is like if I'm buying a property to hold, I got to have all my money back within 3 years. So even that house that you just said right there, that's the three, because I'm on my phone, so I can't see what you're pulling up.
Sure. I got it. No problem.
But I could give you some addresses of some properties that we own, and I could give you an example because, see, this is what I do. If I see a property and if my rent don't come in, and if I'm not in the green within 3 years, I don't touch it. I don't care about anything else. It's all about cash flow with me. So, like, I'll give you an example. When I go out there and I'm on the field, I'm in the trenches. That's what we call it. I'll see a property that come on the market, and we start at something like a twinplex or a duplex, and I'll say, okay, that's going to generate $1,000 a month after all expenses, after gas. After the water bill, because we usually pay the water, after the taxes, and after the insurance. So in a matter of 3 years, I have to have back all my money. I'll go inside and see how much it costs to fix it up. So it'll be on the market for something like, let's say $27,000. I'm just giving a number out there, $27,000, $24,000. So my job is to tell that realtor. Now that's one thing about me. I'm not loyal to no realtor, because either you hustling or they gonna hustle you. Because at the end of the day, to a realtor, it's all about that commission check. Just because you're a realtor don't make you an investor. That's two different occupations. Give me the check so I can pay this car note. That's how realtors are thinking. So what I do, I help them out by not having no realtor. I go straight to the realtor that has the listing on that property. So now they get paid more than if they got to split their commission, plus pay taxes, plus pay back Howard Hanna or whoever they work for. So I already got an advantage over the person that's not educated that want to be so loyal to a realtor. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying there's really no loyalty in money when you come from where we come from. So I'll cut out the middleman right there. And I'll say, okay, what type of house is it? Now, before I even go and talk to the realtor, I done pulled that property up on the city site, so I know if they're behind on taxes. I'm already going to see how much they're sweating. So by the time I even walk inside that house, I already know what it is. I'm just going to see if that realtor's going to tell me the truth. I already know who owned the property. And if I could get past that realtor to talk straight to the company that owned that property, I'm doing that. So sometimes I'm calling to California to cherry pick a bulk REO of this property that they might have in Akron.
Now,
But
Sinclair,
if they say, oh,
because I
Yes,
remember when my parents when we were selling our first home, and the realtor had got my father to sign a contract that he really couldn't mess with anybody else in the meantime while she was selling that house, because there were some people who came by and wanted to deal directly with him, but unfortunately we had to go through the realtor at that point, which we ended up letting go. So how would you get around that situation? Because most realtors, they put the people they're working with under contract to deal with them.
Okay, now this is what I do. You talking about if you're going to sell a property, how do you get around the realtor locking you up?
Well, no. You said that you go around the realtor. So you got somebody who's selling, but they have a realtor.
Yep.
How are you getting around that realtor to work directly with the seller?
Okay, see what I do, I'll try to get in contact with the owner of the property. Okay? And if you can usually look up people's numbers. Usually, sometimes you can look up people's numbers. Most of the time, I'll look up their number and I'll act stupid. I'll say, yes, I noticed that one of my buddies was driving past the property and I noticed that you had it up for rent. Really, the house is for sale. So I'm acting uneducated. So they're saying, oh no, that house is up for sale, and I'll say, oh my goodness, is it? I'd love to buy your property. Can I come? Oh, you got to talk to the realtor. Well, can I ask you a question, ma'am? Yes, sir. You ask me anything you want. How long is your contract with your realtor? Well, we're only on the market for, actually, it's been like about 3 months. Now, I done already looked on Zillow, Realtor.com to see how long that property's been on the market.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a key thing, too. There's a lot of deals out here, but you got to know how, when you go to Zillow and you go to all that, you got to know what you're looking for. Just like a stock.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you know how to read these. Man, this property been on the market for the past 100 damn days. Mm-hmm. And they done had 2 times that they dropped the price. They sweating, baby. They sweating. You know what I'm saying? So you say, okay, well, how much more longer is your contract with your realtor? Sometimes the realtors give up a 3-month contract to say you got to be, or 6 months. And they might say, well, we got 2 more months. And then you say, well, can I contact you in 60 more days if the property don't sell? Because really, I don't have that much more money, and I inherited a little bit of money, and if I could save $1, it would really help me out. And they say, sure. And I said, well, how did you get my number? Well, I just looked you up because, like I said before, I didn't see the sign outside because my brother told me he'd seen a property that was for sale, but I didn't know, like, if it was for sale by owner. And they're like, oh, okay. So you write that down on your list. After you know that contract is coming up and it's about to be, free on the market, but without a realtor, you call them and say, well, if they don't sell it for you in a matter of such days, do you mind if I put in an offer just with me and you, and the title company could take care of the paperwork?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I do that. As far as, if you got a property to sell, a lot of times Howard Hanna or a realtor say, well, Howard Hanna is not going to allow me to sell my property, to sell no properties if it's not at least a 6-month contract. So they got a lot of realtors in town, because a lot of times I find myself telling the realtors what to do because they don't even know what I know. So I got a property on the market right now. And I told the realtor, I didn't go to Howard Hanna. And they get mad because I'm not loyal, but it's just what it is.
Now, I'm curious, who is Howard Hanna that you're describing?
Howard Hanna is a realty company.
Oh, okay. So it's like Century 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They're their competitors, sir. Yep. So I'll go to they have realtors that are brokers, but they got their own realty company. They just locals.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go to them, and this is the way I sell my properties fast, because at the end of the day, it's all about the money. I'll put a property on the market, and I'll tell them, I'll say, okay, it's only one condition. I want to design this contract. And they're like, sure. They, what do you want me to do? Mm-hmm. I want you to put up these pictures, and I want the contract to say that I could withdraw from this contract whenever I want to. I don't want to be locked down with nobody. My name ain't New Edition. Y'all ain't about to lock me up in no contract. If you can sell the property, but we don't have a contract going day by day. And then they say, they just so happy to get the listing. They're like, sure, let's do it. So I'm in a contract right now. We're in a contract right now, but it's day by day. If I want to text the realtor right now and say I'm done, it's been on the market, I want to take it off, he's got to respect that because the contract says that I'm in contract day by day, not month by month, and not by every 6 months. But what I was saying as far as like the deals, as far as how to get that deal, all you need is a 580 credit score. You get a 580 credit score, and you can go out there and you can buy you a house, but you just got to look in the wording. Sometimes the wording is not going to tell you the whole story. You got to look up these houses on the Summit County. Like if you look in your Summit County, you're going to know how much that person even paid for the house.
Wow.
So see, you got to know how much people pay for the house. If they asked you $90,000 for the house and they didn't had it for 30 years, you know it's paid off.
Right.
Or if they didn't had it for like 20 years, you know it's almost paid off unless they refinanced it. But you got more information going inside the door. So you divide it. You say, okay, if they paid $30,000 for it 10 years ago, they only owe. If it's a 30-year mortgage, they probably only owe 20 more. But they're behind $5,000 in taxes. So they got to pay their realtor. So that's why they stuck at this number right here for the past 5 months, and they can't go down.
Right. Now, what if? Okay, so let me throw a wrench in it because I know some people can go out and get loans on their equity, so they can go out. I don't know what the name for it is, but
refinance.
Okay, yeah, you can refinance, right, and pull some equity out of your home. Now I know a lot of people suggest against doing that, but I know back in the day that was the big thing. Hey, pay off credit cards, pay off all kind of, just get more debt to pay off debt. I mean, which I probably think is probably a stupid thing to do. But do those refinance loans show up on those county records as well?
Depending. Like if it's through a different bank, it might. It probably will. But if it's through the same bank, no.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. It won't. But, at the same time, the object of the game is to have as much information as you possibly can walking in the door. And if you got to look up who owns the house, their first name, last name, know if they're behind on their taxes by like $20,000, then you got to buy. You got more education than the average person walking in looking at the house being entertained by the fireplace. Mm-hmm. You already know they sweat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just like boxing. I know the nigga didn't do his road work. I heard from his trainer. He been slipping. He a champion. Now he out kicking it with the chicks. I'm about to knock his head off, but he ain't gonna see it coming. It's just business, man. Business is business. Nobody ever said it was fair. So you better know who your competitors on the other side of that table, because you'll buy yourself up underwater. That's why whenever I walk inside of a house with my woman or any female, I say, do me a favor. Do not get emotional. Do not say, oh, my God. Don't say nothing. Be quiet. Let me do this. Because I already know how much they paid for it. I know how much they got into it. Mm-hmm. I know how much they realtor want, and I already know they upside. And they want to make $30,000, but I'll give them 10. Because when you trying to sell your stuff, you better believe there's somebody out there just as savvy or more savvy than me that's coming for your head. And another thing, too, when I'm selling a property, I'm never showing my face. Because just because everybody don't want to do business with you for whatever reason. Sure. So what I do, I get with Sandra. She's an older white lady, and I say sell it, because people buy more off of her image than what they do mine. Mm. So I learned that from Damon Dash. Sometimes you can own something, but you ain't got to be the face of it. Mm. So sometimes somebody just did me wrong like about a month ago, but they did me wrong, so they ended up buying a house without a garage, paying $100,000 for it. I said, by them trying to do me wrong, they fucked themselves over. So now they're in handcuffs for the next 30 years, but they didn't want to listen to me because of for whatever reason. So now, really, they thinking they coming up, but really they didn't fell back by 30 years. Welcome to the slave trade again. Because I was going to hook him up. Now I'm just keeping it real, because Sal, when I talk, I'm coming to tell you the truth. I ain't going to bullshit you. I like the what they call them. They call them the when you sell it from somebody. Hey, y'all was just talking about it on the phone. What they call it? When you take somebody's listing and you playing a realtor, but you're not really a realtor. we was talking about it before. I don't even do it because it don't be really working. Okay. But to make a long story short, man, when you take somebody's listing and you trying to sell it to the next man, that next man in this real estate stuff, people don't really want to see you make no money. If they think you're making an extra dollar, you know, you really gotta, you know, if they think you make some money off of them, just the way people work, they don't want to see you make no money. They're going to try to keep talking you down and talking you down and talking you down. Okay. I'm not going to make this real estate shit seem like it's easy because it is not easy. My brother got his master's in college and he lost $30,000. So he ain't dumb by no means, but he lost $30,000 in the real estate game. Now I do buy houses and I fix them up and I flip them. Mm-hmm. But I'll give you an example. I bought a house for $25,000. We put $25,000 into it. We sold it for like about $105,000. But what I did to sell it to, when I put the realtor on the listing, which was Sandra, I said, Sandra, put in the listing that whoever sells it, they get an extra $1,000. So that motivated realtors to say, oh my goodness, this listing right here, if I sell it, I get an extra $1,000. Sure. Because a lot of realtors don't really make that much money. So if you give them incentive to sell your property, that's in the wording, you make an extra $1,000. They really tell their buyers, hey, this is a nice deal. And plus, I hook up my cribs anyway.
Okay. So
you know, you got
Sinclair, walk me through a no money down deal, because those are the ones everybody loves. Obviously, I mean, there's really no such thing, because even the gentleman we just talked about, you got to put down some money, at least even for the paperwork. So the lawyer is always going to get paid no matter, you know, where you are. But put me in a no money down situation. What? Okay, let's say I got a house. It's going for, you know, $58,500. How do I you know, come across that property?
Come across me. That's how you do it. I just told somebody today, because see, today I'm happy because it's around the first of the month and we get paid. The company get paid because everybody paying their rent. This is what I tell all the people that's renting from us. I say, when you're ready to buy a house, let us know. You know we keep our properties up, and you know they nice. And you know every 6 months we give you back $100 on your rent. That's what we do to keep people loyal to us too. Every 6 months we give back $100 on their rent. Mm-hmm. We making 30% a year. We ain't tripping over $100 every 6 months. So they say, cool, we gonna come to you. But I don't have no money. I said, listen, you give me a 500 credit score, I'll walk you inside your first house. You ain't got to put no money into it. So the way that I do that, I introduce them to FHA. So now they only got to come down with 3.5%. Mm-hmm. Then I give them with OFA. They help them with their down payment. It's called OFA, something like that. Mm-hmm. So then, like, if they got to come up with $2,500, I pay it, but I just put it on their back end inside the property. So if I charge them $80,000 for it, I say, now I'm going to give you that. You ain't got to put no money down, but I need to charge you $82,500 for this property.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Easy as cake. But see, you got to build trust with people, because trust is business. So they build trust because they've been renting from us for the past 4, 5, 6 years. So when they finally got their credit right, I said, when you're ready to buy, let me know, because we'll put up all your money for you. What difference does it make? I'll be the bank.
Okay. No, that's a good idea. Obviously, you know, that method requires somebody to have some cash, you know, to start off with. So what would you think is a good amount to have to get into this game? I mean, $20,000, $25,000. Obviously, the more the better. But what is, as a real estate investor, what is like your minimum you should have if you're trying to go out here and do something?
Okay, if you're talking about the war zone, you can have $5,000, but I don't know no house that you could buy for $5,000 that's not going to need $5,000 to $15,000 put into it.
Right.
Now, put $15,000, $10,000 into it, you probably inside of an area that you shouldn't even pay $15,000, $20,000 for. You see how it works? Mm-hmm. Just like in stock, just because it's cheap don't mean it's a good deal. Wow. That's why I'm related to stock, so everybody can get it. Just because it's a penny don't mean it's a good deal, because really that stock that's for $1 is way better. So that's all I'm saying. But the money that you got to have into it, man, I would first of all, I wouldn't even, if I got a 580 credit score and I've been working for 2 years, I would leverage my money by dealing with the bank.
Okay.
I would go out there and get it. I would go out there and use their money to make money. Why would I use my money? You know, unless you got a rich uncle, and everybody got somebody that got some money in their family, so you could call. It's been times back in the day I would call my family, and see, that's what I'm saying. I would call my family and be like, look, hey, my uncle helped me with my credit score. I didn't really have no credit. My uncle, I said, I need to be an authorized user on your credit card.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm keeping it 100 with y'all. Ain't no bullshit. And that's why you ain't gonna hear me stutter. So I called my uncle. He said, what you need, nephew? And I said, I need to be authorized user on your credit card because I know you established. And he said, well, you know, oh, okay, I'll do that. He said, well, just let me know when you get to. I said, no, I don't need no credit card from you. I need you to go to the bank. I'm going to give you all my information, come to mail the credit cards to you. I went to the bank after that when my credit score shot up to a 620. I dealt with Huntington Bank. I found a condo. They wanted like $45,000 for it. I went in there because I knew that you are only as good as what you negotiate. So I said, I'll give you 30 for it. A couple realtors walked away and called me names behind my back, probably called me asshole. That's the first indicator to know that you are probably a good businessman. Because when you're a good businessman, ain't nobody going to be able to rip you off, and they're going to get mad at you because they can't rip you off. So I had a couple realtors walk away, me and my lady. I said, don't worry about it, baby. We're going to get it. And then I found another condo. And I put an offer in. I said $30,000. Mm-hmm. And then I looked at my lady and I said, what did you think when I put that offer in? She said, I said, you crazy. Because the place was a dump, but I work out with people that's in the construction. Okay. Now I don't have none of that. So what I did, she said, you got to come up with like $3,000 more to put it in escrow because there's work that needs to be done to that place, like carpet and everything. That's when they put money in escrow. Your escrow account, just in case you bail, they got money to fix it themselves. It was like $3,000 to $5,000. It was years ago, something like that. I called my buddy Mike Paulstack from the gym. He got laid off of work for a minute, off his construction site for a minute. He said it was perfect timing because they found a little bit of weed in his system. He was kicking it with his buddies, so he was laid off for like about 2 months. I'm just keeping it real.
Right.
I'm keeping it real. So he was like, he said, my father can't see me home laying on the couch, man, so I'll come over and help you. Now, my mom used to rent, so I called on her fix-up man that her landlord used to use. His name is Willie. I said, Willie, my back up against the wall. I don't know shit about how to fix up a house, but I know if you put my back up against the corner, I'm going to come out swinging. He said, I'm going to bring my materials over there, put $30,000 on the house. I went to Home Depot, maxed out my Home Depot card. See, once again, I'm leveraging. I'm not using my money. But when you go to Home Depot, it's interest-free for like a whole year. Mm-hmm. See, that's the mark game. Like when you see these flipping shows sometimes you see them at Home Depot and they pull out their Home Depot card because it's interest-free for a whole year or sometimes two. So I got all my materials, used my resources, resold that property like about a year later for $60,000 and some change. Okay. That's when I was turned up. But I pulled on my resources. You got to pull on your resources. You got to talk to people like your uncles, your great uncles, whoever, people like me, and I ain't going to hesitate your money. Because, shit, sell money in the market, I feel like I owe you. So whatever I can tell you or anybody in the room, that's what it is. So I bought it for $30,000. He fixed up walls, put down ceramic floors. I painted the cabinets, put in Formica countertops that you buy at Home Depot for like a damn $150. Because sometimes it's not about all that expensive stuff. It's all about your color scheme.
Right.
So that's what I did. And then I went on Craigslist because this is when I was on my knuckles. I'm keeping it real. Every real person know about struggle. I went on Craigslist, bought me some used-ass furniture. You know what I'm saying? And we made it pop. And me and my woman made it pop. I've been turned up ever since. A good price to go inside of a property, I don't know if I answered that. I would say have like at least 20,000, but you ain't gotta have that if you go to the bank. All you gotta have is like that down payment, that down payment for the house. All you gotta have is like $3,500 because first time home buyers get like 3.5% plus closing costs. So it could be like $4,000 if you buy a $1,000 house. What's 3% of $50,000?
There it is, man. Thank you so much, Sinclair, man. I appreciate it, man.
I hope I helped out, man.
Oh, no, definitely, man. I appreciate 25 minutes of your time, man. Thank you so much for the call, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right. So thank you, Sinclair, with that, man. I appreciate all of you investors calling up, giving us some of your time. 646, I think that's you, Africa Emporium. If you wanna call back up again. There you are. 646. You're on the air. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, it's Juan Perez.
Hey, Juan Perez.
Morning in my time zone.
Hey, not a problem. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for calling. I'm guessing you have something to contribute to this conversation.
Yeah. So, all right. So, where do I start? I've been trying to get into real estate. I'm getting into real estate. I want to be a real estate investor. I'm an architect.
Okay.
So I'm tired of working for developers where I just can become my own developer, have an edge on it. So, I live in New York City. I live in Queens. I know I've heard you mention that you lived in Harlem, was it?
Yeah, actually, I actually lived in Brooklyn, but I know it's incredibly expensive out there, man. I don't even know how people are even able to afford, a home on a working man's salary. I don't even know if it's possible, in the city.
So I know I'm looking at your video on YouTube right now, and you're pulling up houses that are $59,000. I mean, I wish that existed here in New York. And those houses are beautiful, right? 2-family, 1-family houses. So, so here's my thought on this, right? The way I'm looking at it here in New York City, and I'm very close to purchasing my house. And then you've been asking questions on how do you do it with no money down. There is such thing as doing it with no money down, but in reality, you do have to put some money down, at least something, right?
Sure.
But I'll give you 3 ways that I'm approaching this situation. So, the most affordable way or cheap way, I'll say, is what St. Clair mentioned before, was on FHA loan. FHA loan is provided by through HUD. So what happens there is that for a first-time home buyer, you're allowed to put at least 3.5% down payment. But the problem with that, there's always a catch where you think everything is cheap or damn near free. The catch with it is that with your mortgage comes from insurance, right? You have to pay a mortgage insurance with it, so that adds into your mortgage. So let's say, for instance, there's a percentage of that. So if your mortgage is $2,000, you're gonna have to pay an additional $200, right, for your mortgage insurance. So usually, if you want to become an investor, right, a real estate investor, and you have very limited money or income, especially when you live in New York City and buying a house that costs like $500,000. So you'll purchase. My idea is to purchase a 2-family house, right, where you will rent the second floor. So oftentimes the banks, Wells Fargo, for instance, they will lend you the money easier if it's a 2-family house, because they'll count the rent that you'll be receiving from the second floor, right, as an income, right?
Oh,
and they'll
wow.
count 70%.
Okay.
They'll count 70% of that income. So, for instance, if it's $1,000 for rent upstairs for the 12 months, that's, you do the math. They'll do 70% of that, and then they'll add it into your what's it called? I forget the name of it. The debt to income ratio, I think it was. So they'll lend you a little bit more with that in mind. And then, so the catch with that is that you'll have to live in the property for, I think they lowered the standards from a year or 2 years to 90 days. You'll live in the property personally there, and, technically you could even live for free, because if you have a good credit, your credit, I know I'm jumping, I'm sorry, but for you to qualify for an FHA, you could have a 580 credit, right? And then they'll still lend you the money. Preferably, you should have a good credit. 700, 720. It's good with.
Now, I see some people who are saying who are saying that if you had the 580, not to cut you off here, but your interest rate is going to be higher. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the case. You'll get a higher interest rate, of course. I mean, banks that's why they'll also make you pay the insurance, the mortgage insurance, just so that banks can feel safe or some sort of security there in case you default on your mortgage. But what I was getting at is that, that's the catch. That's the downside of the FHA. But that's one way to do it, where you will live in your property for 90 days, 100, even 360 days, 1 year. And time goes by quick, and then you're able to move out. Now you'll have, at that point, if you were able to buy a 2-family house, and here in New York City, I could tell you the area that I'm looking at is in Jamaica, Queens. And the reason why I'm looking in Jamaica, Queens is because there is a lot of development going on.
Yeah.
A lot of hotels coming up. And I don't know if when you lived here in New York City, you heard of the Long Island Railroad, right? So one of their main hubs that connects Long Island to Midtown Manhattan. It's called Softon Boulevard train station. So, I mean, over 300,000 people travel there every day from Midtown Manhattan, from Eastern Long Island to Midtown Manhattan for work, and that also connects JFK Airport. So even tourists that come in here, they'll stay in transit hotels that are building right now.
So you're looking at it as an investment that for maybe in the future, if the area becomes really gentrified, you're going to be able to make a killing off that.
Oh, absolutely, right. That's one of the things that if that's your goal to be a real estate investor, one of the things you have to start doing is, analyzing the site where you actually want to buy, right? What's going to happen in the next, real estate is not like a penny stock where you can see a 20% gain in 20 minutes, right? With real estate, for you to see some gains, you'll have to hold, or you'll have to be patient with it. So thinking about what's going to happen in the next 5 years in your area, in that area that you're investing in, not necessarily, if you want to think about it in the long run, you could turn a house around, flip it and sell it in the next 90 days and make a profit, yes. I'm looking at it in my perspective here in New York City because, as I said to you, these houses are pretty expensive. So in the area that I'm looking at, purchasing a house with an FHA makes sense. If I'm trying to approach it in a way where I want to do this on my own, I don't want no investors. I want to be patient so that I can build up my portfolio or do this on my own and learn. So that's one way, one approach. So the other approach is where you're asking no money down is maybe finding people where close relatives or people that trust you and you trust, where they can you can easily, or not easily, but maybe collect a 20% down payment of a property that you're looking at. But the where you will come in, right, as a person with no money down, is that you have to be extremely educated in what you're doing. You'll have to have your performer ready. So if you'll come to, if I want to buy a house with no money down, and I go to say, look, so I have this property that I'm looking at in XX Street in Queens, and it costs this much amount of money, but here's the performer. Here's what I'm proposing for us to put down. Here's our return. Here's why this is going to happen, because in the next 2 years or in the next 6 months or in the next 9 months, this property is going to increase in X amount of money. If you do your due diligence, if you come across as a person who has knowledge and education, so you are putting the risk all to yourself, right? Because at the end of the day, they'll lend you the money, you'll go get let's say a loan, right? But now you get a 20% down payment. It's easier to get a loan. You don't have no restrictions like the FHA where you have to mortgage insurance or whatever.
Right.
You'll get a loan quicker, and you will be able to sell it that much faster.
Sure. So basically, you're saying that cash is king, and the more money you have to work with, the better your I guess the circumstances that you're going into your deal.
Right. Exactly. So it's more, as long as people don't like to get involved in a deal where there's a lot of risk. Every deal, there's risk to it, right? There's no such thing as a perfect deal.
Sure.
If there were, then everybody would be doing it. But if it's harder, especially when you're starting out. But that's why you'll get people who you really trust, family members, people that you'll get in the deal with, people that you'll offer, a 13% return on their investment, or it's a high interest, it's a high percentage, right? Just like if you will get a hard money loan. Right, a hard money loan you'll get easily. They'll require a 13, 20, 15% return on the investment, but in the next 90 days.
Right.
And so it's much more difficult like that. And the other approach that I was looking at is, I have a family member who's owned the house for a while already. So I did a study on how much equity that person had in the house. So getting equity to purchase a house or a secondary home, right? It's another good approach, because at that point you already have more than 20% on the down payment,
right? And
banks will take it.
Okay.
So there are many ways. There are many ways to do this as a first-time home buyer or as a person who just wants to start investing in real estate. It's a tricky business because you do need to know a lot. As an architect, I'll tell you that a house may look pretty on the outside, but
right.
it can have significant amount of problems in the inside. I mean, when I go see houses, I went to see a house, I think it was last week in Long Island, and there were a lot of other people. This house is on short sale, and it was a little property though. People started asking questions about, if they could do an extension to the house, if they can do this, if they can do that. In my head, I'm like, well, I know about the zoning regulations here in the county, and I know you can't do that, so I have an edge on it. So what I'm saying is going back to the point of educating yourself. Once you see a property, go into your county records for wherever you're looking at. Find out if there are any liens on the property. Find out if there are any what's these things called, the DOB, Department of Building. I keep on forgetting the word. Forget. I lost my train of thought there.
No problem.
But and then if you want to, let's say, make a deal on a house or offer some money, like you take notes when you went to see a house, you saw the paint was deteriorating, you saw the counters needed some remodeling, something in the house. So you'll do a quick math, go to Home Depot website and find out how much is the countertop, how much you can do this for, and then subtract that amount of money that you will fix up that house for, subtract it from the amount of money that the house is going for, and give that as a proposal for you to buy a house.
Okay. All right, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate your time, bro.
Yeah, man. All right. But hopefully, that was helpful to you.
Oh, no, definitely. To somebody who's looking to buy a home, I appreciate you calling us, giving us, 15 minutes of your time, man. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Appreciate it, man. And he's calling from New York City. So I know it's not easy to buy a house over there, because I know for a fact that, man, in New York City, you're looking at some of those buildings, man, they were in the millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. So he's looking at over there, so yeah, you got to put some money down over there. That's for sure. 251, you're on the air. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Sam, this is Anthony, man.
Hey, what's up, Anthony?
Everything good, man. Hey, I got a question, man. To some of the developers and realtors out there, and I got this piece of property in it's in Mobile, Magnolia Grove in Mobile on the golf course, and I acquired it from my ex-wife because we was going to build out there.
Okay.
And those houses out there, they go for like $400,000, $500,000 easy.
Wow.
And what I want to do, the way I want to get, the way I can get in the game, but I want to actually build. By the time I build too, because I got a partner that does it, but he's so busy he ain't got time.
So Anthony,
so
Anthony, is this a freestanding structure, right? Like, is it a house right now, or is it's a lot?
No, it's a lot. It's
okay.
A $56,000 lot.
Okay.
So there's no cheap homes out there. But what I want to do is the way for me to get in the game is to build one on, sign the deeds over to a builder or an investor, and have them build a house, because a land just won't sell by itself like with a house on. So if I can get that done, then I'll be sitting pretty nice, for as the return. The return don't have to be that great, because if I get a little bit more than what the property that we paid for it at the time, that'd be good, because it's gonna cost like $200,000 just to build it. Build a house out there, and that house will probably sell for $300,000-$400,000. So, you're looking at houses out there almost like right at $500,000, some of them, and they on the golf course. So, I was trying to find out, anybody out there listening or know, hey, it's a great opportunity. I mean, I have the deeds and everything, to do it. And that's how I want to get in the game, because I own my own house.
Right.
I'm paying for my own house already, but I'm actually, because my wife, I want to move and just all this kind of stuff. You know how women get it. It's too small and all this kind of stuff. Need something bigger, more closet space, all that.
Right.
So that's why I called back on the show, because I know you was going to talk about this. And at the same time, I'm also a licensed marketing contractor. That's why I was telling you, when it comes down to penny stocks and stocks, I can go long term because I got a full-time day job. Plus, I do my gig on the side and in the evenings.
Okay.
So I'm steady making money.
And you work on your own property too, as well, right? Most contractors work on their own property.
Oh yeah. When we get a chance to get around to doing them.
Yeah.
the honeydews. But for the most part, I always got jobs to do. I got to go next week and put a roof on the house. I'm painting. Got a job I got to finish up in the morning. Some painting and stuff, and replace boards on another job. I got tons of shit to do. But and the killing part about it, Sarah, you got folks out. You got motherfuckers that just don't want to work. They want to stay on the fucking corner. They don't even want to learn the skill to do this, and there's plenty of work out there. Like the guy called from where was it? Where LeBron's from?
Oh yeah, from Akron or Akron, Ohio.
Man, it's plenty of work out here, man. But the thing about it, you can't get no bullshit shady contract. Get somebody that they know they shit.
Right.
And I've been knowing mine because I grew up doing this. I learned this in elementary, high school, so on and so forth, till I got my own license to do it. I could build a damn house from the ground up.
Wow.
I could do this shit. But the thing about it is just finding good help.
Sure.
Good help is hard to find.
Right.
So I was just calling back, like I said, if you know anybody, if anybody out there listening, want to invest, a little money in doing a project like that, you have a good return on your money. I mean, that's just like what we're saying about stocks.
Right. Now, Anthony, I'm curious, for the people who are interested in what you have to offer there, are you looking to do the work yourself, or are you going to contract out and just kind of do what you can on the property?
I probably contract it out, and then some of it I probably would do. To save money on the back end for the investor or and myself. So the more I can do to it, then the more I can save on that end.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for the call, Anthony. I appreciate it.
Okay, sir.
All right, so that's Anthony on the call, and hey Travis, I'm looking at the West Coast, man, and I've always figured that the West Coast, it seems like a money grab when it comes to real estate, man. The West Coast seems like the prices are insanely high. I don't know why. You got 2 bedrooms, right? 900 square feet properties going for $250,000, $300,000, $400,000. And why? I used to date a girl who was from Pomona, California. And Pomona, there's nothing special to Pomona, California. I'm sorry. There's just nothing special. But I'm going there and I'm seeing properties going for $250,000 that I know for a fact don't go for more than 50 in Michigan or in some other state. And then not only that, but in the West Coast, most of these people don't even have yards. So in their front yards, they get rid of the grass and they'll just put like a rock design or some shit like that. 646, call me back, man. Call me back. Somebody said location. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Location. I guess it is true. You said Pomona's your hood. Shout out to Pomona, California, though, man. Shout out to Pomona. I actually, good people. We got some pretty girls over there. 646, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, it's me, one person again. Sorry.
Hey, what's up, man?
Again. I listened to the guy. What's his name? Anthony, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just an advice I'll have for him if he wants to build on his property is, try to get all permits and get at least a design done by an architect, right? An approved project already that would look much more attractive to an investor. Perhaps an investor that doesn't know much of what can go on the site, right? Because if you just see an empty lot and somebody comes and says, "Oh, this is mine," or "Can I borrow $100,000 to build something here?" But hey, what's going to go here? And what am I going to, what's my return after I give you $100,000? So getting all permits, getting a project approved by the county, and getting nice, decent rendering or some plans where a person can see what it's going to go there, and again, a pro forma that will look much more attractive to an investor than just an empty lot.
That makes a lot of sense. Already having something drawn up by an architect, having already the numbers laid out. This is what the potential profit is. Let's just,
exactly.
Right. Perfect sense, man. That makes perfect sense. Thank you so much, Juan.
And one last thing. So a website that I use a lot, it's called biggerpockets.com. It's a real estate website where there's a lot of people ask questions, and it's a really, really good resource. I use it. You gotta, like everything else, you gotta pay for something.
Sure.
It's not for free, but they'll give you I think it's like, I'm paying $200 a year for their what they call their real estate calculators. What they do is very simple. Instead of you inputting a spreadsheet, making it very difficult for somebody to see. So a lot of people don't even understand what they look at when it comes to numbers, but they make it really, really nice here and simple to actually do. You can input, on a calculator for rentals, right? You just input the numbers or the price of the house and what you're looking for and what you think you're going to spend monthly on expenses for the house and how much you think you're going to rent it for. Right. And then they'll give you a whole chart of things that, if it's a good deal or not.
Right.
And then you can evaluate it yourself, and you could even take that to an investor and say, "Look, this is what I'm looking at, and this is what we can make."
Sure.
So it's called biggerpockets.com if you're interested, and just take a look at it.
Biggerpockets.com. That's the website, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the call, Juan.
All right, take it easy.
All right. So Juan giving us biggerpockets.com. Sounds like an investment website where you can learn different ways to invest and buy homes and finance your properties. All right. Now that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Getting those resources out of there. And again, folks, I know when it comes to these properties, obviously, I'm looking at the lower end of the spectrum. I think a decent home now, it's like at least $250,000. Well, it depends on where you are, right? Location. Right. I think in Memphis, I spent some time in Memphis. $150,000 in Memphis, Tennessee is it's a beautiful looking home, right? We're finding out here on the West Coast you really can't get shit. Vegas isn't that bad though. I'm looking at Vegas, and some of these properties in Vegas are not that bad. I mean, they're not that bad. Obviously, it depends on what area in Vegas, but Vegas is not too bad. All right, looks like you can still afford some decent parts of Vegas. But, if you end up in the wrong side of, Vegas, I heard Vegas definitely got some rough areas, man. You fuck up and end up in a MS-13 neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? My black ass cannot be there. You know what I'm saying? I got to do my research on stuff like that. Got to make sure you don't end up in, because I know the West Coast, man, they still fuck, the West Coast is really interesting because they still fuck with colors over there, from what I hear. There's still neighborhoods where you can't wear red and you can't wear yellow and all kind of shit like that, So that's the thing about the West Coast. For the most part, everywhere else has kind of gotten rid of that whole colors thing. But the West Coast, they're kind of still in that shit, man. They still like, man, this guy's got red on. Bang, bang, bang. Crazy, man. An 18-year-old Watts man was shot and killed today on the neighborhood of, police say no reasonable, justifiable reason for the man's death. Obviously no one's been arrested for the shooting. Because, you know, them people out there, they get shot. Nobody really gets caught unless somebody snitches. You said that's right in Oakland? Yeah, Oakland is, man. But I hear they're gentrifying Oakland, though. I hear they're gentrifying Oakland. They getting your ass up out of here. Black, Latinos, all that stuff. Oakland, they getting y'all the fuck up out of there. They getting y'all up out of Oakland. That's from what I hear anyway. But yeah, man, let's I know I'm on the lower end of the spectrum because I've always loved the idea of people who, because, you know, if you study, you know, families that were able to develop their wealth, one thing you notice is that grandma and grandpa didn't buy like the most house they can afford. You know, if you go back to like some of these families that are well off, grandpa and they went out and bought a house that they could like pay off as soon as possible. I like that idea. You know, not necessarily like maxing yourself out on your monthly allotment of what you need, you know, for your housing. You know what I'm saying? They say you should spend up to 30%. I mean, why not just want to be willing to spend 15, half of that, you know, and maybe putting the other 15 on the idea of being able to pay more than what you owe and then getting that down. Obviously, a lot of people, you know, they would say, well, why do that when you can just do a little bit better with property selection and let, you know, time and location work in your favor to increase the value of your property. That makes sense, but what if the value of the property doesn't go up? You know, what if there's a depression? What if, you know, there are a lot of ifs involved in that. You said a house is not meant to be paid off? Okay. I've always thought that, you know, you pay, you know, because again, when I see these individuals who have created generational wealth for their families, you know, obviously the investing in the stock market is a way to do that, but, you know, real estate speculation is a part of that. And not only that, but people's own houses. They've been able to use that to leverage wealth for themselves and their family. Grandma's house is paid off and they sell it, get cash, and do whatever. 951, you're on the air. What's up?
What's happening, Sal? It's Money.
Hey, what's up, Money, man? What you got to contribute to the conversation here, man?
Man, I just want to talk about the life cycles of neighborhoods, how when these neighborhoods are built, they are only expected to live a certain amount of time. You know, so when they're new, you know, you get the good people in there with the money and who can afford to live there.
Sure.
And that's how they originally keep the people out who are broke. You know, as years pass, these homes get older, then these people move on. You know, either they get older and die and the kids don't want to keep it. So, you know, then it becomes affordable for other people because the value of the house has gone down as it's gotten older.
Right.
So lower value homes attract different types of people. And as we all know, when we get different types of people, we get crime in there.
Yeah.
You know, once that crime comes in, and then the value of the property goes down, and then that's what allows, you know, cities and counties or whatever, the municipalities to say, hey, you know, we're going to clean this up. You know, developers come in and recycle a place and it starts all over again with new homes and new people, place and homes that other people can't afford. So, you know, it's a cycle that all neighborhoods go through. It happens.
Wow. No, that's one to take in and definitely in consideration, man. And obviously, when we started the conversation earlier, when we talk about war zone properties, I guess that's one to understand that, you know, you're buying one obviously in an area where the people there are high crime. They may not pay on time. They may have certain issues. But, you know, when you're buying a house in those neighborhoods, you know, we had the one caller who said, yeah, he doesn't want to go out and collect his rent with a 9mm. But, you know, is the justification for owning that kind of property is the fact that you can still rent at the going rate? Is that the only thing? Or can you say, using your, you know, your logic of the neighborhood changing, can you say, well, I'm in it for the neighborhood changing, that eventually, you know, this neighborhood will get gentrified and maybe a builder will come in and try to buy me out?
Yeah, I would expect so. But I say what, you know, I couldn't be in it just to not for long for the money. I can't run a little shack and have people keep paying me for it, you know, because like you say, if the neighborhood's going down,
Sure.
to me it ain't worth it to come over there and collect this money and maintain this home, you know, for the trouble I have to go through to get there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't deal with real estate and all that stuff, so man, I'm not that type of guy.
Not a problem. No, I appreciate your contribution, man, because that's one thing to keep in mind is, yeah, I mean, you got to understand, you know, the demographics of the neighborhood and who's moving in, who's moving out, because that has a huge effect on the value of your property, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
I lived back in Compton. I'm in Riverside right now, but I lived in Compton about 10 years ago. When I first got there, you know, you can notice the big change. And one of my neighbors, she was an older white lady, and she was telling me at one time it was just all white people there. You know, there was nobody else.
Wow.
You know, then by the time I was there, and she said they had to all moved, and black people had primarily occupied Compton, and then after that point, then the Mexicans started coming in, and you know, it's a cycle, she said.
Yeah.
But she said she stayed there, and she watched all the changes. So
now, is Compton predominantly Hispanic now?
Now it is, yeah.
Okay, all right. So obviously, where did the African American community come from? Because out here in the East Coast, we still think Compton is predominantly black, because Compton, you don't think about black people. But where have the black people moved to now? Where are they at over there?
San Bernardino, was the rent is cheaper, and they can relocate doing the same old shit.
Oh, okay. San Bernardino now. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
That's where they had that shooting at over there. You know, that terrorist shooting, but you know.
Wow.
But yeah, L.A. was happy to get them out. L.A. was paying people to go ahead and move on out of our county.
So I'm curious, with them being now in San Bernardino, are prices and homes going down, or because the fact of the matter that it is reality that neighborhoods that are filled with either blacks or Hispanics, value of those properties tend to go down, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, they do, because the type of people that moved out of L.A. to go there. I remember a while back reading that L.A. County was paying people, to move to a different county, giving them money to move into apartments and stuff, and moving expenses and everything.
Wow.
All to get them out of their county, So a lot of people took advantage of that, and you do notice. I don't live directly close to it, 20, 30 miles away, but. Hey, you notice how it filters over into the surrounding communities too.
Sure. Now tell me about the city you live in now, Riverdale. How is it like? What's the makeup over there, and like, do you enjoy living there now?
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's quiet. Like I was saying in the chat, I moved over here for my wife and kids, man. This wasn't for me. We moved into a 6-bedroom house. I had 5 kids, and and I said, y'all have the privilege that I never had. Me and my brother always shared a room. I had the bottom bunk, he had the top bunk, and he would throw shit down at me at night. That was boy, it was torture growing up.
Okay.
But it's nice, but about to wrap it up, man. I'm about to head back to Alabama.
All right. Oh, so you looking to move down south?
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
Okay, now
I came out here when I was.
Now, what does the family think about that? Obviously, I mean, the kind of home you'll be able to afford there will be ridiculously big. But I mean, what does the family thinking about relocating to the area?
Well, my other kids, my last daughter about to graduate. My son is 13, so he don't have no.
Hello.
So I'm telling him, football. I'm about to take you down south. I'm about to, get you some lessons down there.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's definitely gonna be a wake up call for him to get down there. I mean, just from everything from the slang and the way that people carry themselves down there, I think he'll definitely be surprised. He might be able to use his hustle though to work in his favor. The one thing about the South is, people are a little bit more slower out here, and a lot, the West people from the West Coast, they have a little bit of more sense of urgency. Well, depending on what city, they have a little bit more of a sense of urgency to them compared to people from Alabama, anyway. So,
just slower. They're laying back, more kick back, and no hurry from that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But all right, man. I just want to say appreciate your show, man. You do a good job, and I'm learning a lot from you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you for the call. All right. I should have asked him what part of Alabama he was moving to. But yeah, Riverdale, California, Riverside, California to Alabama. That's a huge change, man. Riverside to Alabama. That's a huge change. And yeah, he's going to be able to afford way more house. So he'd be sitting pretty down there. All right, get himself some good property down there. All right. So we had a couple people call up and tell us about some how to make some money on their properties, whether it be for whether the neighborhood's gentrifying or just holding out for development. Saw a couple people call up as well, talking about, hey, no money down is all fine and dandy, but you're going to have to pay a higher rate. Ellis Ramos, 16, is it possible you can make a video talk about ways you can invest? Yeah, at 16, I don't know if you're talking about at stocks or in real estate, but if you're talking about stocks, just have somebody open up the account for you. I'm sure there's got to be somebody who cares about you enough to, who's over the age of 18 to open you up a trading account. You can just trade using their name. He said if he saved his money, he'll be MC Hammer in 1991. Yeah, it'll be a huge culture shock. It'll be a huge culture shock because, man, white folks from California are a lot different. White folks from the West Coast are a lot different than white folks from the South. Obviously, in California, you got your Aryans and your, racists out there, but far more in majority than in Alabama than in California. All right. In California, they're more of a nuisance than anything. In Alabama, they're more the staple. But then again, it all depends on where you're at. Which is crazy because, in places like Alabama, white and black people live side to side, door to door. So it's just crazy for me to still, read about issues that states like Alabama have with people of color. And now the big thing down there in Alabama now, in Texas and those kind of cities, is Hispanics. All right, the Hispanics are now, buying homes, building businesses, and a lot of these little cities are trying to create ordinances and ways to kind of stop their growth. Kind of control that new growing Hispanic political power in some of their cities. They try to do that a lot, big time, in San Antonio. I've been following a city in Texas called San Antonio. San Antonio, it's been crazy what over the last 25 years the Hispanic community has been trying to do there. And up until they finally were able to take over, for the most part, you had a city council that was trying to stop these people, man. But yeah, getting back into the real estate, man. I want somebody to call up. Tell us how you're buying properties, how you're accumulating properties. Maybe somebody with a rag to riches story. We had a couple people who say they're not a big fan of the wholesalers, but there's got to be somebody in here who's a wholesaler. Wholesaling has got a very bad connotation to it, because when people talk about wholesalers, from the Googling that I did today before the show, they kind of got the impression that it's just a bunch of ghetto people going door to door trying to get people to sign contracts. 347, you're on the air. What's up?
Sal, what's up? This is Jamal Lewis.
Hey, Jamal Lewis. What's up, man? What you got to contribute today?
Now, I want to contribute to the real estate conversation.
Yes, sir.
So I'm out here in New York, too, out in Brooklyn. And what's so funny is a lot of the areas in Brooklyn and Queens are being gentrified. And it's almost like all the apartment buildings are becoming now condos.
Mm-hmm.
So what me and my father was basically introduced to this by the landlord because he lives in an apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
And but the superintendent came up to him and was like, "Are you interested in purchasing your apartment building?" And he was like, "I never even thought about doing that." So apparently that's been like the new ways where you instead of actually purchasing, a house, there are real estate individuals and just basically individual private equity purchases. They're just buying apartment buildings and selling them as condos or renting them out to these individuals coming in and gentrifying the neighborhood. Mm-hmm. So you can now people can purchase a 2-bedroom apartment building, pass it off as a condo, fix it up, get new appliances in there, pay about probably the lowest rate for an apartment building in a good area is probably like $150K, and rent it out for and probably charge rent for $2,000 or $1,500 per person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what a lot of people have been doing in New York.
Okay.
And it's been new wave, and it's something I'm definitely looking to get into.
Now these people in New York, are you talking about New York City?
Yeah, New York City,
Okay.
Brooklyn, Queens is very prominent in Brooklyn and Manhattan because you go searching on Zillow or whatever those websites are, or even Craigslist, you start to see like like the condominiums are starting to take over the market in New York more than single family houses. Single family houses are going for well over $500,000. But then when you start getting into these apartment buildings, regular apartment buildings, which probably 20 years ago were just being probably an apartment building or private house, I should even say a private house that looks like it holds 3 to 4 families.
Mm-hmm.
About like 7 years ago, you started seeing these private houses started renting out or selling, I should say, individual apartments for $200K. And me, I was looking like what the hell am I going to do with that?
Sure.
I didn't even think about it 7 years ago. But now it's all the rage where you purchase the apartment building, give the apartment, and hook it up, new paint, new appliances, and then all of a sudden you're getting these individuals, especially if you live in Brooklyn or a part of the Bronx or Harlem, where it's closer to the city where a lot of the gentrifiers work at.
Yeah.
And you can just rent those things out.
Yeah. I'm seeing here properties in Brooklyn. They pretty much looks like they started at least by 199, 200, 220.
And you're looking at the apartment, the condominiums, so called, right?
Well, no, some of them I do see some of them like the 2-family, and these ones are the single-family residences. But I do see some of them are condos. They're kind of mixed in here. You see some standalones. I do see the condos, for the 220, 300. Look at this one, Brooklyn for 600 square feet for $220,000. Damn.
Yeah.
600 square feet. Damn.
And they're starting to make these like over by where they have the Barclays Centers now, down by Atlantic Center Mall. I don't know if you know about there.
Yes.
But so what they're doing down there, that's like Park Slope, Brooklyn. What they're doing over there, they've actually created these new developments that are strictly for room sharing. So they basically cut out the landlord middleman, because what it's turned into now, the real estate market, especially in Brooklyn, because that's basically what I've been looking into.
Okay.
It's turned into like a dorm room setting where you have these individuals that are just getting roommates together, 3 to 4 people that don't even know each other, and they're just paying whatever that rent is.
I mean, don't you think that's kind of sad though? I mean, because New York City is really kind of turning into a dorm city where you have strangers coming from all over the world, right? I mean, some guy's an artist, some guy's a student, one guy is just, he's working in IT or some shit like that. They're living in this house together. They don't know each other. They're all just trying to, together cut up a piece to to pay for the property, or like pay rent towards, the cost of their living situation. But you don't have real, homes. I mean, these are not, what's the word for it? I know a word for it, but home owner. I mean, they're not, owned by the owner. I mean, they're not lived in, but owner occupied. That's the word. They're not owner occupied properties.
Well, check this out. One of my friends that lived in Queens, he was born and raised in Queens, he actually moved into one of these gentrified apartments in Brooklyn, in an area that I was shocked to see that was like, let's call it what it is. I was shocked to see it was so white. So I go to he's like, come to my place, and I go there, and he's living in a room. And I say, so how's this going down? He's like, well, everyone in here is a roommate. There's like 4 different roommates. You have to share the bathroom, and everyone has their own room. And the landlord lives in one of the rooms. The homeowner lives in one of the rooms. So she's an older woman, and she's making money off of renting out the rooms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it was awkward to me. Because I'm like, all right, so you got your own room, and he's like, yeah, but I also get to walk out the backyard. And I was like, okay. So, and he's like, yeah, but, if I have a girl over, sometimes the guy next door knocks on it knocks on the wall if we're making too much noise. I'm like, it's just like college all over again.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. And I'm thinking, though, man, I mean, to get into a situation in New York now to be able to own your own home, I mean, can the working man, I mean, what kind of job right now you got to have? What kind of money you got to be making to actually own a home in New York City now? I mean, can the working man end up owning his own home in New York City, or do you have to be, a skilled professional? Like we had a gentleman who was an architect. I mean, do you have to be bringing in that kind of money to be able to afford a home? Are people priced out?
People are priced out. I would say you would have to, let's just call it what it is. There's individuals that are working that are straight out of college or been out of college for over 10 years that are still making less than $50K and they live in New York. So I would think they would need to do it with another person, a significant other, so to speak. You're getting married, then you combine your incomes. Hopefully it gets to a little over 90, even probably 75K would probably, you'd be able to get a home in New York. You probably would have to move to upstate. You probably have to move upstate. You probably have to move to a spot in Long Island, or Queens, because that's where Queens basically starts where all of the single family units are.
Yeah,
and those things still go for $500,000, probably even get something less, like $300K, but then the square footage is not all that.
Yeah, I remember because, man, I remember I had to take this test to work for the train station. I don't even remember what job I was going for, but you had to go there to take a test, and then supposedly, I didn't even know that they'll call you back, but like months later. But I ended up going there to take a test. I remember the job was paying like 60 or 70 grand. I thought, even with that kind of money, which would be good if I was making back in Michigan, but in New York City, I was thinking, okay, even if I get this job, I don't know if I'd be able to continue to be able to live, in the area I was trying to live at the time. But yeah, right. It's good to know that you can still make it in New York City with 50,000. Obviously, you probably have to scrape. I mean, to scrape by a little bit, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, come on. You'd be, pinching pennies. You'd be certainly. We probably won't even be able to go on vacation or anything like that. You just be working nonstop. But it's crazy because you still have a lot of real estate developers that, even for the individuals that own single family houses in Brooklyn or Queens or whatever, if the area is getting gentrified, you'll have these real estate developers that'll knock on your door or send somebody of color to your door and be like, hey, are you thinking about selling? And then they come up to you with bags of money. And then all of a sudden what they're doing, they're knocking down the single family units and building condominiums on top of that, on that land. Or apartment buildings, so to speak.
Okay.
And they're splitting up the money by renting it out. And that's what's going on. So it seems like a coordinated effort to get the working class out out of single family homes and put them into renterships, so to speak. And you're getting a lot of people that are just like, I can't take it. I'll move to, somewhere in Jersey.
Yeah.
And I hear Newark is now becoming the next Brooklyn.
I was just about to say that, man. People going all the way to Newark and then taking the morning train into the city, man. That's crazy, man. But people are, Newark is becoming, the next Brooklyn. And Newark already has their issues. I mean, you've got already some people who, again, generations of people who've lived in New York all their life. Some now they're just kind of uprooting and just, hey, I'm going to Atlanta, I'm going to Connecticut, I'm going to Boston. I mean, they're just kind of leaving New York City. And we're talking specifically mostly, your Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, the blacks and all that. They're leaving, the city for the most part. Have you noticed that, or is it just something that we're, kind of imagining here?
No. And that is happening. And sometimes some individuals, they go down south to Atlanta, and the pace is too slow for them. And one of the biggest things is they're not making New York money.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like they're taking a pay cut to go down to live in a bigger house, and maybe it might be a safer environment and stuff like that, and easier payments. But you might be working a hospital job in New York, and you go down to Atlanta or wherever in Georgia, and you're not making that type of money. So it hits their ego. I've definitely spoken to some individuals like that, but there is a mass, a reverse migration of individuals that have sold their units, their real estate in New York, and have gone. They're just taking the money and say, what, I'll just go back down south where I have roots and stuff like that.
Now, I'm looking
that's what's going on.
I'm looking at Newark right now. Newark is, I can see your money goes a lot further in Newark. Not too bad at some of the square footage of some of these prices. Sub 150 doesn't look too bad in Newark. Obviously, the last thing I've read about Newark, the neighborhoods were kind of sketchy, man. I mean, is Newark a good place to live? I mean, how's it looking now? I know Cory Booker came out of there, but I mean, how has he left the city? Is it a nice place to live right now?
Well, it's becoming more gentrified. So what you're probably thinking about, it's probably still remnants of that in certain pockets. But you got places like Newark, Hoboken, probably even especially Hoboken and then Newark, that are becoming more gentrified, and there are probably still pockets of that. But I mean, as soon as you even take the boat across or whatever, the ferry, you notice an extreme difference, like in terms of how that area is in Jersey City and stuff like that. You're like, okay, they're making a conceited effort, to almost quarantine this place for, higher, wealthier people. And you're going to have to take the bus out to the hood just to get to see any type of thugs or anything like that, or any type of dicey situation.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And what's interesting is that I think probably in the next 5 years, we're probably going to see the same thing that's going on in Newark happen to Camden.
Oh, wow.
Camden, New Jersey. Because...
And I know Camden has always been one of those cities that's kind of like 5 years behind Newark, right? I mean, they're kind of, it's a little bit behind Newark in terms of development and, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they labeled that as a war zone area.
Oh, wow.
And Camden, if you take a look at the properties there, you'd be shocked because they're like, can't believe this is like 5 or 10 minutes away from Philadelphia, right across the bridge. Now, the bridge does cost about $5 to get over to get into the city, I've heard.
Okay.
But you're still looking at an area where they have part of Rutgers University. They have a Camden campus out there. So that I believe that probably next 5 years, and from the writing is on the wall, there are a lot of abandoned buildings that are starting to slowly be bought up by developers. They're just like, almost like just stashing them. Like, okay, we have this block, we have that block. Let's just wait it out. That's what it's looking like. There's no business down there to speak of, like, there's no Planet Fitnesses or anything like that. There's still empty lots. There's sparse banks and stuff like that.
Wow.
You can see, like, they're starting to develop slowly. They're starting to put down their landmarks.
Yeah.
Almost like the same thing that happened, and they're starting to submit their permits, because that's what happened in New York. There was a ton of condos going up because of last year. They had until the end of 2016 to submit their permits, and then there was a record number, over 50,000 permits were submitted for developments, for new developments that had to be built by 2019.
Okay.
So you're starting to see all that stuff starting to go up, and it's starting to do the same thing down in South Jersey.
Man, that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
wow.
man.
So man, and that's the thing about these areas, man, because if people start buying investment properties, the thing you got to wonder is that do your tenants even have the ability to find decent work? And what's the point of being able to buy properties in Newark or Camden? Yeah, they're dirt cheap, but if the people can't even find a decent wage to pay for the rent, then you're fucked, So that's it's crazy how development works. And I've always believed that a lot of these big time developers, they work in conjunction with city government to squeeze people out. They know exactly what they're doing. And poverty is created, and there are a lot of people in these cities and these city halls that know how to create poverty, because we know when it's time to alleviate poverty, they know exactly what to do. They build a stadium, they do anything. You just were speaking about the Atlantic Mall. I was there in 2012, 2011 when they were talking about it, and they knocked out a complete community, and that was a black community.
Yeah.
They knocked out an entire black community to build that stadium, and they talked about how the stadium was going to create so many jobs, and Atlantic didn't do shit. I think for the most part, maybe 200, 300 people worked there during the game for the most part. And
that's right.
They were really slick with that, because if you remember, they put Jay-Z's face on that to say, oh, it's cool because Jay-Z says, hey, he owns what we ended up finding out was 0.00001% of the team, or whatever pathetic it really was. So
good enough for about 2 or 3 seats.
Yeah. Sad story, man. Definitely.
But it was one of those things, because around that time I had 2010, 2011, when I had just moved to Sunset Park, which is about a train stop away from Atlantic Center, where I'm at. And I remember that was like the big selling card. And I remember how they knocked out blocks of old time bars and people's homes and stuff like that were just obliterated because of that whole the Atlantic Center Mall that's there, and the whole the Barclays Center, which basically it's just like a blight. I mean, it's there, but it's one of those things where it's like a spaceship just landed. It's not really doing anything.
Man. Speaking of Sunset Park, man. I remember that was a basketball movie, but I heard later that was an Asian community. Is Sunset Park an Asian neighborhood? Like, what is it now, man?
Well, yeah, it's split. It is an Asian community. I believe it's a lot of Koreans. I'm not sure, but it is an Asian community, and it's a heavily Hispanic community. Okay. And it's almost like it's divided. It's crazy divided, because you still have well, I still live here, so I could basically speak, but you have a huge Hispanic community here, and then you have further, I guess, let's say, from the 40 blocks, the 50 blocks. Once you get into the 55, 56, 50 and 60 blocks, you start having this huge, like, little, almost like Chinatown area.
Yeah.
And it is the Asians, they even have like their own police force.
Oh yeah, man. I was just want to get into that because I heard that in those and I know for a fact that those Asian communities too, you cannot as a black man go buy some real estate up in there. You cannot go just go up and want to buy a property. And so some of those some Chinatowns, man, these Asians are very smart. They lock down their communities economically and with economically totally. And now with the police force. So now if you want to go on patrol, supposedly you got to have a Chinese officer in the car if you're patrolling the neighborhood.
You have a lot of that, yes. If you want to go and patrol over here, and this is not a heavily patrolled area. Don't even get it twisted. This is not like one of these areas in the heart of Brooklyn or Bed-Stuy or whatever you want to call it. It's a very mild-mannered, working-class community, and you have. They have squad cars that say Chinese American police department. That roll by, and they do have blocks on lock. Like I said, when you're in the 50s and 60s and stuff like that, it becomes it becomes a Chinatown.
Oh yeah, and they look at you funny if you spend too much time there too. So I remember that.
Well, I just drive through. I don't really have any business down there.
Yeah.
And they have everything already set up. They have their own restaurants. They have their own, fresh fruit and vegetable stands and stuff like that. They don't really even have to move, go to Manhattan. I think a lot of them do go to Manhattan that work in Chinatown. But they don't really have to go anywhere. They have this thing set up, and then if you go even further out past Sunset Park, you get into a huge Hasidic Jewish community and I'm like, they're not gentrifying any of these areas.
No, they don't touch those neighborhoods. They know better. And those people, they don't sell. They sell to each other. They don't sell to anybody else. And that's the thing about their neighborhoods compared to ours. Anybody can walk up into a black neighborhood and buy anything, and they're not going to let you do that in Chinatown or in those Jewish communities. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to deal with the committee. They're not even gonna sell to you, honestly. I mean, if you go and walk up and try to make a deal, they will visit you and check you if you think you're gonna go sell your property to a black person. So yeah, man. Appreciate the call though, man. Thank you so much for the call.
No worries, man. Great show.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. 504, you're on the air. What's up?
What up, Sal? It's Dark Waters out of New Orleans. What's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, Dark Waters? What you got for us today, man?
Man, I'm glad y'all talking about real estate. I wanted to run something down to you guys. Just a little bit about my background in real estate. Prior to Hurricane Katrina here in New Orleans, my business partner and I ran a mortgage company, insurance company, construction company, real estate brokerage company. We did a whole lot. Can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah. Hey, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Just a piece of game for everybody who wants to invest in real estate. If you have a partner of yours and you guys are close friends, some of the stuff that we used to do prior to Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, there's a couple of ways you can get distressed properties. Distressed properties are the ones that have equity in them, or properties where you can build equity in them by just doing a little painting, a little bit of minor cosmetic work, right? Let's say, Sal, you and I are good friends. We've been hanging out for a while. We've known each other. I go and knock on somebody's door who's in foreclosure, right?
Okay.
Talk to that person, say, look, sir, you're on the sheriff's auction list. You're losing your house at $78,000. That house actually appraises for $178, right?
Now, you don't tell them that, right? Obviously, you wouldn't tell them that, right?
No, I wouldn't tell them that. I'm just buying it for what they're losing it for.
Okay.
Right? So I'm buying it for 78, maybe 88. Give them 10 racks to get out of the house so they'll be all right. But Sal, I buy the house and sell it to you because you my boy, right? But you're buying it at a price where you can rent that house out. So let's say we in it at 88 and at 120, 125, Sal, you can put it on Section 8 or some kind of housing program and you can profit $400 or $500 a month, right?
Okay.
I sell it to you, Sal. The money that comes from the finance company when you go out to get the loan, that's all bread because we know each other. So the money's on the table. You can get part or majority of your money back from that purchase. So let's say you had to put a 20% down payment at 125, so you had to put 12 and 12. Let's say $26,000, $24,000, $25,000, $26,000 down. Well, as long as that $26,000 in between that 88 and that 125, I can give that back to you. You got your down payment back, and you off and running by your next property. And that's how we accumulated property after property after property in New Orleans, to the point to where I own 32, my partner owned 64, and then they all got flooded away by act of God.
Damn.
So that's how you get money in real estate. If you have a crew of people that you cool with and you close to, you guys keep it within the circle. And there's another word on gentrification. I have to honestly say, I have gentrified neighborhoods myself. There's a neighborhood down here called Zion City that I went in and bought. I think there was 102 houses back there. I bought 88 of those houses for an outside investor, a white investor. I'm black. I struggled with that for a while until I sat down with this gentleman who mentored me in real estate, and we talked about it. He told me, dude, you realize that the value of the property that your community sits on is very valuable, because there's this thing called white flight, where everybody white moved out of the inner cities and they ran off to the suburbs because they fell for the whole, we don't want to be around black people, Latino people. Well, we have the valuable property in our neighborhoods, which are close to downtown, but we don't take care of our property. We don't do anything. We let them become crime-ridden, drug-ridden, shooting, killings, all the rest of this stuff. So what happens is, when people want to move back into the inner cities, Agenda 21 or whatever globalist program they have going on, we own the property, but we don't know what we have. So the way I see it from a gentrification standpoint, for anybody who's an investor or anybody who wants to get into real estate, it's not one of those times to be pro-black or pro-Latino or pro-anything. It's a time for you to make money. It's an opportunity for you to make money, because if you don't make that money in that community, somebody else is coming in your community and they're going to make that money. They're going to take that wealth out of that community and do something with it. Now, you being a brother, Latino, or whatever you are, and I know there's white people listening, but don't take this wrong, I'm not being racial, I'm just talking about a racial topic. You in that community can do something with that money because you're connected to that community, and you can help that community, whether it be sponsor a baseball team or a basketball team or do a political donation. But if you let somebody else come into that opportunity, like what happened in New Orleans is heavily gentrified now.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's so sad to see so many people who are living there now. They living in Houston or somewhere, outside of the city of New Orleans. But yet I heard, though, those communities don't look anything like they used to.
Well, no, nowhere near it. But Sal, there was a plan in 2000. I went into a meeting in the year 2000 where they were talking about, when we had the next 100-year flood, what was going to happen to the city of New Orleans, how they were going to tear down all the housing projects and rebuild mixed-use housing. So that plan had been in place for the city for a long time.
Wow.
I mean, a very, very long time. And when you start dealing with real estate, because it's land, and New Orleans is a landlocked city, and we talk masses of land, people have 100-year, 150-year plans for land. That's just like, for example, the Urban Land Institute. They do city planning, 100-year, 200 years plans for land. So for the small investor, you just need to get in there and get in the game and get you some money and make you some money. And if you have a friend of yours, or, especially you guys, I'm just new to the penny stock trading because I'm trying to get my credit and stuff squared away to get back into real estate as heavy as I used to be after my divorce. But you guys have the ability to raise capital. So you guys can raise, $5,000, $10,000, $12,000 in a month. That's your down payment money. All you need is that $10,000, $12,000 to recycle it over and over again. You can acquire as many properties as you want with that same $10,000 to $12,000 or $24,000. Back in the day, you used to get a 90% LTV. I think everybody wants you to pay 25% down.
Yeah,
so
now
you
they're
can use that same 20.
Right, now they're giving you 80, 75, stuff like that, depending on your use for the property. But all right, so being like, going back to what you said, because I see you obviously have a lot of knowledge on the subject. Somebody now who's got let's say $15,000 liquid, they can get their property. How would you, if you had your money, you got to go out there and get a property, what type of property would you look for, and how would you schedule the deal?
If I was looking, what are you looking to do? Are you looking to live in this house? Are you looking to flip the house? Are you looking for rent the property? What are you trying to do?
Some like to rent it out. So I'm looking for a property that I can purchase and, by all means, be able to take out some of the equity to get the next house. So just kind of doing what you had said, getting that first house and then building on from there.
The first thing I would do is go to whatever my foreclosure auction is for my city. That would be my first shopping ground. I would go wherever they're auctioning off properties. that's where I would go. So I would catch one in the foreclosure process. That's for somebody at the tail end of the foreclosure process. That's for somebody. It's simple. You go to the auction. Typically, you need to have about 10% at that auction. Locally here in New Orleans, you have 10%, and then the remaining money you have to have financed within 30 days. That's where I would start because, number one, depending on how the foreclosure process is for your state, ours is 6 months before a person can go into foreclosure. Most states are like that. Well, you have time to where you can actually go look at that house, drive by it, check it out, and watch it to where it's going to auction because they have to file public notices to let you know, okay, this house is going to be foreclosed on, May 5th of 2017. So you drive by the house, drive the neighborhood, look at it, check it out. If it's something that's already rented, like you'd be amazed at how many landlords go into foreclosure. Wow. Knock on the door, talk to the tenant. Say, hey, man, how's the house? Blah, 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 blah. Find out as much information you can. Go to that auction and buy that house. Kick those tenants out and get you new tenants, right? If I'm somebody who's looking to buy, now that's on the tail end of the foreclosure process. If you really, really want to get a great deal, you need to go knock on somebody's door who's losing their house. So somebody who, in each city, each county has a list of properties that are going into foreclosure. Knock on the door. Hey, ma'am, sir, I understand in public knowledge, it's been public records that you guys are in foreclosure. I'm so sorry that you're losing your house. I really know what it's like to go through foreclosure. I went through it myself, and I know it's stressful. I would love to make an offer to purchase your house. You owe $90,000. What would $100,000, $105,000 work for you guys? I've given them $15,000 to move on. You start that negotiation. You're going to have that house with a significant portion of equity in it. And that's going to give you your opportunity later on down the road if you want to do a cash out refi or whatever it is that you want to do. So there's ample ways to do it. One thing I will tell people is you don't have to go and get those real estate courses. Like I know penny stocks, it's a little more complicated. Penny stocks, for us, you have to have a course, but for real estate, there's so much free information out there, like CRE Online and Bigger Pockets and everything's out there for you for real estate. It just takes the balls to do it, and it can be done.
Wow. Man, that's great information, man. I see some people talk about, foreclosures can be risky. Make sure they are not the lien holders on the property.
Well, what they're probably saying is making sure that there's no extra lien holders on the property. So, there's a first position on the property, there's a second position on the property, and there's other people who can put liens on the property. Sure. Well, when you buy a property at an auction, then at that auction, all those liens are wiped out, right? So you don't have to worry about that. Now, when you're going to buy a property, you're knocking on a person's door, all that information is in public record for the most part. Every now and then you might catch, like the first and second is on public record, but let's say hypothetically, Sal, you had somebody who hated you and they put a lien on a property for $10,000 and said, well, Sal sold me some bad stocks, I'm going to put a lien on his property. That won't show up on the foreclosure auction information. So that could possibly be a problem. But even with that, that's where title work comes in before you actually purchase the property. So when people say be careful because there might be a lien, all that happens right before the closing or before the closing, because you get title work to get all the review of what's going to happen with the property. Right. Now, I see people talking about short sales. Locally, I was one of the first people to do short sales in New Orleans. I can honestly say this because when I started doing short sales, the people at the bank didn't know what a short sale was. Yeah. The short sale game it used to be where you negotiated with the banker on the phone. Now it's all automated, so short sales are a hell of a lot harder because now everything is upload the paperwork and then it goes through its mathematical formula. It used to be that you can negotiate with a person on the phone and say, hey man, the guys owe you $110,000. I got $95,000 or $85,000 cash. I would love to buy it, but it's gone way beyond that because short sales became marketable, and then everybody and their mama started doing short sales. I mean, everybody started doing them. So it's not as easy to do as it used to be, but it's still doable. If you're looking for a short sale nowadays, I would say, as an investor, get access to the multiple listing system, which is the same thing realtors have. Okay. Befriend a realtor, get their passcode, get in there, and you can search for properties that are available for short sale. That way, the realtor does the work for you, and you don't have to do the short sale work, meaning you don't have to accumulate all the paperwork and all the documents and put them in the computer system and upload them by 7 days and 5 days and all the rest of the crap that goes along with it. So you can search short sales for sale. So those are properties that are actually listed for sale. Like if you did a search right now, you probably can search short sale listings and you'll find all the short sales out there that you can buy. That way you know you're getting a property that's good to go.
Wow.
And then one of the things I noticed somebody mentioned REO as well. And REOs are not short sales. REOs are properties that are bank-owned properties. Those are properties that went through the foreclosure process and nobody bought them. And so the bank now owns that property.
I'm guessing that would be a good deal, right? I mean, if it's an REO, the bank is not a landlord. Wouldn't that be a pretty good deal to start out with, or would you suggest that's not a good place to start?
It just depends on the deal. You have to remember this: once that bank has that property and it's went through the foreclosure process and it's now in their inventory, that bank is trying to get the maximum amount of money they can get for that property. So it's going to be listed below market value because it's considered distressed, and it has to go based on distressed comparable sales. So you can't take a REO and sell it like it's a brand new piece of property that's been on the market. It has to be sold with distressed comps with other REO properties based on that value. But so it can be a great deal. If you're looking for a single family home for you and your family living, and you're like, yeah, we want to get our first house, go find your REO property. That'll be awesome for a first time home buyer. Most first time home buyers go end up paying market value for a house because they don't know about REOs.
Sure.
And also for investors, it can be a great thing as well. But if you want the rock bottom, dirt, cheap stuff, catch it before it goes to foreclosure.
Wow.
Catch it before it goes foreclosure, and you will get it.
Now, what's the name of the list that you would find these properties before they're going to foreclosure? What list is that called, or how do you go about getting a list of people who are about to go into foreclosure?
Typically, sheriff's offices are designated as those who auction off properties. Like if you pull up on your screen, you can go to NOLA Civil Sheriff from NOLA, New Orleans Civil Sheriff.com, and click auctions, and you'll see New Orleans foreclosure list. And there's Jefferson Parish Civil Sheriff. So the sheriff's offices are the ones who typically in each county handle those foreclosure proceedings. Because remember, someone has to serve notice to those people that they're in foreclosure, and someone ends up having to evict those people. So typically, it's the civil sheriffs who evict those homeowners out of the house. So they keep track of everything that's going on.
Okay. Man, so much golden information, man. I appreciate all the people who've been calling up. And I mean, now I guess, for people in the chat room who are interested, I guess the thing is to go out and get started. Obviously, though, when you talk about working with real estate agents and working with people who didn't even know what you were doing at a time, one thing that I've heard and doing some research for this show is that some people were having problems finding like real estate agents who want to work with people who, do creative financing. And, you have these agents who only believe that they need somebody who's already got, a guaranteed mortgage, or I forgot what the word for it is, but they have already got, the money lined up, and they only want to work with a certain kind of person. How do you go about finding that agent or that title company that's willing to work with somebody who is in your line of work? So being able to put together creative deals.
That's really, really simple. So there's retail real estate agents, which those are the guys who go and list your house and sit it on the market, put a sign outside, and then go on about their business. They don't try and sell it. And then there's actually agents who are hustlers. What you do is you go to your local real estate investment club. Walk in that club. If it's $50 to come in, if it's $10 for that day, say, hey, I just want to visit. You walk in and you start collecting cards. Inside that club, you're going to find several things. Number one, you're going to find wholesalers, which are people who have real estate deals. You're going to find realtors. You're going to find title companies. You're going to find mortgage brokers. And you're going to find, I think I said title companies. Those are the pieces to the puzzle that are going to be inside that organization, which is your local real estate investing club. There you're going to find realtors who are investors themselves, because you understand the average realtor doesn't even buy property themselves.
Right.
They just go out and sell property. So you don't want to be dealing with, with Beth, who was walking around with her red bottom high heels on, listing properties for people who work for Pfizer, because Beth doesn't know how to find you a good deal. Beth just knows how to sell a house based on a person's credit and their credit criteria. You want to go find a grimy dude who's in the game, who's like, yeah, man, you know, Mr. Such and Such his call witness, he just got a divorce, and you know he losing his house, him and his wife breaking up. Man, this is a great deal for you. So you just need to find those investors. Once you find a group of investors, which is very easy, then you mix and mingle and chop it up. And then what you do is you use as leverage your knowledge versus their knowledge. So for all you guys who have knowledge in buying penny stocks and making money in stocks, you do an even exchange. Hey man, you know I know how to raise capital in stocks. You know how to do this real estate. Maybe we should sit down and have coffee and maybe do an exchange of knowledge and see what we can learn from each other. And then you're in the door, because everybody wants to make money.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure. That's definitely good tip. Now I remember we started a call saying, you know, you would pass, you know, the real estate over to a friend and whatnot. Now for somebody first starting out, doesn't have that kind of person who has a credit-worthy person to purchase the house, to refinance it. And so obviously you have to have a buyer's list. How do you go about finding people who have the money to buy your properties once you tie them up?
I'm going to be honest with you. I used to try and do that buyer's list crap. It's more important for me at this point in time, and it just years of experience. It would be better for you to find your friend and pay for them to get their credit cleaned and bring their credit up to par, and then do business within that circle, than try and find a buyer's list and get these buyers to, you know, it's a big, huge hustle to try and constantly keep buyers.
Wow.
Well, if you have 3 or 4 friends and you can just get everybody's credit where it needs to be, and everybody knows there's credit cleaning services out there, and then there's trade line services out there where you can boost your scores up. Get your circle of friends together and then move the money amongst each other and move the property amongst each other, because the money goes in one person's hands, the property goes in the other person's hands. It all stays within that one circle. Now, if you're trying to get a buyer's list and this and that, you can do it. And typically the way people do it is they go and put signs out, bandit signs, which are signs that have that may say, you know, I sell houses and buy houses.
Okay.
Stick them on they stick them on telephone poles and around the city, and then so people call, and then, over the course of a year, what you end up doing is you end up building a list of people. But here's the problem with that list. That list is going to get phone calls from all kinds of people. You're going to get people who don't have credit, people who don't have knowledge of real estate, people don't have anything. Now, Facebook, I found, is a very, very good place for finding people that want to buy property. You just got to do a little lying to them and tell them, hey, I got 100% financing, which there's no more 100% financing. So you say, oh, I got 100% financing program. You get about 100 phone calls, and then you got to weasel your way out of it and say, well, no, it's not really 100. It's more like 75%. 75%. So there are a number of ways of doing it. But again, if you want to really make the money, keep it amongst your circle of friends. Because at the end of the day, when the wheels fall off, and this is the lesson I learned after Katrina, because before Hurricane Katrina, we had about 400 investors that came through our offices. And that's between the construction, the title company, the real estate brokerage, the insurance company. After Katrina hit and those people were dispersed, and we tried to start all over and rebuild again, which we're finally at a point to where now where we've restructured and rebuilt. 400 people vanished. And we were like, yo, I thought y'all was all boys. We was rolling, you know, we was down. Nah, screw you, bro. Damn. You know, I'm over here doing my own thing. And here's what you have to understand. By spreading out the investment, spreading out the knowledge, spreading out the love, what happens is you start to build people who have these little fiefdoms and these little kingdoms. Yeah. And this is the psychology and the psychological side of it. You know, there's always somebody who's the boss or the don of doing something. Well, what ends up happening is other people get jealous, other people get upset, and now they want to run off with whatever knowledge you gave them, whatever shared, and they want to become that person. So the best thing to do is take your group of friends, people that you've known for a very long time, y'all do it. Now, if y'all get into an argument, y'all slap the shit out of each other, beat each other up, that's cool. I hate you, I love you, I love you. But keep it in that circle, because that money stays in that circle and that property stays in that circle. And if you do it right, the right way, what ends up happening is, because they're forcing you to have 75% LTVs, for example, Sal, if I flipped the house to you and gave you the money back outside of the closing table, or even at the closing table, and I can tell you the legal way to do it, but I don't want to put that over. That's too much game to give out. I'll tell you, Sal, if we ever talk, but let's say we flipped it and you got the money back, you have to remember two things. You got your initial down payment back, and you have a property with a where you got a LTV of 75%. So there's 25% equity in that property. So you will never go into foreclosure sale because you can always sell that property.
Right.
So you should never lose a property because you always sell it. Now, in the early 2001, 2002, 2003, there was 100% financing. There was 80%, 90% financing. People were sucking the value out of the property, and people were going into foreclosure. And what happens when a property goes into foreclosure within the first 60 to 90 days of a loan? It gets investigated, and then it goes through this whole thing. And now, if your friend is the mortgage broker who's doing the loans, and out of 100 loans, 40 of them went into foreclosure in the first 90 days, now the feds are coming to your office, and they're looking at you. So if you keep it in a closed circle, you'll never have a problem.
There it is, man. Appreciate it, man. And send me an email at happypennystocks@gmail.com because I want to know what that secret method is, man. And I definitely want to learn that because I've always wanted to diversify, the way I create my wealth. So I've always, thought that having some rental properties would be the way to go. And, at first I was thinking war zone properties, but now I'm like, now I've heard from some people. I guess that's not the way to go. I did see some people in the chat room, and again, I appreciate your time, man. You've given on me already 25 minutes. If I could just ask you one more thing, lease option. Now, does lease optioning? I mean, I'm getting like, how would you make money with the lease option?
Well, so basically, you're leasing a property to somebody with the option to buy. So what's happening is that person doesn't have credit at that point in time, right? Mm-hmm. So it's let's give him name Brian. Brian's like, yo, I really want to buy a house, man, but I don't have no credit. How about I lease it with the option to buy? So basically, you're banking that Brian will never get his credit together, and so you're saying, look, Brian, and typically with a lease, you put like a regular deposit, right? You may put like the first month's rent and the last month's rent, right?
Okay.
Well, with a lease option, you telling them, yo, bro, you're gonna have to put $15,000 down. It's a hustle. You're gonna put $15,000 down, bro, and then I'm gonna give you 12 months or 24 months to get your credit together. And this $15,000, that's your down payment. So if you can get it done with the $15,000 and get your credit up, then I'm gonna give you a mortgage, and you're gonna write the paper yourself and give him a mortgage, and now he's gonna make his monthly payments. Then you're gonna turn around and sell that paper and get your money back out of it. Okay. Lease options are a hustle. Now, it's something that people can do. I mean, it's definitely an investment strategy.
It sounds like for really grimy ass people, though. I mean, it sounds like something that an Arab selling to a single mother just looking for her first house or some shit like that. I mean,
it's grimy. Now, I'll tell you guys one more thing before I go, and I'm about to go smoke my cigar on the porch. Mm-hmm. There's these housing markets, right? One of them is Rochester, New York, right?
Okay.
The housing market is based on how the economy's collapsed. Heavy manufacturing-based economies like Detroit, where there used to be the Motor City, where you had the car manufacturers, Rochester, which was heavy industrial with Kodak and places like that. You'll find properties in those cities where it's $40,000 for the property, but because the city has so many people on government assistance, you'll find that $40,000 property, it's got like $3,000 a month in rents coming in, or $2,500 a month in rents coming in, and you're talking about $40,000-$50,000. The note on that should be at 3%, 4%, 5%. Should be about $300 to $400. I think that's a little bit high.
The
you
note?
Add taxes, insurance.
So you're talking about cash flowing almost $2,000 a month?
Well, you got to add taxes and insurance and all the rest of that. So let's say you end up being at $600-$700 a month, but you got $2,000 coming in. You're talking about cash flowing $1,300 a month.
Wow.
So there are entire cities like this all around the U.S. Where you can do it. Now, the problem with owning property, which I had a little bit. I had 2 properties in Rochester. They did very, very well. I liquidated those after Katrina because I really needed the money. The only problem with being away from those properties is that you really have to have a great property management company, somebody that puts the money to the side, which is called, you got to have your vacancy loss amounts correct. You got to make sure you have out of your cash flow, you got to take out a certain amount of money for repairs. And then you'll be fine with those kind of properties, and you can really, really make a lot of money. So there's places all over the United States. So it's not like you have to have $100,000, $200,000, $300,000. There are places where you can go get really good property that have good rental rates. So I'm gonna stop occupying the time of your show, and I appreciate you letting me talk, man. I'm excited to talk about real estate. I've been listening to you guys for a long time.
I appreciate you calling, giving us this information, man. Who am I speaking with?
Dark Waters, but my name is James, man.
James,
I do buy Dark Waters because I have a YouTube channel, but my name is James. So
all right.
I'll be calling back because I always ask
it,
you guys questions.
Thank you so much.
All right,
James.
man. Good talking to you, bro.
All right. So there's James Dark Waters calling in. And I've always known that, people who watch this show for penny stocks, but you guys come from various different backgrounds. You have your own, and me, I'm always, I take the view of I'm always learning. I'm always learning. I never try to be the know-it-all of anything because I've always believed that there's always somebody who's more intelligent than you at what you think you know everything about. So I'm just really soaking in all this game, and I know a lot of you guys are listening and hearing some new things you can take away from this and be able to exercise in your own lives. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, though, I still want to hear back from people, man, because everybody's got their own insight. Everybody's got their own insight. We had James just called up. He said REOs are really good deals. REOs are really good deals. Lease options, not necessarily the greatest thing out there. Not necessarily the greatest thing out there. Maybe somebody else has a different opinion. We also learned from James that he didn't really like the idea of the buyer's list. So, he thought working on your friend's credit is a lot better. People who you know and you can trust. 609, you're on the air. What's up?
What's up, Sal? This is Money Green, Craig G.
Hey, what's going on, Craig G, man?
Not much, man. Let me get some things out the way, man. I've been talking a lot in the room. I had a little tit for tat. We ain't even gonna go into that. But you're asking about the lease option, bro.
Okay.
The lease option is a very good way to go, Sal, especially for a guy like you that wants to buy a new house. Here's how it works. You get in contact with a seller who's willing to lease option their property. Your credit could be good. It might be bad. What you do is you sign the leasing agreement with an option to purchase. A certain portion of your rent will go towards the purchase price on the house. So let's just say, I'm going to throw out a figure. You agree to rent the house for $1,000, and you agree that maybe that whole $1,000 go, being that you're going to handle all the repairs, everything associated with the house. I could give you a full 100% rental credit. Well, $1,000 a month is $12,000 a year. I don't care if you filed bankruptcy yesterday, Sal. If you have 30% to put down on the house, a bank will finance that. Nobody does 30% down payments anymore. So if you have 30%, and even if you want to go above and beyond, $12,000 a year times 36 times 3 years is $36,000 a year. When you do the lease option, you record it. It has to be recorded in your in your county courthouse. So that way, when the bank or whoever's financing it pulls the title, they're going to find out that you have a vested interest in the property. That can be used as your down payment, no money down out of your pocket. So let's just say you did $1,000 a month for 3 years. That's $12,000 a year. That's $36,000 in 3 years. When you go to fill out the information for your bank account, they're going to see that you have a credit on the house for $36,000 at a previously agreed purchase price. So let's just say you bought the house for $100,000. Now you have a $36,000 credit. Well, now they're going to finance you for the rest. What's grimy about that, Sal?
No, that sounds real good. No, that sounds real good.
It has to be recorded, Sal.
And that's bearing in mind, because the deal could probably get even sweeter if you had put down some money down to go into the house to begin with. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about lease options, and I do know this about lease options. I do know that for the most part, a lot of people don't end up buying the house. And I know that if something happens and you have to leave that home, you are not entitled to any of that prepaid investment that you put into the property. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of the deal.
So that's just kind of the risk.
If you don't buy it, if you don't exercise your option, then you lose all your money.
Sure.
But if you like the house, Sal, and you're willing to do that, we're talking about people who don't have any credit.
Yeah, right.
Or somebody like yourself who might not want to put up money.
Sure.
Man, you can go anywhere in this country and do a lease option, bro. It's not a gutter deal.
Yeah.
It's a very good deal for somebody that's a family that doesn't have a lot of money and they want a piece of the market. It's a very good deal to do. You just got to know what you're doing and make sure that it's recorded.
That, you know what?
When it's recorded,
when you put it that way, Craig G, you're right. When it's recorded, so you got to get obviously a couple. Get a lawyer to look at it. I mean, besides,
you can do that yourself, Sal. All you have to do is go to your. Yeah, you could do that. You could write the lease yourself, Sal. As long as it's signed and notarized, it's a legal and binding document. When you go to the county in which you live in, you go to the county courthouse in which you live in, and you record it. You pay a fee to record it. Now it's on file. When the bank pulls the title, they're gonna find it. It has to be recorded. We ain't doing man. Ain't nobody doing no bullshit deal, Sal. We about our money, man. We about knowledge. Knowledge is power, correct?
Yes, indeed.
So when you record it, the bank is going to pull the title, and when they pull the title, they're going to find that you have the vested interest. That's your down payment. No money down, Sal. That's a great deal. There's nothing grimy about that, bro.
No. Yeah, when you make it sound like, I mean, that's absolutely right. When you record it and record it that way, and being that, that 36 months of payment could be used as a down payment bearing. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't even think about it that way.
And that's written all into the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to make some parameters in case the person that's actually selling to you might die or something like that. You have to put an addendum into the contract just in case all of that happens. What happens with, if it goes to a person's estate, what's going to happen with all that? You have to keep in mind for all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as you do the contract correctly, Sal, you're talking them no money down deal. You can get actually, something very, very nice if they're willing to lease option it to you. And in a tough market where they can't sell it, if you come in and you say, listen, I'm going to give you your asking price. If I'm a seller and you tell me you're going to give me, I want $325,000 for my house, and you tell me you're going to give me $325,000, or I might ask for a premium because I'm doing the lease option. So my house is worth $325,000, but I want $350,000 because I'm willing to lease option it to you. You wouldn't take that deal, Sal? I'm taking that deal all day long, especially if you tell me you'll give me a low interest rate on that money, and you'll say, listen, I'll give you 100% rent credit. Yo, I'm taking that deal. All money is not the same when you're talking real estate, Sal. $600,000 finance is not the same. Finance from a bank is not the same if a personal lender is lending that to you. Meaning, like, if the seller is willing to give you, he owns the house free and clear, and he's willing to hold that note on that mortgage of $600,000. That's different than what the bank would do, because now I don't have to go through all the paperwork. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So, right. If you get $600,000 from a bank and $600,000 from the owner, that's different. The terms are different because you don't have to go through all the paperwork. So will I pay a premium for that? Absolutely. I'm willing to pay, as an investor, I'm willing to pay a premium for that because you told me you're holding the mortgage. That's making my life a lot easier. So that's all I want to say.
Craig G, that makes really good sense. I mean, I can see how somebody, if they're having credit issues, if they're having, they don't have stable employment, or they just recently got a job and can't qualify for traditional financing, I could see how that would work. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. All day long. Even if you file bankruptcy, man, you can get financed with 30% down, bro. And if you even want to take it to the next level and get more of a credit and wait, 3 to 5 years is a pretty much stable lease option deal with 3 to 5 years because you actually build up enough money, especially with the percentage. The percentage could be whatever you negotiate, but it's a very good deal. But I just wanted to tell you that, Sal. I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I wanted to say to a lot of people in the room, they can't misunderstand and misinterpret what I'm saying. But if you come for me in that room, I'm going to defend myself. I didn't want to get into any arguments with somebody, but I ain't gonna mention no names. But the brother in there was coming for me. We can always use the Discord and we can always discuss our trades because I'm very transparent about my shit. I win and I lose, and I'm not gonna speak on anything that I don't know, bro. That's the kind of dude I am. I'm not gonna brag about no accounts or what I make. I don't get into all of that, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that type dude. I'm a humble dude. But if you come for me in that room, I am going to say something back to you, and I'm going to tell you to come to the Discord where we can really discuss it. But that's all I want to say. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, all right. Thank you, man. Thank you for the call. So, all right. So I appreciate Craig G calling up and clarifying the lease option because the way he put it, now it makes sense. It makes sense. All right. Now, everybody who's watching, you know a way that if you have somebody in your family or you know somebody who's been struggling to buy a home or anything like that, go out there and tell them about lease optioning. Go out there and tell them that, hey, you're having credit issues or, unable, because some people can't come up with 3 years tax statements, that will show in a good light to, Quicken Loans. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people who wouldn't be able to be able to do the Rocket Mortgage. You know what I'm saying? If you guys have tried the Rocket Mortgage, it connects to your bank, right? That Rocket Mortgage connects to your bank right on the app. So now what the Rocket Mortgage is trying to do is to get you out the way from providing the financial documents and going straight to your bank. So now we can see how much you're depositing, how long you've had the account, how you're using your money. That's why that it's so good for people with prime credit, but for people who have a little bit of money issues, have had job issues, it doesn't really work in your favor. 504, you're on the air. What's up?
Yo, Sal, it's James again. I want to make one comment, then I'm about to go my black behind the bed. And no disrespect to what the brother just said. Everything he said was absolutely correct. But I do want to give fair warning to people. If you have a family member out there that wants to buy a house and they don't have their shit together and they don't have credit, but they got cash, it would be a better investment for that person to go ahead and get their credit together, get a secured credit card and start working on repairing their credit as opposed to doing the lease options. Not talking about the gentleman who was just on, but typically when you're dealing with people who are lease optioning properties, you are dealing with sharks. So it's kind of like going to the bank is a certain type of shark. It's like a white tip shark or a mako shark. You know what to expect from that one. Going to an individual investor and putting up that kind of money and doing those kind of deals, trust me, you're dealing with megalodon sharks. People who are outside of the realm of, most of the times outside the realm of repercussions. Now, the average individual, that gentleman who was on, very intelligent, you can tell by the conversation and everything he said, but the average person, Auntie Betty, Uncle Bobby gonna get screwed when it comes to that type of deal. And that's what happens. How do I know? Because I've screwed people with that kind of deal. I've screwed people with quick claims. I've screwed people with all kind of deals. That's a very dangerous deal for somebody if they don't know what they're doing. Now, if you have someone to guide you, like the gentleman who was just on, you'll be all right. But if you got a family member, tell them to get their stuff together. Tell them so they can become bankable. The most important thing for any individual is to be bankable. That way, especially if you're an investor and you want to buy multiple properties, become bankable so you can have a credit line with the bank. So you can invest that time and say, I want a house now and get instant gratification. Or you can sit your ass still, get your life together, get everything in order, and then dominate your market. You see what I'm saying? So it's two choices. No disrespect. I appreciate what the brother said. I just wanted to add that to it because a lot of the programs out here say, buy a house now, buy this now, do this now. Well, you ain't supposed to do everything right now. And if you want to do it the right way, you got to get it together to do it the right way. Just like right now, I've been cleaning my credit, getting things up after my divorce. I bought and flipped a few properties here. I did them with partners and this and that. But the minute my credit score hit 720 and is at a 669 right now, I'm dominating my market again. But I have to put in my work to get my score where it needs to be, so that I'm bankable the way I need to be, so I can move the way I need to be. And unfortunately, I just don't want to see people take shortcuts that will hurt them in the long run.
Right.
Because the same amount of money you putting on that property, you putting it, to do the lease, and because somebody's going to file it and all the rest of the stuff, man, you could have paid off the debts that's on your credit report. And now you're really, really strong the way you can go in the bank and get a 3% interest rate or a 4% interest rate or whatever you need to get. You see what I'm saying? So,
right.
But that's it. But thanks, guys. We should let me talk and let me talk, and I'm going to bed, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you, James.
Okay.
All right. So shout out to James for the call. Yeah, Donzel, Essex, we in here, man. We in here. Hey, Q-Tech, I see you're still up. You had mentioned that we're going through and purchasing some properties. You want to call up and let us know how you were going about doing that? I really appreciate all the insight I'm getting from all these different people, and I know you guys are learning a lot from it too. Caller's Hydro Store. All right. Urban Hydro. Yeah, New Orleans, man. It's getting big and going fast. What's up? You're on the line.
Yo, what's up, man?
Oh, what's up, Sinclair?
I just want to add a couple of ideas. It all comes down to your education, man, because I have been in a lot of different situations where I heard old ladies, people being taken advantage of. You really want to make sure that if you do that lease option, that you go to your lawyer and you want to be on the title. You could be on the title without being on the lease. Because if that person, if you tell me, Sal, I want to lease option your property, or if I tell you you're going to do a lease option with me, I say, okay, he don't know nothing about real estate. The first thing I'm going to say to size you up, have you ever bought a house? You say, no, but I don't want to pay no rent. I'll do a lease option. So I say, okay, I got a sucker right here. He's uninformed. I take that house, let you lease option it. If you're not doing what you're supposed to do, I could go and refinance that house. Skip town, leave you with the bag. I've seen that done before. Mm-hmm. All you got is a piece of paperwork between me and you. So you got to have your paperwork together to the point that if the person do try to sell the house up under you or refinance it up under you and skip town, it won't happen because it would need both of you guys' signatures to sign off on that property to refinance it or sell it. And see, a lot of people don't know that. You really got to be careful when you do. And another thing, too, if you say you got to know the market. If you tell me, Sal, I want to buy your house for $100,000, and I say, okay. Well, because you're lease optioning it, I'm going to charge you $120. You say, well, you know what? Let's do it. I say, okay, I got me a sucker here because I know the property is only worth $60.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you better before you do any of this, get it inspected. You grandmothers, they stuck in their ways. Get the house appraised. Do you know your market before you give me what I say I want? Hey, come on. I mean, who am I to say the house is worth $200,000? Because I'm lease optioning it to you, don't mean I'm doing you a favor. It could be only worth $150, but you're about to pay me $220 because, hey, it's a lease option. So you're buying underwater. Now the market fall. Now the house is only worth $50. You follow me?
No, I understand.
Because the numbers don't lie. I know a girl that just did that. She just went out there and said, "Oh, I'm about to close on my house," and the first thing, and she didn't want to listen to me. And I asked her. I said, "Well, what is the house worth?" "Oh, it's worth about $85,000." I said, "How do you know?" She said, "Because the guy told me. The guy who I'm buying it from." I said to myself, "You're damn fool. That's the enemy." How do you know that? How you know he didn't pay 30 for it, put $5,000 into it? Now you're about to lease option it to him for 80, but the house is only going to be appraised for 40. So you know, I'm just take it easy.
Right.
You better know your numbers. You got to know what you're doing, Sal.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for the call, Sinclair.
Okay, brother.
All right, man. I mean, Sinclair is basically saying have your ducks in a row. You know, he's basically saying have your ducks in a row before you go out here and, you know, get yourself on the water on a lease option. You know what I'm saying? Have your ducks in a row. Know your market. Know what the hell that house is worth before you just nod your head yes. You know, and I don't doubt that Craig G or, the gentleman who called Dark Waters, feels the same way. I'm sure they'd be in agreement with that as well. You know? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. So who wants to? I know we got some other homeowners in here I want to hear from. I know we got some other people in here who've bought homes before. So call up, or who've bought rental properties. I know next week I want to talk about how to buy a car, man. Because we got a lot of people getting screwed over on cars, man. If you guys have been watching the news lately, we've got now repossessions at all-time highs on repos, particularly these high interest rate repos. You know, where you got people going in getting, you know, credit card interest rates on cars. So I know many of you guys have owned multiple vehicles. We're going to talk about that next week. 606, you're on the air. What's up?
You know, where you got people going in getting credit cards.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, can you lower my volume in the background? I'm hearing a lot of myself.
You guys own multiple vehicles. We're going to talk
Sure
about
can.
606, you're on the air. What's up? You know, where you got people going in getting
All right. So, yeah, if you can lower me all the way down. Lower me all the way down.
Okay.
There you are.
I've got you, Lord.
All
Can you hear me
right.
now?
Yes, I can. Loud and clear.
I'm the grandma who called in about a week ago and couldn't find the charts on the on the stock, but I've got that all lined out now. And
Great.
You was talking about Charles Schwab. They have a smart. Let's see. This is called. It is Street Smart Edge.
Mhm.
That is wonderful.
Yes.
But anyway, I want to talk about homes. About 10 years ago, I had sold a small company that we owned, and I had a little money, and I found this house. The lady that lived in it died, and her daughter, her only child, was selling it right after the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up buying this 1,800 square foot home. It was in bad shape, but structurally sound, and I bought it for $50,000 in cash.
Mm-hmm.
And so after that, I went out and borrowed 50 more and put it into it, and we made a beautiful place out of the money that I borrowed from the bank.
Now, I'm curious.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, if I can ask you, did you know how valuable the house was fixed up before you bought it, or was it kind of coincidence?
Yes, when I went to the bank, they had an appraiser come out and appraised it.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't my first rodeo, though.
Oh, okay.
So it appraised at that time for about $125,000.
Oh, wow. So you got a really good deal.
Yes, I did. And it is absolutely beautiful little home. I've been in it for 10 years. And I refinanced it the other day and got a really good interest rate on it. And so they had to appraise it over again.
Mm-hmm.
And it appraises for about $135 because the housing market is down right now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the only piece of property that I own. I bought another little place. It's about 1,000 square foot home, and I got it for $12,000. And it was really structurally sound also. But we fixed it up looking pretty good. I put about $6,000 in it, and I'm renting that home out right now for about $600 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really
Wow.
So-
Wow.
you know, people can see. I'm not a rich person. I live on Social Security, and I'm capable of just watching my P's and Q's. And I know a lot about buying land and buying homes. What they're calling lease options, we here in Hill Country call it land contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And every little mama and papa around it wants to sell a piece of property or sell a home or something, and they don't want to go through all the bother, you know, with this person who doesn't have good credit, can't go to the bank. They just throw up a contract with them. They have all their work done. They record this land contract, and it's as good as gold.
Wow.
Now, I know we do things different here than in the big cities. I live in a little town, it's about 8,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
And we're still doing it legal. You know, it's not like we're doing things that is illegal or doing it a whole lot different than what they do out in the big cities.
Right.
When I first went to work, I worked at a bank, and you walked in the owner's of the bank's office, not a loan officer, but an owner of the bank, and you would say how much I need to borrow some money, and he would say how much money do you want and what you want it for.
Mm-hmm.
And you would tell him, and he'd just go ahead and loan you the money. You know, there wasn't a long list of things that you had to get for him.
Right.
You just signed a paper, and he just gave you a check.
Wow. Those were the days. I know there are a lot of people who would love to have those circumstances today. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
you know, our banking system is a lot more complicated now. But yeah, that sounds like that must have been a great time to build, you know, wealth for somebody, you know.
But I still keep one-on-one relationships with the people that work at the bank where I live.
Mm-hmm.
They know me when I walk in the door. We have this friendly relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good idea for everybody. You know, you should, even if you have bad credit, you need to keep a personal relationship as much as possible with your banker.
Mm-hmm. Now, ma'am, if I could ask you, are you dealing with the bigger, you know, multinational, multi-state banks, or do you have a small credit union or a small state bank you work with?
Both.
Okay.
The bigger.
Okay.
The last bank that I dealt with was the big bank. The small bank here in town, I keep my checking account with.
Mm-hmm.
And I have PayPal account, and you know, I like to kind of spread my money around just a little bit. It may not be much, but I don't like to put it all in one spot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, that's probably the smart thing to do with the way, you know, businesses go out of business, and even banks can go out of business, as we've learned these last couple of years too.
Right. But I have bought just pieces of property, and I keep saying we, but I have a friend of mine that we've done a lot of business together.
Mm-hmm.
And we bought about 200 acres of property here, and we had it developed, and I was going to build a house there and decided not to. Mm-hmm. She did build her house. I sold her part of the property. We sold another piece off.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I've just done that several times over the last 20 years, I'd say. Seeing I'm a divorced woman and I don't have a husband that supplements my income. So I have raised 3 children and 4 grandchildren over the years, just kind of wheeling and dealing.
Wow. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. That's the reason why I'm getting into the penny stocks. I want to continue to supplement my income along because I'm 69 years old right now, and I have to keep things going.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now, I'm curious because, I mean, how do you just decide to develop 200 acres? I mean, did you just go out and find this piece of land and say, hey, this would be really good for this and that, or did somebody approach you with that deal? How do you go about just finding a deal like that?
There was a gentleman that stopped by my office, and he told me about this, and I went and looked at it, and I decided that it was a really good deal. So after we purchased the property, we had sold all of the, we had it, well, I've lost my train of thought. We sold all of the trees off of it. And we made enough money to pay off what we owed on it.
Oh, wow.
So you have to have a little bit of working knowledge, you know, of what the worth of it is.
Wow. Wow.
So just going and looking at it, you got to know what you're looking at. And we had a lot of those of work and excavation done up in it. It's made a beautiful place.
Wow.
But it's been a pleasure talking with you, Sal.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your time here. Thank you so much for your call. I know there got some people who learned a lot from this call. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. So, you know, she mentioned she's a woman that raised 3 kids by herself. She's developed well over 2. I mean, that property alone, when she talked about, you know, being able to get the 200 acres, selling off the wood that was on the property, the trees, which was probably lumber, right? So the lumber alone paid for the property. The lumber on the property paid for the balance on the loan. So she knows how to wheel and deal. She knows how to wheel and deal, okay? And don't take her voice for a sign of weakness, because that woman knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. You know. Oh, yeah. She knows exactly what she's doing. And she's bought multiple properties. And you got people who, at her age, ain't done one property, let alone as many as she's done. You know, you got some people live in the same house their whole lives. Never bought any other pieces of land. So she was a business owner and bought. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Definition of a hustler. Yeah, modern time. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'd love to, 200 acres. You get yourself a hold of 200 acres today, especially, somewhere valuable. I mean, anywhere right now, you get a hold of 200 acres. You're sitting pretty. You are sitting pretty. All right. 989, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's up? This is Donzel Essex.
Hey, Donzel Essex. What's up, man? You calling from Saginaw, Michigan?
Yep. Right.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Sag Nasty. I spent some time out there, man. And what was the name of that high school that I can't believe they got rid of this high school, but Saginaw.
Saginaw High, Arthur Hill.
Yeah, Arthur Hill. There we go. Arthur Hill, man. Man, they had so many talented basketball players.
They still got it.
Oh, is it still there? Okay.
No,
okay.
That must have been Saginaw High.
Okay. All right.
How old are you? It depends on what year you're talking about.
Yeah, 29. Because I remember There are so many great basketball players that came out of Saginaw, man. Saginaw is,
Oh yeah.
I mean, dudes can hoop in Saginaw like crazy.
That's all we do, man.
But go ahead, man.
Nah,
Now
me
go ahead
too,
and
you know,
contribute to like what we talking about right now, man.
All right, yeah, cool. Because I'm 20. I bought my house when I was 24. I'm 26 right now. So,
wow.
yeah, basically, I just did a bunch of research, man. I downloaded the Truly app and the Zillow app, and every time I seen a house within my price range, you know, I call up my realtor, and you know, I'm just, you know, hey, I want to see this house, and you know, they got a lot of grants out. They got grants that if you live in a house for more than 5 years, you don't have to pay back $7,500. Let me see, $7,500 grants and $10,000 grants that you don't have to pay back if you live in a house, you know, more than 5 years. But you know, I didn't qualify for that because of my income. So, you know, if anybody out there, just do some research. Research. You know, talk to banks, get more than one pre-approval letter, and you know, basically go from there. But that's how I started because you know, and I was just trying to, you know, get on my own stuff because I feel if I want to spend $600 a month for rent, you know, I can buy a house for $300 a month. You know,
man,
so that
that's
was my
so
thing.
true, especially in the Saginaw area. I mean, right? I know you can
it's
get a
cheap.
lot of house for a little bit of money. And Donzel, obviously you can't put all your business out there, but are you saying you probably are owning your home for cheaper than it is to rent right now in your area?
Oh hell yeah, most definitely. Like I said, like let me see. I put my business out there. My house was only like $32,000, you know, and you can do a 30-year mortgage, and you'll be paying X amount of money, but a 15-year mortgage is only like $50 more.
Yeah.
To pay your house off for 15 years.
Oh.
So you know, I jumped on that, and if you put an extra $100 a month or extra $200 a year, you can pay your house off in like 8 to 10 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
'Cause most of the money is basically escrow and interest.
Yeah.
So you know, the principal is so low, whatever. You just keep putting that extra money on your principal, and you ain't got to. You don't got to, you know, be there for full 15 years. But, you know, my house is pretty, it's like a 2-bedroom, nice little basement, garage and everything. So whenever I get tired of it, I'm going to just rent it out and basically move on from there. But, yeah.
Yeah. No, I know there's a lot of value up there in Michigan, especially if you got decent income, decent job, stable job coming in. You know, that's what they teach people to go get yourself a nice little house. And I'm curious, man, you know, obviously on a $30,000 house, did you pay for that cash? Did you get a hard money loan? Did you get a typical mortgage?
Mortgage.
A mortgage? Okay. All right. Yeah. Wow. Okay. That's cool, man. That's cool. Now, how much were you required to put down when you bought for a $32,000 house? How much were you required to put down?
Well, I could put down as little as like 10%. But, you know, with closing costs and all them extra fees, you're probably looking at, I think total was almost like $7,000 to put down for everything with closing costs and everything. Because the way that everything was set up with my realtor, she thought I qualified for the grant. She didn't know I made over X amount of dollars. So, you know, I agreed to pay the closing costs and everything because I thought I was going to get a grant, which I found out later that I couldn't get that grant. So I was pretty much just, you know, stuck with paying all of that because I agreed to it. But the good thing about my realtor is my realtor and the realtor that was selling the house worked for the same company. So right then and right there, you know, she hit me up like, hey, you got to bring X amount of dollars down for a deposit because somebody else is trying to get the house. So pretty much with them two being friends working in the same spot, you know, I got, you know, all the information up front whenever I need the money due. So, because she was basically trying to help her friend out and, you know, help herself out at the same time because they both was trying to make a sell on the house.
Sure.
So, yeah, that was that. But anybody trying to buy a house, pretty much do research. You know, I've seen the same house going for $90,000. So, you know, all I do is download the Truly app and put in my requirements and just pretty much circle the area, check out the neighborhood, just look at the houses. And I'll call my realtor up, and, you know, she was on it. So,
man, it's so crazy, Donzel, that you've done it the right way at such a young age, because I know Saginaw's got a lot of, you know, young people who want to do better, but unfortunately they just kind of disorganized and just haven't been, you know, able to really get it together. Yeah, man, they're real disorganized in the mind. Obviously, you kind of separated yourself from those kind of people, but have you been able to get any friends in the house too, or is it are you kind of like that guy who's kind of got it all together within your friend like within your circle?
Yeah, I'm that guy that just got it all together. I got a couple of homeboys. They got their stuff together, but most part, I'm the one that car, house, nice job, and everything. But my boys, they getting on though. They getting on. Me and a couple of my boys talking about flipping some of these properties. We've been looking into these low income houses. They probably $2 to $5 grand. We just pretty much circling out because they turn a lot of abandoned houses down here.
Yeah.
So they trying to just pretty much. You go to some areas, it's almost like Detroit. You see a whole block with no houses.
Right, whole blocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for development, try to probably put a couple $100 into it and, sell them, flip them, do whatever. But, that's our process. That's what we're planning on now. We're just in the process of saving the money for it or even looking into getting little grants or whatever to work on the houses, because, I don't want to come out of pocket with all of this stuff. You know, if you got tax liens on the property, we got to do all this extra due diligence and, but yeah, we getting it together, man. We trying to start a little something, man.
There it is, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, Donzel.
For sure, man. Thanks for taking it, too.
Appreciate it, man. So shout out to Donzel Essex up there in Saginaw, Michigan, man. Yeah, man. I used to fuck with them heavy up there, man. And Saginaw, they man, I'm telling you, man, that woo, their basketball team, the high school basketball teams up there, man, they're not, those guys, all they do is play basketball, man. Those guys jump out the gym. Mad hops. Gosh, what's the name of that player that came out of Saginaw, went to Michigan State, played in the NBA for Golden State? This dude, I think he was a slam dunk champion. Dark-skinned brother. I forgot his name. Off the top of my head, it's not ringing. But he came out of Saginaw, Michigan. I forgot his name. Played for Goldman State. Number 23, wore Jordan's number. Wore number 23. Played at Michigan State. I forgot his name, man. But anyway, he came out of Saginaw. And a lot of those guys end up playing. Sometimes if they can't make the grade to go to D1, they would end up going to Mott. And Mott is like the big community college out there. Mott always wins, in their little division for the championship. Mott is, they got trophies on trophies on trophies for basketball. Because a lot of those players, unfortunately, they can't make the grade. So they end up going to Mott for a year or two and then transferring. Yeah, and then transferring. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy, crazy stuff. All right. The Discord. Some guys don't know about the Discord room. Yeah, Craig G is always in the Discord room. Him, Mag36, and a lot of those other guys, man, are in the Discord room. Mr. Lloyd is always in there, too. Africa Emporium is always in there. All right. Yes, indeed, man. Summers are the best time to sell real estate. Well, definitely, yeah. I mean, summertime is always the best time to sell real estate because that's when people are willing to go out and research. Actually go and do those what are those I don't want to go the open houses. There we go. Open houses. Particularly up in the north, obviously. I mean, nobody really has the open houses in the dead of winter. But yeah, summer is a great time to buy a house for obvious reasons. It's nice outside. You can see the property. You can do work on the property. A lot, dress it up, make it look better. Dress it up, make it look better. Yeah, let me put out the invite. Tyson Batts, I'm surprised you don't know about the Discord room. There it is over there. Yeah, we don't do that fake bragging exactly, Craig G, about, hey, this is how much money I'm getting and all that stuff. Don't, by all means, share your gains and stuff like that. But, we're not going to tolerate, people posting up $20,000 gains and we see that you took a $120,000 position. I mean, we're not going to tolerate that. Congrats to you and your gains, but we see you're playing on a whole different level. We like to keep it honest, right? All right, keep it fair. All right. So, I mean, thank you to so many of the people who called about the real estate game. Again, I've said that next week I want to talk about how to buy a car, man. The right way to buy a car. You know, right now you got a lot of different options out here. But as so many of you guys have said it, man, the best, you know, you if you're bankable, that's, you know, by all means, you're going to get favorable treatment. You're going to get favorable treatment if you're bankable. And if you're not, you know, they're going to give you higher interest rate. You're going to deal with situations you don't want to deal with. You're going to have, unfortunately, get a car you don't want to get. But I want to talk to some of you guys in here who can implement creative financing into buying cars. You know, I've already talked to a couple of you guys who said, hey, you know, when you get a check from Bank of America or, you know, Chrysler, you can walk up to the auction. You can walk up to the auction with that $15,000 check. Go to the auction, go get yourself a, you know, 2015 Ford Taurus, right? That's for sale for $16,000 and pocket the difference on the loan check. I've heard some of you guys say that. So I'd love to hear how that exactly, you know, you put that together and whatnot, and we'll go into that. We got a great week coming up. We've got a lot of stocks right now that are running. MMEX, that pump is still going relatively well. I don't know how high that'll keep going. USRM, it pulled back yesterday, rebounded today. Are we going to break the previous high on Wednesday and continue going? Or are we going to die next week? Who knows? All right, so many stocks to uncover. You know, a lot of new things. Obviously, next week we're going to get a new runner. You guys know how it is. You guys know exactly how it is. Every week, you know, we uncover a stock that's 100, 200, 300%. And sometimes it's about taking the risk when there's little or no movement. And, you know, so you're not always kind of chasing things all the time. All right. Obviously, you want a stock that's got some volume, but sometimes you got to jump in a little early. AMD going higher. Yes, sir. AMD going higher and a bunch of other things. Say used cars are the best by the time you drive a new car off the lot. It has depreciated more than you can imagine. You know, some people can say that too. Yeah. I saw somebody in the chat room said leasing is best. I know my first car was a used car. My first car was a 1995 Subaru Legacy. And it was the base model. I mean, cloth seating. And it was just horrible. I mean, it was a station wagon for the most part. You know, it was a station wagon. And the transmission ended up giving up on that. And I ended up going backwards. One of my homeboys gave me a 91 Chrysler New Yorker. I was in there for like 2 weeks and I had to get up out of there. My game, it was messing up my game, man. You know, you can't pick up no women in 2006 driving a 1991 Chrysler New Yorker. It was messing up, man. These women would see me pull up and literally run the other way. It was embarrassing, man. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing to be seen on campus in a car that's older than damn near everybody on campus, man. That shit was horrible. That shit, I mean, that was probably one of the most embarrassing times of my life, man. That was the most embarrassing time. I would sneak out at night to do my groceries because I didn't want anybody during the day to see me driving the car out of the parking lot from the dorm. I was so embarrassed driving that thing, man. So I was in that car for maybe 6 weeks, 8 weeks or whatever. And I got my money up and moved into a 1998 Pontiac Grand Prix 2-door. So that was clean. You know, that was clean for the time. And I rode that for a while until I ended up finishing school. But yeah, man, I mean, that New Yorker, man, I'm telling you right now, if your car situation, I think as a man, if your car situation isn't right, man, that's probably the most, it's just an embarrassing feeling, man. It's an embarrassing feeling. And you don't want to talk to any women. You don't want to deal with any women until you get that part right. I mean, for me anyway, I know some players who, they didn't even have cars and still would, you know, pull. You don't even have, I mean, I know dudes who didn't even have a car still pulling females, man. the women will go pick them up. You know, again, I can go another 2 hours about this. I'm going to, that's for next Friday's show. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great week. Great week of trading. I put on some calls today. Donald Trump is going to meet with the Chinese president in Florida. I think, I'm going to bet on Trump, man. I'm not, you guys know I'm not his biggest fan, but I'm going to bet on him versus China, okay? When it comes to China and Trump, I'm going to go with Trump, man. I already know what the Chinese think about me. So I'm going to go with Trump. So I put on some calls for that. I think the market could rally going into next week. And we'll see, man. We'll see what else runs, man. Yeah, we'll see what's going to run next week, man. It's going to be really interesting. I'm going with infrastructure. I think that's a play that he can do it right. If he can do it right, the Democrats will be on board, and I think he can get his victory, man. He can get this victory. But they're going with the tax plan first. That might be a battle, but hopefully the conversation switches to infrastructure this week, especially when we start talking about China and fair trade and whatnot. Look for agriculture stocks to start taking a dip. Anything involved in agriculture. Obviously, agriculture, with a strong dollar, that hurts agriculture, all right? Strong dollar hurts agriculture. These protectionist policies that Trump wants to implement, that doesn't help, individuals who, for example, who do business in agriculture, selling to Mexico, exporting to countries like Mexico and Canada and whatnot. That kind of hurts that part of the business. All right, last call of the day. 239, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, Sal, it's Chris Sal. How you doing?
Yeah, you're doing good, man.
Chris McCollum. So I was working tonight in the club, and I just got out. I was like, damn, these guys are still going.
Yes,
and you were talking about houses and stuff like that, so I wanted to share a little bit. I used to do a lot before the boom, before everything got crazy.
Okay.
And I just wanted to kind of share what I learned from some people that were really smart with what they did, and I don't know why more people don't do it this way. Mm-hmm. What they would do is they would go and buy a house with somebody else's money or a mortgage or whatever, like a distressed property that they could get cheap.
Mm-hmm.
They would fix it up, and then after it's fixed up, get it reappraised and get a new mortgage on it for that amount. But they would do it as an equity line instead of a mortgage, so that they could take money out.
Okay.
You follow me? It gets kind of crazy.
Oh yeah,
and then they would take
because I know that was a huge problem. Like, what position were you in? Like, were you like a mortgage broker at the time or something?
No, I just flipped property.
Oh, okay.
So after they did that, they would take that money and buy a corporate bond with it.
Hmm.
Now, that corporate bond, the bond that you buy for a lower amount than what it matures for, and it pays interest to you 2 times a year.
That's interesting.
So once they bought the corporate bond, they would get a loan against the corporate bond, because you could use the corporate bond for collateral.
Collateral, yes.
Because there's nothing in the world that's better than a corporate bond.
Right.
If a corporate bond fails, now I'm not talking about bonds like you get like not a savings bond, a corporate bond.
Right. And preferably high rate bonds, A+, AAA, AA bonds. I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Now that bond pays you interest every 6 months, so that pays usually about half your mortgage. And like I said, you get a loan against that. Then they would buy another property, pay off the first property with a new mortgage or a new equity line against the house after they had fixed it up again. And they would just keep doing this over and over. And then, if you're renting the property, trying to make an income renting it, you're getting the money from the bond also. And then the kicker on top of it is 20 years or 30 years, whatever length of bond you choose. When it matures, that money is yours. You get all that money back.
Wow. Wow.
Does that make sense?
No, it does. It does. It really does. Man, it's tedious paperwork, but I can see how. And of course, you're gonna have to make sure that you pick some really good bonds that pay pretty good interest as well. But
yeah, you would get an A-rated Standard & Poor's bond that you know that you could have no problem getting a loan against.
Yeah.
But when you see it all, I mean, it's a little bit hard to explain. When you see it on paper, you understand how it works. It's like amazing because, like I said, the bond itself is paying half of your mortgage for it. You could do that on your own house if you wanted. Like I said, the kicker is you have to have the cash up front first to do something like that,
right?
Or be able to put an equity line on your house. You can't owe $80,000 and then get an equity line for $85,000. You have to have a $30,000 mortgage and improve your house enough to where you can get like a $100,000 mortgage so that you have, 70 that's free and clear that you could do, and have the credit to do an equity line instead of that way. You're even though you're mortgaging your house, it's an equity line that's not based on the mortgage itself.
Now let me ask you, how were you finding your properties when you were buying them?
Oh man, there was different ways. For me, the best thing to do is just drive around the neighborhood and look for a house that looked like crap. The yard would be 3 foot high. You go in the house, like I would look for stuff that nobody else would want to buy, that I could know had good bones. Where I live, I'm on the west coast of Florida in the Naples, Fort Myers area. So 90% of the houses here are CBS. They're cinder block. So you're not going to have like a wood house that has termites or something like that.
Right.
There's only, as long as the roof's good and the house is good, you can pretty much do whatever else. When I say roof, I mean like the trussing and stuff, not necessarily the shingles.
Sure.
You got to find something with good bones. So I would literally just drive around and look for a house that nobody else would want to buy, where either there was a death in the family and it got, and again, that was before everything got crazy with the boom. Now, where I live over here, probably 1 in every 4 houses is still vacant.
Wow. So they're still having, even now, almost 5-6 years from the recession, there's still a lot of vacant properties in the area. But last time I checked, I mean, that's not a cheap place to live, though. So prices are still, looks like they're still going higher, right?
No, it's pretty cheap compared to a lot of the rest of Florida. There's some parts in Naples that's really expensive, but Fort Myers and Lehigh and all the areas around there are actually really affordable. And a lot of the people started coming over from Miami when they had increased the prices over there. We had a lot of people come over here during the boom, and they were building houses so fast. It was crazy. And now, I mean, there's no new construction still because there's all these houses that are still sitting vacant.
And
things are starting to go up now.
And how's the job market over there? I mean, are tenants able to find work, or is it pretty much skilled labor? You need white collar type education. I mean, like how are the tenants being able to?
Yeah, it's better than it was for sure. I mean, yeah, it's better than it was. Things still aren't back to normal, that's for sure. Like this, I DJ. I work in a nightclub, and this is probably, believe it or not, this year is probably the worst season that I've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why. I had big expectations for this year, but
now when you say the worst season, I mean, are you saying that people aren't going to the club, but a lot more emptier spaces, or what?
Yeah, and when I say that, I don't mean just the club itself, but restaurants, everything. There's just not as many people that are out spending money right now. Not here. I'm not saying that it may be completely different somewhere else, but, I mean, our season was horrible.
Okay. Yeah, because usually,
and I was really looking forward to being a better year this year.
Right. Because usually, man, the positions that you're in, you get to see the economy, face first, and to see that there are people still struggling, man, that's got to be a slightly disturbing sign for business owners in the area. Okay, interesting. So, I got to ask you, do you plan on dabbling again in real estate, or are you done with it?
No doubt.
Okay.
No, once you just kind of like stocks. Once you do it and you make money from it and you enjoy that, you can't get away from it. You're always, that's going to be a part of you for the rest of your life. I'm just going to be a lot smarter than I was before. And then one other thing I'll share with you is I had 13 properties that I had built up, and I did the thing like I was talking about where I started with one. All my friends are out partying, having a good time, whatever, and I'm busting my butt, fixing these properties up. I would buy one in shambles, and with two of my friends, we would fix it up in 30 days.
Damn.
From nothing to, we would do like stupid hours, like basically just live in the house, and then I would take 6 months off and not do anything for 6 months. Or I would try to do, buy another property or whatever, but if I had to, you can make enough money that we could live good for 6 months, and it was worth it if you bust your ass for 30 days,
Right.
But, what happened to me was, I don't know about all the tax laws everywhere. Over here, you can get a homestead. Is that kind of like what it is where you're at, or?
I'm not familiar with the homestead. I know that's a big thing down in Florida.
Right.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, what it does is if it's your primary residence and you're homesteaded, you get a deduction off your taxes. And then one of the main things is they can only increase the value of your home 3% per year. So if the market explodes, it can only go up 3%. When you're an investor, you can't homestead it. So they can reevaluate it at whatever they feel is, the value of your house. So I had all these properties that I had bought, went out and got mortgages on them, did all my due diligence, made everything straight, had all my, T's crossed and my I's dotted, like they say, and everything perfect. So I thought. And then the market exploded, and my taxes on the properties went from $1,000 a year, which was like a regular, tax to have on a smaller home. The taxes went from $1,000 to $5,000 to $6,000 on each property.
Jeez.
So you figure $1,000 a month, that's less than $100 a month that you're paying in taxes. It went to $6,000. Now you're paying $500 a month just in taxes. And at that time, I was lucky to get $700 or $800 a month rent for them, renting them out. And then the hurricane came through here, and insurance doubled, tripled. So, man, I had all these properties. I thought I was set for life, and then I just saw everything start imploding and start folding. I couldn't keep up. I kept trying to. I had toys. I had all these cars, boats, jet skis, four-wheelers, all the fun stuff that we all want when we succeed, And like I said, I thought I was set, and then I held on to the properties, and I, if I had it to do over again, I would have held a couple of them and sold the rest of them. I wouldn't have had that many.
Wow.
But I considered that my full-time job. Like, everybody's like, oh, you don't mind work? Because I would go work I'd get calls in the middle of the night, oh, my water pump went out, or and go fix it. People are like, oh, don't you hate that? No, that's all I was doing at that point. I wanted to have all those properties free and clear after 10 years or whatever. That was the plan.
Right.
But the only reason I'm saying that is, the other stuff can creep up on you that you wouldn't, even though you know what you signed up for your mortgage, there's always something that can happen that can,
wow,
just not what you expected.
Now, when you started
it was
out,
a downward spiral for me.
Now, when you started out, did you start out with, like they say, starting out with no money down, or did you have maybe a family give you money? Like, how did you just, start out, collecting properties?
The first property, I had a friend of mine that flips properties that actually basically bought the property for me, which was like a $25,000 property, which was nothing. And then after 30 days, I sold it for $110.
Damn.
That was my first.
I got to ask you, how did they get it for 25 racks?
It was that destroyed. There was holes in the drywall. The people that had it before destroyed the house. It was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath with no garage. So I added on the garage, and then I made good profit, but I forgot to include that part. I probably put about $25, $30 in it, but I did all the work myself. All the tile, drywall, structural, everything like that.
Wow. Man,
so I made a good profit off of it, but and then that was my stepping stone to get to the next property. But I would go to auctions at the courthouse where people had forfeited their loan, and back then it was that was before the boom, so you didn't see a lot of people that had foreclosures or of course it happened, but it was a lot few and far between. So. But you could pick up properties cheap. I mean, the average property back then was probably going for $60,000 to $70,000. That was in like 98, 97. Now those same properties here are going for probably 180, 200.
Wow. Yeah.
But you could get them at basically half price. But like I said, man, I would go and buy the ones that nobody else would want, that I knew had solid bones, but there'd be holes in the drywall, busted out windows, or it needed a new roof. Especially if it had city water and city sewer, then I knew I didn't have to worry about. The septic tank is a big thing here because 90% of the houses have septic tanks.
Okay.
And that's a huge cost.
Right.
So you gotta, like we say with the stocks, your due diligence when you're looking at the property. The same thing with when you're buying it one like that around here. Different places, a lot of people don't have septic tanks or whatever, but gotta make sure the trussing and stuff and all that's good. You don't want to be. I don't mind doing shingles and all that. If the price warrants it, but. You don't want to get a property. Or the other thing you got to watch out for is when they go and sell a property and somebody has done their own remodeling and it's not up to code. You don't want them to come back on you and tell you, oh, you have to go and get all new permits and basically tear down everything that somebody else did.
Now, is solar panels getting popular in your area? When I was looking at a timeshare that I had in Pensacola, solar panels are becoming a big thing there. Are they becoming hot down there in South Florida?
A little bit.
Okay.
I think it's going to explode a lot.
Yeah, same
That's
here.
funny that you say that because I started doing that like 5 years ago, and all my neighbors are like, "What the hell are you doing?" I'm up there on my roof putting them. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to get my electric bill down. What are you talking about? And then I actually built like a windmill that would generate. You can buy a windmill off Amazon or even Home Depot.
Yep.
That will generate, and then you put it into a grid tie inverter that goes right into your electrical system. And then I was getting like $150 a month off my electrical bill with 2 windmills and like 12 solar panels.
Oh yeah, and then people getting local tax credits and all kind of grants and all that crap you can get from having those on your house too. So wow, yeah. All right.
And I think they're going to start doing a lot more of that. With the clean energy stuff that they're trying to pass.
I agree.
I know. I would love to. Yeah. Have you seen Elon Musk? The stuff he's doing, the solar shingles.
Yeah, I mean that's the future. I mean the guy's really on top of it. I mean he's the he's the Edison of our time. I mean this guy's trying to send people into space. He's got the automotive, the cars, self-driverless cars. I mean the guy's everywhere, man. The guy's everywhere. He's got a lot of haters, but he's going to make it happen.
I don't see how anybody can hate on him now. No. He's trying, But yeah, those shingles, they're stronger than conventional shingles. If you put them on your roof too, they absorb the energy but reflect the heat. So your attic stays cooler. Your AC doesn't have to run as hard. and then you send them into the power bank that he sells. You can charge your car for free from it if you have a Tesla. I mean, this is the way of the future, of course. But and then basically get yourself a zero electric bill every month.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would never want to do one of like some of these people where they want to be completely off the grid. I would always want to be on the grid, but you can get the meters where you sell the electricity back to the electric company. It's at a highly discounted rate, but if you're, you know, living good and you got a $0 electric bill, that's gravy to me.
Right.
That's where I want to be one day.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
man.
trying to buy one of the new Teslas now that I put one of the $1,000 down so I could get one of the Model 3s, the affordable ones,
Okay.
when they finally come out.
Right, when they finally come out, that's the thing. They'll be out. I mean, they'll definitely be out sooner than later. And he's on top of the ball and ahead of the curve. That's for sure. So, but man, I think this is your first call into the show, isn't it?
No, I called before.
Oh, you
My
have
name's
one?
Chris McCollum.
Chris, okay, all right. Appreciate that, Chris. Yeah, I did see you on Twitter. I'm gonna follow you on Twitter after this call. But man, thank you so much. I really appreciate you calling in, man.
Yeah, of course, man. I just like to talk to you. And like I told you before, unfortunately, normally when I call and talk to you, it's usually only like a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I watch every one of your shows. What you're doing is great, just like everybody tells you. I watch your shows religiously, but it's usually on my drive home. Unfortunately, I'm not. Like I said, I work at a nightclub, so I'm usually working. I go to work I might catch the first 15, 20 minutes when you start, and then I have to start at 10. So
No problem.
on the way
man.
home, I watch it though.
Not a
So I
problem,
don't
man.
get to interact with all you as much as I want to, but I never miss a show. I feel like I'm missing out. I'm leaving money on the table if I miss a show. And that's the truth. You are.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yes, indeed. And I'm so grateful for you watching, man. I know a lot of people have made a lot of money following the show. I think there's no better way to really, keep track on what's going on the OTCs than my show. And I'm so grateful for people like you who call up and contribute and watch, man. Thanks a lot.
Right. Of course, man. I know you're wanting to get out of there too. We've been talking for a while.
Oh,
I'm
no.
taking Bad Scientist place.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, man.
All right, man.
All right, Chris. So thanks a lot for calling. He's like, he knows Bad Scientists can go. So if Chris watches the show religiously, like most of you guys in the chat room who've been up now with me almost 5 hours, Bad Scientists can go. I mean, Bad Scientists, we've done with Bad Scientists. I've done 4-hour shows with him. We've done 3-hour shows together. I had to hit him up outside of the show, like, hey man, I'm gonna have to start cutting you off a little bit, because we got to get to other callers, man. We got to get to other callers, man. But shout out to Bad Scientist, man. I appreciate everything he does to contribute, as well as all the other callers. So I'm not gonna do an 8-hour show today. I'm gonna get off now. I think. It's been a solid week. We had really great episodes this week. We'll be tracking what's going on. I know some of you guys have been talking about a Sunday show, but man, I just be feeling like I put so much during the week. Man, let me get these 2 days to, because I know you guys do your own thing in the Discord. The Discord room on Sunday, they have a wrap-up show on Sunday in the Discord. So, and from what I've been hearing, it's been going really well. It's been going really well, and I tuned in, not last week, but the week before that, into the Sunday show, just kind of, sitting back, hearing what you guys were doing, and it's going well, man, so that's what's up. So check out that show on Sunday. It starts typically around 8, 9 o'clock-ish or so. Yeah, Bats is the man. Bats is the man. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Bats. Appreciate him. So I'll try a pilot Sunday show one week and see how it goes for 30 minutes. I can't go on here for 30 minutes. I cannot do a 30-minute show, bro. I just can't. It's like these guys who make stock market DVDs. You can't do a 1-hour stock market DVD. You can't. You just can't do a 30-minute stock show. You just can't. The market is too big. There are too many players. There's so many other stocks running that could be running, that should be running. that you've got to discuss. And I know I get those emails where people say, man, your shows are too long, man. And like, dude, if you think my shows are too long, you're not ready for this, man. Like, you're really not. You might as well just, give your money to somebody in the chat room. Hell, give it to me. Because if you ain't got time to watch again, you don't have to watch the whole thing. But, I've had emails where people say, can you cut down the show to 10 minutes? I'm like, what? There are over, 10,000 stocks that trade over the counter, 4,000 to 5,000 of them that are relatively liquid, maybe 2,000 that, that you can trade intraday. I've got to discuss at least 50 to 70 of them. And that's really only I discuss maybe 50. Sometimes I don't even get that far. We try to get to as much as every day as we can. Nah, no problem, Tyson Bats. I want to do something where I can get your boy Stock God on, man. I see he's got his little videos and whatnot. I try to get him on the show to discuss, but I don't think he does OTCs, but he does the low price NASDAQ stuff too. All right. Okay, I promise this is going to be my last call. I promise. 601, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, I know you're about to end your show, but I just wanted to get your opinion on one quick stock, if you don't mind.
Okay, well let's go look at it, man.
Okay.
All right.
So the name of the ticker is PES. That's Pioneer Energy Services. And the reason I call is because I'm trying to put together everything that I've been learning on your show about reading charts. I know Bass was on talking about the dojis, and yesterday you were talking about stocks on the low RSI.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to put all that together. So I'm looking at this stock here, PES, Pioneer Energy Service. They contract land drilling.
Yeah.
And it's low on the RSI.
Mm-hmm.
It has a doji at the bottom, and then the next day was a bullish confirmation.
Yes.
What do you think this stock is?
No, that's the setup, man. That's the setup. The bullish confirmation. This is supposed to be your end. Well, here's the thing. It's still it's a cautious entry because the 4 and 8 hasn't crossed yet. But this is the sign. The 4 and 8 hasn't crossed yet. In fact, here's the fake out. An example. If you go back to March 14th, you see the doji. It's got a longer wick, but you see a doji. Then you get the bullish confirmation. But if you notice, the 4 and 8 weren't even close. So you didn't get any confirmation the subsequent days. So even still today, you got the doji bullish confirmation, but you still haven't necessarily confirmed that the trend has changed. Although you've got one green day. So I think Monday is your real sign. Again, this is an oil and gas drilling company, so continue to watch the price of crude and how that's been settling. I think it's been doing a lot better than the last several days. So that's justification for the price. So that's going to play a lot into it. Let me, just for the sake of time, let's go ahead and I just want to see where we are. Actually, hold on. All right, just give me a second here. Let me see here. Symbol actually. Hold on. Is that still? Oh, I done messed up on the change here. Hold on. My bad, man.
It's okay.
Indicator symbol labels. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for indicator tiles. There we go. All right. And USO. Let me change that. Make that a line chart. All right. So the blue line is USO, which is the U.S. oil and gas ETF. And then underneath that, of course, you have the stock you're talking about, PES. So as we can see here, they're moving, basically almost the same way. So That's why I really love when you're taking these junior oil and gas companies. They move very similar. So the turnaround in oil is already started, and now the stock is starting to respond as well. So I would continue to watch the price of oil and continue to watch USO, continue to watch PES. But right now, it looks like things, it's justifying that trend. So you might have that 4 and 8 cross here pretty soon in PES. So I would watch to see what happens on Monday to this. But I like the way the stock is going so far these last 2 days.
Okay, all right. Thanks for taking my call, man.
Not a problem. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, you got it. You got it, man. You definitely got it. And with this candle, by the way, you peaked your head above the 8 exponential moving average, which is still on top, right? It's still on top. So it's not saying jump in yet, but that cross is coming because they're getting closer together on the daily chart. All right, they're getting closer together. All right. All right. So let's see real quick. I see somebody bringing up GSAT. GSAT is okay. All right. GSAT at the top of the band there on GSAT. A little high, but it's a little risky. But I mean, right now, it's looking pretty nice. That candlestick is a little bit to worry about, but it's all right. Still doing well over the last week and a half. Actually, last 11 days, not bad. 140 to 160. That's a nice little return there. All right. All right, guys. I promised y'all that was the last call, so let me get y'all out of here, man. I'm always eternally. I'm just so grateful to you guys, man. So grateful to you guys. I know I say that a lot, but man, I just, I'm humble by so many people who call up and say how much they love this show, because I really didn't think, people loved, stocks like this to follow every day like this. I didn't think so. When we started, we only had 22 people in the chat room at most. If you go back to some of those old shows, we went even longer. I mean, 5 hours was like every day. We were every day we used to go 5 hours, 4 hours. If you go back to some of those old shows in terrible quality, that's when I didn't have the camera. I didn't even have a chart. I didn't even have a chart. It'd just be me and my face in front of the screen for 4 hours. I know half of you guys wouldn't let me get away with that now, but that was what I was working with at the time. So it's been an incredible ride. I enjoy it. I'm always humbled at the end of the week when I see how my audience is growing every single day. More subscribers, now about to cross 15,000 subscribers, and I'm still quite little on the whole grand scheme of things, but I take it. I really take it to heart, and I'm eternally grateful to all the people who call in and make this show what it is. I'm grateful for your contribution in any little way. I don't care if you're a new person or been trading 20 years. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to keep grinding, keep getting better, and keep trying to uncover, that secret to finding that stock, that we can put some money in and have us be able to get that 7,000, 8,000, 9,000% gain, because that's what I'm fighting for. That's what I'm fighting for. We've seen it happen too many times, and it's got to be one of us. And we've already, on the show, put in some dimes on a couple of stocks here and there. But we'll continue to watch and scrape at whatever we can, on the way to Zion, if you can say that. All right? Yes, indeed. Go ahead and hit that like button. Hit that like button. Do I like elevator moves? I'm a little confused when you say that, Parker Mills, when you say elevator moves. I'm trying to... Is that a stock tactic? I'm still in the real estate set of mind right now, so I got to switch back a little bit here. All right. All right, let me get y'all out of here before I go for another three hours. Y'all know I could do it too, because I'm about to get up off this. I ain't even probably going to sleep, honestly. I'm trying to catch up on some shows tonight. You guys know I still haven't watched the whole series of Power. I finished season 1, season 2, and like 3 episodes of season 3. So I'm like going through it, and I'm trying to finish Power because the new season starts, I think, like next month or the next month and a half or something like that. And I'm trying to be caught up on that. And some other shows I'm watching, and I'm trying to be doing some other things. All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. So, shout out to other people who are here left: Craig G, Sinclair, Jamie Gal, Matatron, Parker Mills. Yeah, oh yeah, they go all up and down, pump and dumps and all that. We just trying to scrape what we can on the way up, man. Just trying to scrape what we can. APPG. All right, yeah, above average volume today. APPG, we'll be watching that. Yeah, above average volume today. I did see that. I see that here. All right, who else is in here? Billionaire Soon. Mag still in the building. Tomas, damn, still in the building. All right, shout out to all the people who've been here since the beginning of the show. Shout out to all the people who were here at the beginning, went and did something, and then came back. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Grateful for, you deciding to come back, man, because you really didn't have to. Q-Tech, thank you, if you're still in the building. Michael B, thank you, sir. Appreciate it, Michael B. Hey, Michael, I'm waiting for you to call in one day, man. Miss Harden, thank you so much. I'm waiting for you to call in. Kyle, I'm waiting for you to call in. What's going on, Miss Shay? Miss Shay's called in. Nisi's called in before. SC Trucker, I think you've called in too. Kev Mo, I don't think I've heard from you. I think you're new, Kev Mo. I haven't seen you, Brandon Jemerson. Appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon. All right. Trevor Riley, what's up, man? Appreciate it. I'm on my way out. I don't know. Hopefully, Trevor Riley, you're not just showing up. You can definitely catch the replay, sir. All right. Shout out to Trevor Riley. All right. And all the people who called up today, thank you again. All right. Appreciate that. Yes, sir. Everybody have a safe weekend. I will see you back here Monday night to wrap up Monday's trading day. All right. So, again, hit the Discord room up during the weekend if you want. See what those guys are doing. You can always find some people in there. All right. There's the Discord room. There you go. Mag already beat me to it. All right. Please, let's keep the chat room positive, man. I made Parker Mills I had to make him a mod because, we got people out here banning each other and all that. Come on, guys. Keep it positive, folks. Keep it positive. We out here to make some money. Yes, indeed. Keep it positive, family. We talking about money here. It's no, that's the greatest subject in the world. Talking about how to make some money. No matter where in the world you at, that's the best conversation you can ever have with anybody. How to make some money. So we shouldn't be up in here, acting crazy, man. All right. Enjoy your weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on Monday. Take care.